freshman to a national championship appearance. You know, he got votes as a captain before he ever took a snap. That's the type of kid we're talking about. And Gronowski down on the field right now. And the Naperville, Illinois native. Yeah, the hope is that he can get back up and stay in this game. But if it is Voss who has to come in, he's only attempted 4 passes last season. And that is a decent sign. It looks like Gronowski is up on his feet and will make his way to the sideline.
It's just so weird how he almost like already happened.
Yeah.
For how they were, the tests that they were doing right there are not necessarily a good sign, but we will definitely hope for the best.
Well, this offense is already missing Tucker Kraft, who currently is in a walking boot on the sideline after.
You just see him giving his whole sideline, and there's the double thumbs up. He gave the chest bump and I'm good to the sideline, and then let the fans know it.
I'm not going to lie.
We don't doubt you.
I'm not going to lie, though. It would be vintage Mark Gronowski to come back in this game and put together an inspiring performance.
Yeah.
But now it all goes to the sophomore backup, Rudy Voss. Only 4 pass attempts in his career. Isaiah Davis, the running back, with him, and a 2nd down and 10 in front of a hostile crowd. Voss, who's a runner by nature, goes up the middle and is tripped up after a gain of 1. Jack Campbell, the captain for today's game, and the preseason All-American with another tackle.
Definitely defense coordinator Phil Parker has them prepared for what this guy is and who this guy is, and shocker, the All-American identifies it on the first run.
And now we're going to test the young offensive coordinator, Zach Lujan, who played quarterback for South Dakota State from 2014 to 2016 and was the first starter to beat a Power 5 school. Beat Kansas in 2015. 3rd down and 9 for the backup, Rudy Voss. Hines in motion. Handed off, Davis pushing the pile but won't pick up much. Maybe a gain of 3 to give a little extra insurance for Dustman on a punt. And it's 4th down and 6 looming here for South Dakota State.
That's smart. You know, everybody's going to say that Coach Lujan a little conservative with the run. You got your backup quarterback in the game, a hostile crowd, an elite defense. Manage it for him. Take those decisions off his plate.
And now down on the field, Ethan Vibert, left guard for this team, who doesn't necessarily start but is a big body at 6'4", 305. And so we've seen now 4 contributors, major contributors to the We'll get an update on Ethan Vibert when we come back here in Iowa.
Is that KFC?
Rewards Plus member today. Download the Rewards app to earn points for every $1 spent at the pump and in store. Redeem your points on fuel, snacks, car washes, and more. Become a member today. Terms and conditions apply.
All that melty cheese you crave with double the steak is back at Taco Bell. The double steak grilled cheese burrito.
I've always had dreams and aspirations before Proactive, but everything was always placed on hold because of my confidence level.
Get Proactive and get America's #1 acne routine for clear skin that stays clear. Proactive has routines formulated for almost every type of skin.
When I first started using Proactive, every time I kept the routine going, it just kept getting better. I finally got the confidence I needed to create the dreams that were sitting in my head.
Get this free pore cleansing brush with your first order. Go to Proactive.com now.
At Duracell, we're obsessed with bringing a better battery to life. Your life. New Duracell with Power Boost ingredients to power more when it matters. More life in your controller, so it's game over for him. More time powering her mobile. For the power nap you need. More from your headlamp at its brightest. For more brilliant memories. Engineered for you. Engineered for more.
The Angels battle the Astros, or the Guardians face the Twins. Baseball Night in America next Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
FS1 College Football is sponsored by Edward Jones. Life is for living. Let's partner for all of it. Here in beautiful Iowa City, great campus at the University of Iowa, and Hawkeye Country is waiting patiently for the offense to wake up. In this first game of the season, Mark Gronowski's out of the medical tent. One of the key injuries to this point, but he looks like he's getting worked on. He was throwing a couple. There's another one. Tucker Kraft, the tight end, Brian Williams, the D lineman, both have gone down over the course of this game. Both of those in their first half, and this will be another punt. Arlen Bruce back, Hunter Dustman to kick it away, but not before a false start.
False start, offense, number 42, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
It's starting to feel like, Mark, whoever wants to win this game is going to be the team that makes bigger plays on defense in this second half.
Right, yeah, who blinks first, whether it's the missed opportunity by Dyshawn Gales on the probable pick six he had the opportunity for earlier, or that one long touchdown chance they had to Yonke. Who's going to drive it and score a touchdown?
Dustman with this one, a pretty long kick, but low, so it's going to give Bruce an opportunity. Bruce, a spin move, still on his feet, stumbling down at the 40. Decent return, but we do have a flag thrown near the original line of scrimmage, just past it, and maybe a block in the back here.
I thought we had a couple hold opportunities there. I thought Riley Moss maybe tackled his guy to the ground. He's good at that. There were a couple guys thrown to the ground, probably a hold.
During the kick, holding. Receiving team number 43. That 10-yard penalty will assess from the end of the kick. 1st down, Iowa.
So it pushes the Hawkeyes back to their own 30-yard line, and first accepted penalty against Iowa in today's game.
Alex Padilla and Joe Labus both on the sideline in the red hats still. For anybody wondering about any potential quarterback change, you would have. There was no doubt in anyone's mind in those football offices about who their starting quarterback was and who they thought they could ride to season-long big-time goals was Spencer Petras.
Kirk Ferentz was matter-of-fact in his media availability. Spencer is our quarterback. 4 words, all that was necessary. Play action pass for Petras over the middle, wide open Arlen Bruce. He's got space in front, and he is tackled from behind across the 45, but the first big pitch and catch from Petras to Bruce, and a 1st down before Freeman got him.
18, the walk-on Wick clears out a deep dig. You'll see 18 cleared out with speed on the inside, and there's Bruce showing his numbers to Petras, all off of the hard sell play action fake. That's Iowa football.
Gain of 26 yards, first 20-plus yard play on either side in this game. But now Iowa rolling at the I formation, looking like themselves, and this could be moving backwards.
False start, offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Nick DeYoung is going to be called for that false start, and it'll make it 1st down and 15 from the 41-yard line. Spencer Petras was great in the first 6 games last year. Got them all the way up to number 2 in the country, which was the highest ranking since they were number 1 in 1985. And then the last 6 games started to go downhill just a tad. 1 touchdown to 7 interceptions, and that's where they decided to change up this offensive look just a tad and see if Petras can adjust. That was a big completion. We'll look for another one here on 1st down. A little bit high, looking for Sam Laporta. He has misfired, looking for Laporta a number of times today, and now 2nd and 15.
Yeah, everybody in the stadium is going to blame Petras again, but look at the pressure from Caden Johnson, 53. Kind of goes low on Petras through the offensive lineman, and that's what resulted in a high throw. Protect, protect, protect. Again, I don't know if this is a drop back team. Play action pass, play action pass.
Bruce, the man in motion. Williams, the running back, on 2nd and 15. Laporta in there. They're going to get it right back to Bruce and see what he can do with the ball in his hands. Not a whole lot. Brought down. Maybe a gain of 2, 1. 3rd and 14 upcoming for Iowa.
Watch the recognition by all those white shirts running flat, running right back down the line of scrimmage. Caden Johnson again combining with Malik Lofton on the tackle. Caden Johnson back-to-back plays there, big time by 53.
So the momentum from the initial 26-yard gain from Petrus to Bruce, and now here comes a 3rd down and 14, still within Iowa territory. They have struggled on 3rd down, as has South Dakota State. Alec Wick, the walk-on in there at wideout. Petrus, time. Petrus fires complete. And Williams had to make magic out of nothing. Gets back to midfield, but short of the line to gain. It'll likely be another punt for the Hawkeyes.
Petrus, good reaction. Everything was covered downfield. He had to check it down to Williams, but take a look. You got the dropper underneath everything, Reese Winkleman. And a good job reacting, and 6 Jackrabbits in space combined on the tackle.
Listen, you can absolutely say that offenses could have done this or that, but I think a lot of credit is deserved for both of these defenses. The way that South Dakota State has played, especially in some tougher situations based on field position, has been quite impressive, and obviously the Iowa defense is as formidable of a unit as they come in college football. And how about this bounce? Tori Taylor is making a Heisman type.
How do you spell MVP in Australia?
He is down one at the 2 and now at the 1-yard line, backing up South Dakota State every single time he's on the field. You can't do it any better than this. Taylor with the punt, and finally recovered. DeJean was back. It'll start at the 1 for the Rabbits.
Taco Bell.
Huge opportunity for points for Iowa's defense here. South Dakota State backed up on their own 1-yard line. And the backup quarterback, Rudy Voss, is in. They hand it off to Davis. Did he get out of the end zone? He did not. Jack Campbell, the All-American, makes the stop and puts points on the board for the Hawkeyes.
Gave Isaiah Davis a ton of credit earlier for not bouncing the football. That's what happens right there. Tackle for loss. You'll see him hit it up in there, get an inch. You got to get it out of the end zone. Watch this. He bounces the ball right there. Dead. Over. Great tackle by Jack Campbell. again, there's nothing more appropriate right now than this score being 5-3. But give credit to that interior of the Iowa defensive line, creating a pile up. And they'll take a look at that ball, but it looked like a safety.
You go back to last year, Mark, it's the second time in the last 4 games that Iowa has recorded a safety. They did it against Nebraska at the end of the regular season. And this one, you know, I know 2 points might not sound like a whole lot, but
huge.
Today,
that's a 2-touchdown lead right now.
That's a marathon of a difference.
Yeah, the thing you wonder, or I wonder, is Rudy Voss, could you ever get under center and drive it out, being the backup quarterback in that situation? That's, you know, the one thing they'll be thinking about, of just trying to get a little bit of breathing room. But credit the Iowa defense, another defensive score.
So it has been confirmed, or it appears to be.
The entire ball, just for that rule, let's make sure everybody knows, the entire ball has to get out of the end zone. It clearly did not.
Yep, and it is, in fact, 2 points for Iowa. So Dustman will have to send it deep for Riley Moss and Cooper DeJean, waiting for it for Iowa. Both dangerous, and both have had their moments defensively today. This one going to be fielded by Moss, one of the most electric players in the country. And Moss, tripped up and spun down at the 35, maybe 36-yard line, as Jack Campbell has given Iowa the lead. We knew this was a danger zone for South Dakota State, and he's the big reason why.
Yeah, see that front slide to his left. He inches up, creaches to the right. He knows exactly where that ball is designed to go, better than the offense almost, and he says 5-3, let's go.
So this Iowa offense comes back on the field, and now will we see more traditional Iowa play calling? At least they'll line up like it. And LaShawn Williams will get the carry. He's got some space in front, and Williams twisting down past the 40 to the 41.
That is a big old 5-yard gain. Big little bit of breathing room for the play caller here, Brian Ferentz, with the way things have gone. And Adam Bach, the Solon, Iowa native, another tackle to add to his large statistical library.
Brian Ferentz, the offensive coordinator for Iowa, has been the offensive coordinator here since 2017, taking over with the quarterbacks this year for the first time as well. Get it right back to Williams, and he is pushed forward close to the line again, but Friedman got him down maybe 1.5 yards shy. It'll be 3rd and short upcoming for the Hawkeyes.
Great job on the backside cutoff that time by Luke Lachey. Iowa trying to impose their will a little bit right here in every way that they can up front on the perimeter with the tight end fullback combinations.
Iowa just went over the 100-yard mark. 103 yards for the game. 3rd down and 1. Williams stays on his feet and surges forward for a first.
It's a nice job on up front, really the same play type of design, 3 plays in a row. That slant player, the fullback lead, designed to hit right off that tight end's butt. Good job pressing it. Good job by Pottebaum opening up the hole.
You know, Kirk Ferentz told us yesterday that last year the offensive line was an area of concern. He thinks this year they really have a legitimate Big Ten offensive line. We're starting to see it.
Yeah, he said he thought they were better right now than they were at this point last year. That's surprising. Little movement right there.
Play action pass. Petrus is dumped. The sack comes in a blink of an eye. Great job getting into the backfield. South Dakota State has dialed up pressure. Adam Bach has been a monster in his homecoming back here in Iowa.
Great design. Petrus coming off the play fake. Nice angle by Bach. Attacked the outside hip of that quarterback, Petrus. Looked like there was a false start by Iowa. They'd rather have that right now than this.
That's a loss of 12. All the way back to the 36, and it sets up 2nd and 22. So after a couple of positive running plays, the pass, once again, a thorn in Iowa's side. Caleb Johnson, the freshman, the running back in there now on 2nd and 22. Petrus back to pass. Petrus wide open. It is caught. Orlin Bruce, 1st down and more into Jackrabbit territory, but flags come in late. All the way to the 37 for Bruce with another long gain.
Gosh, that looked like the safety had a chance to make the play on the ball. Looks like they're talking about targeting and where the contact was. They're talking about it.
And more importantly, there's another jackrabbit down in the backfield. Trying to look exactly who it is. Looks like it could be Reese Winkleman, the captain.
He has played his tail off today. The whole front has.
If not, it could be. Let's take one more look just to ensure.
The ruling on the field, we had a completed pass, of a personal foul, targeting.
Oh.
Defense number 25. Get 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the play. A first down. That play is under further review.
So Cale Reeder is called for targeting. Winkleman is being helped up, seated on the turf. He is the man down, as mentioned, a captain, certainly one of the leaders of this defense. But let's take another look here at Reeder. And let's bring in Mike Pereira to take us through what is a potential game-changing call.
Yeah, you look at this now, and again, we don't have head or neck area. I could say that the receiver is defenseless, but to me, this is more crown of the helmet. Is it actual crown of the helmet? I think really it's more to the side. I just don't think it's totally crown. Yeah, see how the head turns, and so that's the reason that they stopped it. But again, that leading with the helmet like that, it's just going to be up to the decision to the replay official as to whether or not it's actual purely crown or if it's the side. I would prefer that this wouldn't be targeting.
Mike, let me ask you something. I know that you had mentioned us when you're explaining how they're really looking at the crown of the helmet side of the targeting rule this year, that when the eyes are completely down on the field, that's something that they're looking at. It looked like Reeder's eyes were down, but the contact may have come on the side. How does that weigh out when they're making the decision? Yeah, there's so many parts to targeting, but the main thing is that everything must be confirmed. Okay, so it has.
Has confirmed we have a targeting foul. Personal foul defense, number 25, using the crown of his helmet. The 15-yard penalty added on the end of the play. Number 25 is disqualified for the rest of the game.
You know, and this does, by the way, bring up this notion, even though we kind of don't agree with this, this can actually be appealed. I mean, there is a new process that can be appealed, that if it did go, the conference could send it to the national coordinator of officials, Steve Shaw, and if he looks at it and says that it really isn't targeting, then that player won't be out for the first half of the next game. But to me, it's kind of one of those judgments. Was it the absolute crown, or was it more to the side? And to me, since you have to confirm all aspects of it, I think I would have left it alone and not have it be targeting.
Mike, we appreciate the insight, and Cale Reeder now dismissed from this game. Here's a little end around. Bruce has been the go-to guy, and he gets it close to the 10, out of bounds at the 11. Another first down for Iowa on a pickup of 11.
Little jet sweep to complement the hardball run game that's been effective thus far. Bruce in open space. Nice job. Shocker by Pottebaum, finishing his blocker out of bounds into the camera. Check everything. Make sure it's working.
So Reeder, if he doesn't win what would potentially be an appeal, would miss next week's first half against UC Davis, a team he had a career-high 8 tackles against last year. And we'll see what the eventual decision is. Williams, the running back, on first down and 10, just outside the goal-to-go situation. Give it to Williams, and he keeps the legs churning.
Ball's out.
The ball came out. South Dakota State's got it. Oh, the defense continues.
Rip City.
Do you like chaos? Adam Bach, the hometown kid, doing it in front of the hometown fans, a team in which he had season tickets to going to these games growing up.
Showing his strength. Watch him rip this ball out from LaShawn Williams. No doubt about it. He rips this ball standing up. LaShawn Williams falling onto his back is just in shock as anybody else. Watch it. Right there, showing that pipe. No doubt about it. That is a clean turnover. Unlike the questionable targeting, I agree with Mike and you on that one. You don't win the hay bale tossing contest without those kind of pipes. And he is a champion of the Solon hay bale toss championship.
No, we asked about Adam Bach. We've asked about the chip that everybody's playing with right now. And Adam Bach exhibits that more than maybe anybody. Hometown kid, grew up coming to games here at Kinnick Stadium with his dad. Wasn't recruited by Iowa. And now he's got something to prove. He's done that and more. And how about this? Mark Gronowski back in at quarterback for South Dakota State. It's their 8th drive in a row, starting from inside the 20-yard line. And a first down from deep in their own territory. Gronowski's going to run it, and he is engulfed by Seth Benson.
How about that? How tough is that guy for you to call that play after your guy coming into it with an ACL, gets banged up multiple times today, and doesn't blink? And we are going to the fourth quarter.
Stop me if you had this on your bingo card. Iowa leads South Dakota State 5-3 after 3 quarters of play. Man, we've got a great fourth quarter. A defensive battle. Who will break first here at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City? We're going to have to come back and find out. Can the Hawkeyes get a home win to start the year?
Are you still there?
Thanks so much.
Have a good one. Thanks for calling.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain. Get Behr exterior stains at an everyday low price, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places in the U.S.
At Duracell, we're obsessed with bringing a better battery to life. Your life. New Duracell with Power Boost ingredients to power more when it matters. More life in your controller, so it's game over for him. More time powering her mobile. For the power nap you need. More from your headlamp at its brightest. For more brilliant memories. Engineered for you. Engineered for more.
This is The Herd.
What these kids learn on the field stays with them forever. Our coaches are helping them win, and not just in the game. Join the only national service program for sports in America.
Our passion for protecting vehicles started in 1934. And we've been pushing the limits of performance ever since. We innovate with the times and have the right filters to fit your needs. It's a trust we don't take lightly. Yeah, we've been around the block, but our journey is just beginning. Fran, for the road ahead.
Monarch premieres Sunday, September 11th on Fox.
This possession courtesy of that man, Adam Bach, originally from the area, not too far away from Iowa City. So this game's been circled on my calendar for a while. Grew up a Hawkeyes fan. I've really been looking forward to this opportunity, and man, has he taken full advantage. Lamar Johnson is in, but Gronowski is going to pass. Gronowski lofts it. It's complete. Jackson Yankee. He had been targeted 6 times prior. That's just his second catch of the day, but it goes for 20 and a first down for the Jackrabbits.
Well, there's any question answered about Gronowski's health and whether he'll stand in there. Standing in there, great protection that time. Iowa just brings 4. Look at the pocket. Back there having a cup of coffee and drops a dime. First down.
And that was on the preseason All-American, first-team All-American Riley Moss. But Yankee, a big body, had 100 or more yards in 6 of the last 8 games last year. Johnson stays in there at running back for a first down. Gronowski fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, and picks up 2. Jack Campbell was the first black jersey to greet him, and now a little extracurricular activity after the play.
Yeah, Jackrabbits saying, hey, we're not backing down. We know who you're supposed to be. We're not backing down. They're being physical. Nice play, nice reaction by Jack Campbell on that little read perimeter play they had that turned into a quarterback run from Gronowski.
This is a huge drive to start this fourth quarter. If South Dakota State can get anything rolling, all they need is a field goal to take the lead. Johnson stays in, will split over to the slot. Second down and 8. Gronowski. Oh, batted down at the line. He was looking for Yankee again across the middle, but a nice play made right in front as Y.A. Black comes up big.
Yeah, Jackson Yankee is open in the secondary. That's who Gronowski's trying to fire to. And Y.A. Black's big old right hand says nope.
This crowd has been awesome all day, and they've been loud on third down. This one, 3rd and 8, a big one for the Jackrabbits. Play clock down to 4. Gronowski with time. He's going to run it. Still behind the line of scrimmage. Directing traffic. Lobs it. Incomplete. Isaiah Davis, the intended target, but did he step out of bounds in the backfield is the question.
Sure looked like it to the naked eye. I was looking at in the secondary. I came back late to Gronowski's left foot. Take a look at this as he lets it go, trying to play a little playground ball here. Watch it. Yeah, I think the ball was gone. I think it was in the air as the ball was released. It's where his left foot hits. When the ball's in the air, I think he's good. Literally using every square inch of a Kinnick Stadium surface.
So Hunter Dustman back out. Arlen Bruce has had a busy day returning punts. Dustman gets another good one off. And Bruce will call for the fair catch, just shy of the 30. 40-yard punt from Dustman. And inside their own territory, Iowa looks to extend the lead.
What goes on it, usually, and in it, mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products, rigorously tested by us, real-world tested by you, and particularly kind to your wallet.
Celebrate today.
Welcome to Subway's biggest refresh yet. They're drafting 12 new subs for their all-new Subway Series menu.
You've never seen subs like this before, Chuck. Meteoric meatiness and Chowtown cheesiness.
Let's go to our panel for more appetizing analysis.
The new Monsters Bacon has consummate, craveable crispiness.
The new boss is a perfect 10.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Grog, thank you for nothing.
The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places in the U.S.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
$30? That's awesome.
It's their best unlimited price ever.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
It's back, America. Applebee's all-you-can-eat boneless wings, just $12.99.
Marvin Mims Jr. in 9th-ranked Oklahoma. Open their season against UTEP. Today at 3:30 Eastern on Fox.
The NFL returns to Fox with a Week 1 doubleheader on Sunday, September 11th. First, the Trey Lance era kicks off for the 49ers as they take on the Bears or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, reigning MVP Aaron Rodgers leads the Packers against Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. Check local listings for games in your area, only on Fox, the home of Super Bowl 57. Back here at Kinnick Stadium. Whoa, wait a second. Are we in Flavortown? No. Oh, no. Okay, that's not Guy Fieri. I was about to leave the booth if it was.
Yeah.
Shout out to the great Guy Fieri. That Hawkeye fan is waiting for some offense.
That is a trophy husband ready for a touchdown.
First down inside the 30, and Petrus's throw is too high for Arlen Bruce.
I feel for this kid. You know, he's just out of rhythm, and you don't want to be an out of rhythm passer in your first game after a long off season of hearing how you can't do that right there. Just a layup. That's a quarterback layup. Just play catch, make a layup, move on.
2nd and 10. Get LaShawn Williams in the game. Let's see if Iowa goes back to the ground. They will not. Petrus. A dart. Oh, that was a dangerous throw, and he fit it in a tight window. Luke Lachey with a concentration in the grab. Picks up 6, 3rd down and 4 upcoming, and we've got another injured Jackrabbit. This one's going to be Isaiah Stallbird.
Yeah, Isaiah Stallbird went down. Dayton McGoy 0 coming from the outside in. Right there, Petrus should be starting on the other side with that play or getting it out in rhythm. Just a little bit late and got away with it.
So here's my question to you. Again, former quarterback, longtime coach, offensive-minded. What do you do to get yourself into the right headspace if you have a poor start like this?
I think you go Iowa. You got to do your deal. Run the football, play action pass. It's obvious to them that Padilla is not the answer, and you got to play through Petrus and make him
Champ is truly made for a champ.
Gee, thanks, Chuck.
Who said anything about you? It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Back here in Iowa, key plays in this game, spoiler alert, not really on the offensive side.
No, just a special teams effort from Iowa. The combination of Tori Taylor and Cooper DeJean pins it inside the 1-yard line, leading to Davis, the cutback, and a tackle for a safety from Jack Campbell to make it a 5-3 lead midway through the third period. Are we in hockey?
Here we go, Petrus under pressure, hit as he's thrown, and he underthrows Armin Bruce. That South Dakota State pass rush, led by Caleb Sanders, has been monstrous.
Caleb Sanders, your guy, just does an unbelievable job of knifing through right here. That's again, a big guy getting little, probably held, and just smokes Logan Jones off the snap to that sprint out of Petrus.
So Tori Taylor will get to show off once more, as the Aussie punter has been arguably the best player on the field at times today. Has had one down in the 2-yard line, down on the 1-yard line, and now Landon Wolf, the wide receiver, will be back to receive it. Wolf is going to call for the fair catch this time, and he's going to do it inside the 10. Flag did come in along the sideline between the 25 and 30-yard line, and we'll be curious to see what the call is.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 13. The penalty will be half the distance to the goal from the end of the kick. First down, South Dakota State.
So it's going to be, again, tight starting field position for Mark Gronowski in this South Dakota State offense. And Gronowski, you know, I think that John Stiegelmeier and this entire coaching staff was thoroughly impressed by not only him as a player and a person, but his story as well. His brother Ryan, who is special needs, is a Special Olympics champion.
Gold medalist.
Yeah, mostly flag football, but he is his biggest inspiration, and he is at almost every game.
He'll write a chance to write a similar story right here if this drive goes the distance, and tribute to him.
And Ryan is here today hoping that his brother can lead the Jackrabbits back from behind. Handed off, Isaiah Davis finds the hole, and a great job by Davis to give his offense a little more breathing room as he picks up 7.
That's a base plate for them. They dressed it up a little bit differently this time with the tight end, the fullback leading front side, fits up on Jack Campbell, and he cuts it back. That's a big, huge play when you're backed up in the shadow of your own goal post.
So that's a good start, and that's really the biggest key. Zach Lujan said we want 4+ yards per carry on first down. It'll set up everything else, and that's exactly what they got here. 2nd down and 3. Put Yankee in motion, hand it right back to Davis, and this time he's bottled up. Loses yardage back inside the 10. Kayvon Merriweather, one of today's captains, came in no time at all.
Yeah, came right downhill, playing at linebacker level, fits on the puller. Davis has to hit that up inside of the puller to have a chance. That's great defensive execution to make it Merriweather one-on-one in the hole.
And you have to go back to the first half where Gronowski missed a wide-open Yankee streaking down the field. Could have completely changed this game. Right now, a 3rd down and 6. Hines in motion. Gronowski, swing it. Davis, space. Did he get there? He lost the football. He jumps on it. Are they going to give him the yardage? It looks like they will. A chaotic sequence that ends up as a sigh of relief for the Jackrabbits.
The debate here will be if he reestablishes back in bounds. I don't know if he got his left foot back in bounds. If he's touching it when his foot's out of bounds, obviously it goes back to the spot of the fumble, which would be short, or is his knee down? They'll also take a look at that. But watch his left foot. Might be in the... I don't think he's established back.
Officiating crew huddling up, and we'll see what their eventual decision is. Kirk Ferentz waiting impatiently nearby.
The ruling on the field is that we have a fumble forward out of bounds. The ball will be brought back to the spot of the fumble. We'll measure.
So right there, if he jumps back in and reestablishes, because he's the fumbler, or in this case it doesn't really matter, but the ball is clearly out, no knee down.
And who is it that knocked it out? Riley Moss. He just has a knack for the football. Had the 4 interceptions and 1 fumble recovery last year. And let's see what this spot looks like. This is going to be interesting, and this was awfully close live, even before the fumble occurred. That's really where they're going to look at it. It was 3rd and 6 from the 8, so they needed to get to the 14, and it looks like it's at the 13 and a 3/4 inch or 3/4 yard type. Let's see. Short. All right, let's bring in Mike Pereira. Mike, take us through what we saw.
Yeah, that was really a well-officiated play because the ball did come out at the 13.5. They got that spot precisely right. And then, of course, the recovering player has to reestablish with the body part coming from out of bounds back inbounds, which he didn't do before he touched the ball. So basically, as Coach Helfrich said, it basically is just a forward fumble out of bounds. So really good job of the crew putting all that together.
And how about this? Appreciate it, Mike. Offense still on the field.
Yep, love it, love it. Say, hey, we didn't come here to lose by a chain link. Trust in their defense. Maybe they hit him with a hard count. Maybe Coach Stiegelmeier talks to the official on the other side, has a little conversation. Let's go.
Iowa was in the top 5 in fewest penalties last year. Gronowski. And we've got a flag.
Flinched. Garrett Greenfield, left tackle.
False start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So it goes the opposite direction for the Jackrabbits. 11th penalty of the night.
Gosh darn it, knew it right away. You can see Iowa condense back down when they thought it was a chance for a quarterback sneak. The quarterback goes under center. They went to their quarterback sneak prevent defense. That would have been interesting to see.
So another punt for Hunter Dustman in his own end zone. And now a slight miscommunication from Iowa's side of things. They're trying to get their returner out there. It's Arlen Bruce. And we've got another flag.
False start. Offense, number 11. Half the distance to the goal. 4th down.
That'll come back to haunt them as they relive this game. Win, lose, or draw. They're just so many procedure penalties. The 11th penalty.
That one, Jason Freeman, the linebacker. 17th punt of the day. 10 of them for South Dakota State. Dustman gets it away, but Bruce has plenty of space, and he calls for the fair catch at midfield. A surprise from the return man. 46-yard boot. Coming down the stretch, final 10-20 here at Iowa City. Kinnick Stadium is rocking with a 5-3 game.
My car.
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is too spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Become an Exxon Mobil Rewards Plus member today. Download the Rewards app to earn points for every dollar spent at the pump and in store. Redeem your points on fuel, snacks, car washes, and more. Become a member today. Terms and conditions apply.
Some banks give you credit card rewards, but make you jump through hoops to use them. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, anytime.
Better ingredients, better pizza, better brace yourself, because Papa John's has done it again. Introducing Papa Bowls. No crust, just a whole bunch of those Papa John's toppings you love, baked to piping hot perfection. I'm talking crisp veggies, savory meats, all covered in melty cheese, and those signature sauces. Try flavors like Italian Meats Trio, Chicken Alfredo, and Garden Veggie, or get creative and build your own. Papa John's.
Well, if you look in the middle, guys, it looks like we have a special magical moment. Look at that. She said yes. Come on, everybody, give it up.
FS1 College Football is sponsored by Edward Jones. Life is for living. Let's partner for all of it. No, you're not watching the Field of Dreams game. That was 3 weeks ago on Fox here in Iowa. It is 5-3, and it has been a whole lot of special teams and a whole lot of defensive plays made on both sides. Now the Iowa offense comes on, and they hand it right to LaShawn Williams on first down, who powers his way to a gain of 3. Colby Herter, who replaced Cale Reeder, who was sent away from this game due to targeting, makes the tackle. This would be a rare final score, obviously. 5-3 is not something you see a whole lot in college football. The last FBS game with a score of 5-3. Arizona beat Iowa.
That's impossible.
In 1980. That is crazy. And here we are, 42 years later, with the same score with 9:45 to play. Williams on the give. And he will get his way to the 45 and set up a 3rd and 5. Gains 2 more.
Quentin Hicks, great effort, unblocked. Watch him come from the right side, sprinting down that line of scrimmage, bringing LaShawn Williams to the ground, setting up a 3rd and 5.
Will Iowa go back to the air?
Can South Dakota State have an impact 3rd down play? Pick 6, something like that with this defensive effort has been phenomenal.
They've gotten great pressure on 3rd down from the very beginning of this game.
Showing a different look here, covering the young center, Logan Jones, lining up that linebacker right over him.
Petrus back to throw, feeling the pressure, rolling out, he escapes. Can he get there? No! He slides down shy. He was hit by Colby Herter. No flag came in, and it's 4th down.
No doubt he was short. No doubt they pulled up. That's a good job by the defender. It's another thing that fans will talk about right here is Petrus trying to knife his way up for the 1st down, stay up, get that 1st down. Just needed a couple more yards. Big, big, big stop by the Jackrabbits. The slide started at the 44. That's where it's placed.
So it'll be 4th down and 4, and once again Iowa's going to look to play the field position game with Landon Wolf deep and Tori Taylor back out.
I'm betting Go Fox bet. Can you bet in-game betting inside the 2-yard line?
You probably can, and we'll see if Taylor can do it again. This one another high kick. Wolf fakes it, and it does take a South Dakota State bounce, the first of this game. They were deep. They were there. The punt coverage was good, but Taylor just put a little too much leg on it and couldn't get that backspin perfectly placed at the 1. We've got 2 coaches in this game who have been with their programs for more than 2 decades. For Kirk Ferentz, the longest tenured FBS coach in the country since 1999, 178 wins. John Sigelmeyer, who has been at the helm at South Dakota State since 97. He's been with the program for 35 years. He is the 4th longest tenured coach in the FCS. I don't think they've ever seen a game like this.
Yeah, Coach Stick played there, has coached there forever, will be there forever. He had a couple little stops elsewhere, but that is his home, and they have done a great job.
Gronowski hesitated. Gronowski feeling the pressure, spun down. Logan Lee. What a play by Iowa.
This is the question we had coming to this. Could they pass protect if they had to? Just a straight 4-man rush. And as you said, Logan Lee just beats Mason McCormick, the All-American, with effort, edging him over the top. you'd love to have Mark Gronowski get that ball out and save that yardage.
Again, we've got to mention that South Dakota State is missing their All-American tight end, Tucker Kraft, who went out early in the first quarter. That is the security blanket. That's Mark Gronowski's #1 target, along with Jackson Yankee, and the play clock was down. Did they get the timeout in time? And it looks like they did.
Charge timeout, South Dakota State. Their first of the half. It's going to be a 30-second timeout.
That's where the noise factor comes into play, and the Iowa faithful have been every bit what we expected them at Kinnick Stadium. Don't forget, later today on Fox, it's a new regime in Sooner Country as Coach Brett Venables, star receiver Marvin Mims, and new quarterback Dylan Gabriel lead 9th-ranked Oklahoma as they host UTEP. It's the Miners and the Sooners from Norman at 3:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Got some top 25 matchups across college football later today. The Ducks taking on the Dogs, Oregon and Georgia, Cincinnati trying to follow up what was a historic season last year, taking on Arkansas, and then of course the big one that we've been looking forward to, a top 5 matchup between Notre Dame and the Marcus Freeman era and Ohio State. But we still have fish to fry, pun intended, here in Iowa.
Absolutely.
It was Fry Fest yesterday, celebrating the great Hayden Fry, the head coach from 79 to 99 here with the Hawkeyes. But a second down and 19 for Gronowski and Davis. Gronowski rolling. Gronowski's got some space. Gronowski pulls it down and runs out of bounds. He may have picked up a yard. Terry Roberts was in pursuit, and 3rd and long coming.
Did a great job there, Terry Roberts. You heard the official say, way to lay off, too, way to lay off. Don't hit the quarterback. Don't take a chance to advance this drive. Give him a cheap first down. Smart play by a guy who's shown up big, Terry Roberts.
This would be Tucker Kraft territory for the Jackrabbits.
Absolutely, yep.
Without him, the Yankee twins are likely the next 2 in line. Jackson Yankee has been targeted a whole lot. He hasn't caught a whole lot. Here's his chance on 3rd and 18. Gronowski lofts one-on-one coverage, and he overshoots his target, Canyon Bauer.
Got a flag here as well. They're asking Coach Ferentz, so holding is the indication.
Holding. Offense number 78. That penalty's decline. Brings up 4th down.
John O'Brien, the guilty party, and we take another look at that one-on-one coverage that Gronowski tried to test.
Yep, it is good coverage, but he's got to give him a chance outside here. Give Canyon Bauer a chance to come outside or back, not inside and in. It's a bad miss. Riley Moss wisely keeps his hands off. No question, there was no pass interference as Canyon Bauer went to the turf.
That's quite the person to challenge, one of the best defensive backs in all of college football, who was a 13 All-American last year, Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year in the defensive backfield, as Dustman will send it back to Bruce, who's going to lay off it, let it roll past midfield, takes a South Dakota State bounce, and will finally settle just shy of the 45-yard line. 45-yard punt. It was the 19th punt of the game between these two teams. We've got a rock fight down the stretch here in Iowa. 5-3, 4th quarter.
So, you're at the age now where you may start
Welcome to Subway's biggest refresh yet. They're drafting 12 new subs for their all-new Subway Series menu.
You've never seen subs like this before, Chuck. Meteoric meatiness and Chowtown cheesiness.
Let's go to our panel for more appetizing analysis.
The new Monsters Bacon has consummate, craveable crispiness.
The new boss is a perfect 10.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Grog, thank you for nothing.
The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
It's back, America. Applebee's all-you-can-eat boneless wings, just $12.99.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it, usually, and in it, mostly. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 high-quality products, rigorously tested by us, real-world tested by you, and particularly kind to your wallet.
And Jacorian Bennett really showed up a number of big pass breakups, but he talked about this offseason. He wants to turn some of those pass breakups into interceptions, and didn't necessarily matter today, but as you go through the grueling Big Ten East, he's going to need to make some of those special plays if they want to upset some of the better teams.
But did a nice job keeping Buffalo largely off the scoreboard, just the 10 points.
But we're going to need to be more consistent and, again, find a way to stop being so penalized.
You talk about establishing the run. Roman Hemby had a fantastic game on the ground, rushed for more than 100 yards. What impressed you most about his performance?
Just the consistency. You know, Rome's been doing that all summer. That's why he was the first guy out of the stable with the running backs. He showed today the home run speed that we knew he had. Obviously, the big guys up front, you know, minus the 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, where we need to play lower with better leverage. I thought our backs ran hard today.
How do you make sure you continue to establish this run game and keep that consistent throughout your season?
You know, it starts with the way we practice. You know, when we win Monday through Friday, Saturday, we're usually able to reap the benefits of it. A lot of things to get cleaned up, obviously, first game of the season. So we got to get back, get the things looked at, get things corrected, and get ready for Charlotte.
Congratulations, Coach. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
11 straight wins in non-conference openers now for Maryland. That is the 2nd longest streak in the Big Ten, behind only Michigan State, which extended its streak last night. And again, you guys mentioned, I'm big picture, Howard. I just think you have to be excited if you're Mike Locksley and the Terps. I think it's one of those perfect games, right, if you're a head coach, where, I mean, he mentioned the penalties. They were the 2nd most penalized team in the league last year. It does not seem like they've cleaned that up, at least from the get-go. But lots to build on as well.
And I think that's the important part of it, right? You come away with a victory, but you also are situational things inside the game which you have to get cleaned up. You've talked about the penalties. That's a big part of it because this team still has to be able to take care of itself and be more disciplined.
Rever, you mentioned some of the stats with the defense. Brian Williams, first half, 157 total yards, 95 yards the second half. He made some adjustments. He's getting more and more comfortable in this position. And then Locke's mentioned short yardage pad level with the offensive line. I think he's going to find that in most of the plays, it's not only short yards. They do play high. I mean, they're a good-looking offensive line, and it's hard to keep those guys down low. So that's something else we're going to have to work on.
We talked a lot about the Terps this offseason as a team that has a lot of pieces, and maybe they can scare some teams and take another step forward here in the Big Ten East. And they put some good things on film today. You only have one chance at a first impression, but you heard Coach Locksley say there's certainly some things they can go back and look at film, specifically the penalties, to get cleaned up, to continue to improve this team as they take on a grueling schedule going through the Big Ten East.
Well, they got Charlotte and SMU kind of up here first, but then to your point, their first conference game is at Michigan. So you got some work to do to get ready for the Wolverines, who were awfully impressive today. But again, arrows pointing up here for Maryland. One of the question marks we had when we were in camp was there a bell cow at running back? Tam Fleet-Davis was the guy a year ago. Locke's really excited about Roman Hemby, and you could see why today, including that big 70-yard touchdown run. He's with Megan.
Roman, 114 yards rushing for you on the field. What allowed you to have so much success today?
Just the O-line and preparation. We did a great job getting in the playbook and, watching film, and everything just panned out, and, we stuck to the process. So I feel like that's just a glimpse of what we have potential to do this season.
Coach has spoken to how important it is to consistently get the run game going. What were you able to do today with your fellow running backs in order to keep that consistent?
Just sticking to the plan that we had, point out. We knew that it wasn't going to be perfect the whole game, but, trusting it, and the big runs come, and, you just got to stick to it. So mainly, being young, we just got to prove them wrong and prove the haters wrong, everybody wrong, and that's what we're trying to do. So
thanks so much.
Thank you.
We are getting set for Nebraska taking on North Dakota. There is Trey Palmer, fleet of foot, and we saw it, Jake, in that opener against Northwestern.
It was Casey Thompson's favorite target last week. They came to him early and often. As this Nebraska team looks to get back on track, I'm looking at Trey Palmer to have a breakout game this afternoon.
Transfer from LSU, 8 catches a week ago, and there is Luke Reimer, leader of that defense, Howard.
A tackling machine. He'll have to be a tackling machine once again today. He'll have a lot of opportunities, but I think he's the leader of this defense and really gets them lined up and ready to get after the opposing team.
Led the way with a dozen tackles a week ago, was 5th in the Big Ten in that category a year ago. Less than 16 minutes until they kick it off in Lincoln. In the meantime, we'll catch you up on the rest of the Big Ten action, including Michigan rolling past Colorado State. Highlights from the Big House coming up.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What? When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, lock the door. Why would I lock the door? It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
No one achieves a dream alone. These are the people that made it all possible. I guess you can call this my Hall of Fame. With the right support, any dream is possible. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
Isaiah Garcia Castaneda made his presence felt in a huge way against Northwestern. The transfer emerging onto the scene with 4 receptions and 120 yards against the Wildcats. We'll try to replicate that against North Dakota just over 12 minutes until they kick it off in Lincoln. Let's catch up on the rest of the Big Ten. Colorado State visiting Michigan. Of course, this is Cade McNamara's week to start at quarterback. J.J. McCarthy goes next week against Hawaii. McNamara here to Roman Wilson. That's a way to get 61 passing yards. Wolverines on top 7-0, and they would not look back. The defense was fabulous in this one. Clay Millen is picked off by Rod Moore. Would lead to a Michigan field goal. How about 7 sacks, 11 tackles for loss for Michigan, in addition to forcing a couple turnovers. Blake Corum takes it in for the touchdown. He ran for 76 yards. And then it's DJ Turner's scoop and score here, Jake.
Absolutely. I mean, generating points off of your defense is only going to help this team going forward. The quarterbacks always dominate the narrative, but the defense really showed up today.
They did in a huge way. Wolverines up by 30. They did bring in McCarthy, which was interesting. And McCarthy doing one of the things he does best, and that is showing off his wheels. 51-7, the Wolverines win and win big. Rutgers and Boston College taking advantage of a turnover deep in BC territory. It's Kyle Monagai who punches it in. Rutgers went for 2, didn't get it, so they're down 14-12. Phil Jurkovic, the quarterback for BC, transferred from Notre Dame, his 3rd touchdown pass of the day. Jaden Williams there puts BC back up 21-12, and then it's Al-Shadi Salam for Rutgers. After they had kicked a field goal, they get the touchdown, they get the win, 22-21. How about Rutgers going in and getting a huge victory? What jumps out at you guys in those 2 games?
I think you have to talk about this Rutgers game. Coming in, beating Boston College, this was huge for them, and they were tested. They ran the ball, were physical at the point of attack. They rushed the passer, I believe 8 tackles for loss. 2 sacks critical in that last drive that continued to back this Boston College team up.
How about the Michigan offense? Remember a year ago, all run in non-conference? We talked about that this morning. Today, 206 pass, 234 run. And when J.J. plays quarterback next week, that run game's going to get even better.
The quarterback battle stole all the buzz this week, but remember, going into the offseason, we were wondering how this Michigan defense was going to reload, especially in the pass rush, losing Hutchinson and Ojabo. Today, 7 sacks, 11 tackles for loss. They were extremely disruptive, constantly in the Colorado State backfield, so that should give Michigan fans confidence going forward.
Oh, a dominant defensive performance. I mean, frankly, I think the only thing that wasn't overwhelming was the quarterback play, and as you know, that is going to be the narrative going forward. But, man, they look good.
And I think one of the things coming out of camp that their coaches and players were talking about was the fact that it was so many players that were going to have opportunities to make plays that this could be an overall better defense.
I mean, just the atmosphere at camp, right? I mean, this program has got so much confidence, and it showed today.
Absolutely. I mean, this year, now they're the returning champions, a place they haven't been in before, right. And they answered the call this afternoon.
17-0 now in non-conference home games under Jim Harbaugh. So convincing win for them and a huge win for Rutgers. How about Iowa and South Dakota State? This one, frankly, has not been pretty. 3-3 in the 3rd quarter. Jack Campbell, the preseason Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, a safety. They go up 5-3. Now the 3rd quarter winding down. Iowa with a chance to punch it in the end zone, but LaShawn Williams fumbles. It is recovered by the Jackrabbits. So that kept it at 5-3, but Iowa later got another safety from Joe Evans, so it's 7-3 right now. That's O'Shawn Mathis, the transfer from TCU, better than 30 career tackles for a loss, leading the way for that Nebraska defense as they prepare to take on North Dakota coming up here on the Big Ten Network. They kick it off less than 10 minutes from now. Big picture, guys, this is a huge week, as we know, for Nebraska. They're coming off the loss to Northwestern. They're playing a team that was picked 7th in the Missouri Valley. Yeah. This has to be a good performance.
It has to be a clean performance in all 3 phases of the game. No penalties or a lot of penalties or silly penalties. They just need to go out and execute the game plan, and things will work out.
has to be dominant at the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. These programs should be worlds apart at the line of scrimmage. Let's hope it looks like that.
Whenever adversity strikes, there's a fork in the road. You can either throw in the towel and allow that adversity be your downfall, or you can allow that adversity to band your team together and propel you forward. So this afternoon, it's not about just winning. How do you win? Does the team come together and put out a convincing performance?
The problem for Nebraska has been too much adversity, right? They need to start putting it behind them, and this is the first step toward doing that. Just the second ever meeting between these two, the first since 1961. Brandon Gaudin, Joshua Perry, Rick Pizzo standing by in Lincoln. We'll see you at the half.
Football on the Big Ten Network is powered by Unleaded 88. Home opener for Nebraska as they host North Dakota. Game day here is special. Let's soak in the pregame atmosphere. A special game day atmosphere in Lincoln, and what else is special here is the pregame tunnel walk that's getting ready to take place as we get set to kick off the 100th season of football inside Memorial Stadium. Built back in 1923, and Nebraska today gets set to host North Dakota. Trying to bounce back. A loss last week over in Ireland to Northwestern. The talk all week has been about poise and focus and getting back to 1-1. And Nebraska's fan base certainly ready to see that happen. And with that, we welcome you up to the booth, everybody. Brandon Gaudin alongside Joshua Perry. Well, last week against Northwestern over in Ireland, new offensive coordinator, new quarterback, a lot of new transfers, but unfortunately, Joshua, it was a lot of the same as far as the result goes, a one-possession loss. How will this Nebraska crew bounce back today? That's the big question.
Well, Brandon, I think it started this past week in practice, and Scott Frost told us that he had a very motivated team, an angry team, and a team with a lot of player-led leadership to have a good week in in practice, but when you come out here in this game, you're playing against an FCS opponent, an opponent that you're more talented than. You not only have to win this game, but you have to win it clean and you have to win it big.
Well, if you look at the offense last week, yes, the fourth quarter, which is key, was a struggle. But through the first three quarters, there was a lot to like on the offensive side of the ball.
Starting with the quarterback position in Casey Thompson, a transfer who had to really earn the trust of his teammates on the football field, and he did that by showing a great command of the offense, linking up with the wide receivers, and a lot of leadership over there on the sidelines, which was important. But how about Anthony Grant? And the performance that he had, went for over 100 yards on the ground. And I know that Cornhusker fans want more out of this rushing offense for Nebraska, but 5.3 yards per carry, it seems like a great performance that they can build off of.
On the defensive side of the football, I think there was a little bit of a surprise there because a lot of people thought, they should really handle Northwestern. That wasn't the case. Northwestern racked up 528 yards of offense.
And I think you got to look in the trenches, starting with O'Shawn Mathis, a guy who had a lot of stats at TCU, came in here and really wanted to play right away and make an impact. I think his impact has to come with leadership. We know who Garrett Nelson is on this defensive line, but if they want to get better in the trenches, O'Shawn Mathis is going to have to be a part of that. And then you talk about Luke Reimer on this defense as well, a very productive linebacker. I love the way he plays the game, but his running mate Henrich, is not going to be in the game plan today. He has to show that leadership and a command of this defense because North Dakota has some tricks up their sleeve.
For more on that defense for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, let's go downstairs to Rick Pizzo.
A game planning nightmare. That's how Nebraska DC Eric Shenander described his job this week getting ready for North Dakota. It's not just that North Dakota runs all sorts of trick and gadget plays. They do. But Shenander says they run them out of formations you would never expect them to run them from. So it makes his job that much harder. In his own words, it's a bad deal for his players if he makes the wrong play call, because if they play perfect assignment football, they can't make up for his mistakes. And as Joshua referenced, they will be without the field general, the man in the middle, Nick Henrich, not able to make the defensive calls. Scott Frost hoped to have him available today, but Henrich came out for warm-ups with no pads and a bandaged right wrist. It'll be up to the rest of that defense and the black shirts today to solve North Dakota.
So Nick Henrich unable to make his what would have been 15th consecutive start. As we get the weather here, don't forget to download the brand new Fox Weather app. Temperature comfortable, abundant sunshine, and light winds out of the southwest here in Lincoln today. Over 85,000 strong. Consecutive sellout number 383 here at Memorial Stadium. And North Dakota is ready to receive, and the 100th season here at Memorial Stadium is underway as Brendan Fanke, a lot of juice in that right leg, and he boots it through the back of the end zone. North Dakota, I mentioned they're out of the FCS. They've made the playoffs at that level 3 of the last 6 years, headed up by Bubba Schweigert. And we're going to see a quarterback who's experienced, Tommy Schuster, making his 19th start, and he leads an offense that will dig into their bag of tricks from time to time.
Very unconventional. They want to get the ball out of their hands quick. In the run game, they like to get downhill, but you're right. They have a lot of gadget plays, and I'm sure they're going to have plenty ready for Nebraska.
All 18 of those starts for Schuster were in 2021 because at the FCS level, they didn't play until the spring of 2021 for the COVID season, and then they had another season in the fall. And his first pass is out wide to Bo Belquist, their top receiver, for a short gain of just 1 yard. But he is the guy out wide, but they will spread it around quite a bit.
Yes, and Garrett Mogg is one of those players that you have to look forward to. He's a high-end type of guy, has that big playability, and they're going to be looking for him today in order to gobble up some yards.
A lot of short passes, and Tommy Schuster with that high completion percentage. 65% last year. Schuster on 2nd and 9. Pressure, tries to dump it off, and it's knocked to the ground by Garrett Nelson. who Scott Frost said is the unquestioned leader of that Cornhusker defense.
One of the things we learned this week from Eric Shenander is that he wants his defense to earn the right to rush the passer. Now you have him in a 3rd and long situation. You see Nelson here, high awareness to knock off the tight end on the boot, gets a hand up on the ball there. Now you have a 3rd and long situation. This is where these guys up front get to pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. Wide open backfield there. It's an empty set.
Remember, first game of the season for North Dakota, second for Nebraska. Schuster over the middle, complete. There is Belquist, and he's able to slip free and get a first down. And we talked about it. A lot of missed tackles last week for Nebraska. Another miss there.
One of the points of emphasis this week in practice was how they can tackle better, and it's difficult when you can't be physical all the time, but Coach Shenander talked about leverage and eyes and using your feet, making sure that you're moving your feet on contact. So I know that he's going to be looking out for these plays to be made as this game goes on.
Bo Belquist with a 13-yard gain. He's led the team in catches each of the last 2 seasons, and he has the first 2 receptions here to start out their 2022 season. Handoff to Tyler Huseman, a transfer out of Northern Iowa, brought down by Ernest Hausman after a gain of 5. As we get a look at that Nebraska defense, as we talked about, no Nick Henrich. Who do you like on the defensive side for the Cornhuskers?
Well, Caleb Tanner is a guy who I think has a lot of energy, not only on the field, but within the locker room. Watch his press availability this past week. He was probably one of those guys Scott Frost was talking about as the player leadership and encouraging everybody to take that next step this week.
Again, it's a defense that gave up 528 yards to Northwestern in Ireland last week, something they said they have to improve. After a 5-yard gain, this one not going nearly as far. There's Garrett Nelson showing up again as he tackles Isaiah Smith for a short gain, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
And you see Nelson over here on the defensive line getting in there to make this big play. I mean, this guy, once he gets penetration, he is an absolute difference maker. Now, this 3rd down is going to be different than the last one. You kind of have a little bit of everything going here if you're North Dakota. If you really want to get downhill, probably be tough. But they can throw multiple different pass routes to catch Nebraska off guard here.
On 3rd and 3, they're going to hand it off on the inside, and they will get enough. Right near midfield, Huseman is tackled. Another gain of 5 for the 6-year transfer from Northern Iowa. Tell you what, if you're North Dakota, you come in here in a hostile environment, pretty good to get a couple of first downs on this opening drive.
I think they're executing their game plan the way that they pretty much planned it out. Now, that first 3rd and long, you don't want to be in that situation, but we've seen the quick passes. And like I said, this run game likes to get downhill in a hurry, and that's what they did to get the conversion.
Saw Bubba Schweigert, their head coach. He's been around a long time, 59 years of age, 9th year leading this program, but his first time inside Memorial Stadium, just like it is for every one of his players. Dumping it off underneath, and another missed tackle. So they dropped it off for Red Wilson, and he scampered around for 7 yards on that left sideline. But Bubba Schweigert told us, Joshua, he said, look, we're not just going there to collect a check. We know it's an uphill battle, but we view this as a great opportunity.
He said not much changed in their prep. They did a walkthrough yesterday, probably the biggest difference. The other thing that Bubba Schweigert said to me that stood out is he doesn't believe in game 1 mistakes. There's too much time in training camp to get it cleaned up. He wants his team prepared game 1.
Yeah, that walkthrough, not something they normally do, but let the guys walk on the field yesterday. Didn't want them to be wide-eyed here. Look out, they split Schuster out of the backfield and do a direct snap to Quincy Vaughn. Now, he's the backup quarterback, but they like to use him in a lot of different situations. And here he picks up a first down.
Eric Shenander gave us this nugget, and I thought it was phenomenal. But he said his defense was going to have to be on high alert for formations and personnel groupings. It was going to tell a lot about how North Dakota was going to attack. And so when you see the personnel change on defense, your mind has to shift to be in high alert.
Solid drive right now for the Fighting Hawks. After that last run, Vaughn back off, and Schuster, the quarterback, ready to take this snap on 1st and 10. Sets up all kinds of time, Lundquist just overthrew him by a hair, 2nd and 10.
And this is what North Dakota does. You cross over the 50-yard line, you want to take a shot. And this is part of their game plan. You can almost count on it every time they get across that 50-yard line when they start to creep into the high red zone. Just missed on that pass, but again, this aggressive game plan, North Dakota knows that they're going to have to strike early.
It's been a long, sustained drive. 10th play coming up. We've already seen all 3 backs. This time, Zebarth splits out wide to the left for an empty set. Pressure off the edge, getting rid of it, and then breaking free, Red Wilson. A continuation from last week, another missed tackle. That time, Tommy Hill could not get Wilson to the ground.
You talk about 3 missed tackles already for Nebraska's defense. This is something that they emphasized during the week. The key for this drive is to just get off of the field at this point so you can go back to the sideline and regroup. But I know nobody's happy with that performance so far.
And I said Hill, it was Ernest Hausman, the true freshman, playing in just his 2nd college game, who missed the tackle there on Wilson, 3rd and 6. Hawks 2 for 2 on 3rd down on this drive. This time, not enough space created up the middle. So from here, you're at about a 50-yard field goal. Their kicker, Brady Stevens, does have that leg, or you can go for 4th and 4. What do you think?
I'd get aggressive. I would go for it. I mean, you're on the road. You're an FCS team coming into a hostile environment. This crowd has been loud so far. You have to steal possessions. I think you have to try to maintain possession of the football, stay on the field, and try to get a score out of this drive.
And it looks like that's what they will do. Flag comes in. Looks like a false start.
False start, number 79, offense. 5-yard penalty. It's still 4th down.
Referee Brian Banks, and now from here it would be about a 55-yard field goal, which is getting to the outside of Brady Stevens' range, and instead it looks like the punter, Cade Peterson, is going to come onto the field.
You know, you sustain a long drive like that, you want to end it off with points. I like the decision to try to go for it, but the second best thing here is you get a nice punt, make sure that you can back them up, and then have Nebraska have to travel the full length of the football field.
An experienced punter, Peterson, this is his 5th start, his 173rd career punt. 5th year as a starter, I should say. A little bit of a high snap. And a fair catch inside the 15. Short 24-yard punt. Scott Frost trying to get his team in the winning column after the loss last week.
We on a mission.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners insures your car because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
No one achieves a dream alone. These are the people that made it all possible. I guess you can call this my Hall of Fame. With the right support, any dream is possible. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Today's Built for Success brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. Well, last year and last week, opening drives of both halves, Nebraska pretty good, and they scored against Northwestern. First drive of the first quarter, first drive of the third quarter. And now they'll hope to continue that here today as Scott Frost will bring out Casey Thompson, who threw for over 300 yards last week in that loss. A couple of interceptions in the fourth quarter that proved costly. And they're going to start on the ground, and a great job defensively by North Dakota. Caden White coming in there to hit him for a 1-yard loss. But we mentioned it, Thompson, a couple of interceptions. All in all, though, he showed a lot of good things last week.
He's got really high football IQ, and I think that's a great building point for this offense, a quarterback who knows exactly what he's doing.
Of course, takes over after Adrian Martinez leading the team in not only passing but also rushing the last 3 seasons. And there, a ball that Nate Borkercher should catch. And Borkercher getting the start at tight end. Travis Vokalek out with that ankle injury that he sustained last week.
Vokalek was a big part of the game plan last week until he went out. A phenomenal tight end, great size, sure hands. They're going to be missing him this week.
There he is, not sure what his status will be. He is week to week at this point. 3rd and 11 to the outside, and it's caught by Alante Brown, and he gets a couple extra yards at the end of it. Brown starting to get more involved in the offensive game plan this year.
You see him out there on the outside. You got soft coverage, the corner just kind of sinking, able to hit that soft spot. And last week we saw Nebraska went to the sidelines a ton. Huge part of this game plan. They want to use the width of the field and the length of the field as well.
21 yards on that play. Swinging it out, Trey Palmer. So Palmer getting his first catch after having 8 receptions last week. How about this North Dakota defense? They like to move around and do a lot of different things, don't they?
It's an aggressive defense. They like to bring pressures, and they show multiple looks up front. Sometimes they'll be in a 3-down look. Sometimes they'll be in a 4-down look. So that means communication for Nebraska's offensive line and from the quarterback position.
Faking the handoff to Grant, and a wide pass. Did he bring it in? They're going to say yes. Marcus Washington able to toe tap on that sideline.
You see right here, got that foot down, knee down inside.
No, they actually just, sorry Joshua, they reversed it. The other official came over and said incomplete, but from that look.
It looked pretty good here.
College football's implemented something this year called a quick review, where the replay official up here can buzz down and tell them if it was,
on the field of an incomplete pass is under further review.
But this will not be one of those quick reviews. This is actually where they're going to say that they want Brian Banks to go over and take a look at it himself here. We'll get another look to you momentarily and see if Marcus Washington caught that football. And a good time to welcome in Mike Pereira for the first time today. Mike, what's your take here? Did he get that knee down in bounds?
Yeah, I think the knee is down in bounds. Now it's the element of control when he hits the ground. Does he maintain control of the ball when he hits the ground? And he does, so should be a pretty easy reversal to a catch.
Hey, Mike, by the way, those quick reviews this year in college football, so am I correct that anytime it's even in question that it's not 100% from the replay official upstairs, they're going to bring the official on field over to take a look at it?
Right. It's got to be absolutely obvious that he can change it right away. And also, it does not apply within the last 2 minutes of the second quarter or the fourth quarter, and does not apply on targeting calls.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. Here's Brian Banks.
After further review, the ruling on the field has changed. Number 7 did possess the ball inbounds, and remained possession to the down. It's 1st and 10, Nebraska at the 49-yard line.
So a good catch indeed. Marcus Washington hauling it in for 7 yards to make it 1st and 10.
Pass from Thompson to Washington for 7 yards, 1st and 10 at the 49.
So a fresh set of downs out near midfield. North Dakota had a 6-minute and 12-second drive to start this game, did not get anything out of it. Now off the play fake, a beautiful toss, and there's Marcus Washington again.
It's a really good play design by Nebraska. You really fake that hard downhill run. It was out of a run formation. Then you get an isolation in the back end. Again, Washington sure-handed coming up with that catch, but really good way to take advantage of a defense is going to be on high alert for run in that situation.
Texas transfer just like his quarterback, Casey Thompson. And here is Palmer. And they said with Trey Palmer, with how electric he is, they just want to get him the ball in space.
Absolutely, and you're going to see a lot of that. He could be even a gadget option if it comes down to it in this game, just to find creative ways to make sure he has the football.
Those 8 catches last week, a career high for the LSU transfer. A lot of transfers. This is another Anthony Grant, touchdown Nebraska. 19-yard touchdown run, and you may notice it is different in Lincoln this year. No more release of the red balloons after the first score. A couple somehow found their way into the stadium, but just a couple. That is due to the global helium shortage, and Athletic Director Trev Alberts announced in May that there will be no red balloons being released this year, but still Nebraska on the board on an 87-yard drive, capped off by Anthony Grant with a 19-yard touchdown run.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
After the first Nebraska touchdown dating all the way back to the 1960s, the fans released red balloons. A couple strays made their way in, but by and large, that is banned this year due to the global helium shortage. And Trev Alberts, the athletic director, saying that the university asked him to use the limited helium they do have here on campus for medical purposes. So, unfortunately, this year, that tradition not to be.
It's my first time in this stadium, too, so it's one of the traditions that everybody knows. Sad we didn't get to see the full version of it, certainly, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, understand what's going on right now as the kickoff goes through the end zone, and we go to Chicago and join Dave Revson for a T-Mobile studio update.
Well, Brandon, Iowa got a 7-3 win over South Dakota State. They had a field goal and 2 safeties. Joe Evans causing the second one here as the Hawkeyes do hold on and get a very ugly victory. Guys?
How about that? I mean, the defense looked great, but Iowa's going to have to sort some things out offensively.
Yeah, watched them in training camp. Felt like there were going to be some struggles there on one of their strengths. So rely on defense early if you're the Hawkeyes.
Iowa beat South Dakota State. They are in the same conference as North Dakota and North Dakota State, the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Isaiah Smith carrying it up the middle for a short gain. Let's get you the impact players presented by Auto Owners Insurance.
That's right. For Nebraska's defense, I've got Luke Reimer, talked about him, very productive linebacker. He has to display leadership today. Garrett Nelson, we've seen some of the big plays that he can make, but he needs to be a leader from the D-line. And then a couple of wide receivers for North Dakota, Bo Belquist, Garrett Mogg. Two guys you're going to have to be on high alert for if you're Nebraska to make sure you can contain them.
Yeah, Belquist had 2 receptions on that first drive. Now here on 2nd and 8, there's Belquist again. He is their clear leader at the wide receiver position. He stopped 2 yards shy of the marker. 3rd down and 2 here. They call him Steady Eddie, says he's a football junkie, number 1.
That's what you want. You want a guy out there who's fully invested in football, especially within an offense like this where wide receivers are going to have different responsibilities. They're going to be put into conflict, into a bind every once in a while. You need a guy who knows what he's doing all the time.
But they bring on a little more beef here for 3rd and 2, and Belquist exits. Handing it off. Nebraska getting in the backfield and knocking down the tailback for no gain. And a punt forthcoming. Caleb Tanner got in there, Joshua.
Huge stuff for this Nebraska defense. One of the things you talk about, you miss a tackle, that's fine. Who else is running to the football? Eric Shenander said all of the guys need to be pursuing to the football. You can see a swarm tackle right there. That's a step in the right direction for this Nebraska defense.
Garrett Nelson, who's been so disruptive already here in the first quarter. He was the first wave to get there. Tanner helped clean it up, and boy, that punt was tipped. And it's going to die right around midfield. What a good start for Nebraska. Now that ball was picked up, and then North Dakota claiming that they jarred it free. We're going to have to take another look, but they are saying Nebraska ball on just a 19-yard punt after the tip.
Going on the field is the ball is not touched by the receiving team. It's 1st and 10.
One of the issues with this Nebraska team has been the special teams that time. We got really good play, block a punt, and then this right here, you can't have it.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to take another look at this, but Wyatt Lever for Nebraska, a little bit of a mistake to even try to pick that up. We'll see when we get back.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What? When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners insures your car. Because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
network.
Well, that will be Nebraska ball, but an interesting play. Mike Pereira, what did you see here?
Well, I see that number 85 for Nebraska is
ruling
not
that the
really
punt
smart.
was untouched by the receivers is under further review.
They're going to review this, at least at this portion of here, when Nebraska player and the player from North Dakota actually possess the ball. They end up with it simultaneously to me and go to the ground. So since it is a kick, if it's deemed to be simultaneous possession, then in fact it would go to the receiving team. That would be Nebraska. Very interesting play. Not sure what they can do with this in replay other than keep the ball with Nebraska.
Well, I'm just getting the slow look at it now. It looks like Mike Lever, the player for Nebraska, his left hand may have touched it just an eyelash before, but boy, it's hard to tell.
But even if it did, so it would make the ball be live, but he possesses the ball jointly to me with the North Dakota player. So then it just would convert to something being simultaneous possession of the kick, which would leave it in the hands of Nebraska, unless I'm missing something here.
Okay, Mike. Here's the ruling from Brian Banks.
The ruling on the field that number 85 touched the ball and retained possession throughout the end of the down is confirmed. It'll be first down, Nebraska.
So it is confirmed, Nebraska football. But an interesting play and a lesson for Wyatt Lever. Really no reason for him to be near that ball.
No reason for him to be near that ball. Urban Meyer used to say, you block a punt 90% of the time, you're going to win the football game. But when you block a punt, you got to know what to do afterwards. If it's behind the line of scrimmage, scoop and score. If it goes past the line of scrimmage, get away from it.
It was Javen Wright, by the way.
Unless they were trying to say.
Who got his hand on that punt. It was not a block punt statistically, though, because it did go forward for 19 yards. And speaking of going forward, a deep pass incomplete, but here's a flag. Trey Palmer tried to bring it down, and they say Devin Hembry might have gotten there a touch early for the defense.
You know, I absolutely love this out of Nebraska offensively. I mean, you have one of those plays that can really take the wind out of the sails. A bad special teams play. You've had plenty of them before.
Number 23, defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Scott Frost says, doesn't matter that we had a bad play. Let's regain the momentum. Go for a shot toward the end zone. I think that does a lot for the sideline.
And it's going to move the football inside the 40-yard line. Scott Frost, in his 5th year, hoping his team can get up early here and get a decisive victory after that frustrating loss last week to open the season and dropped 0-1. Thompson is hit. He lost the ball. A scrum. And they say North Dakota has it. Coming out of the pile with a football, Devin Gronowski.
Ruling on the field was a fumble recovered by the defense. It's first down, North Dakota.
And North Dakota has the football right back.
You see right here, you put your face on the football, it pops out. Casey Thompson has to have awareness. Hold on to that football. It's going to be North Dakota ball coming back.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto owners insures your car because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Nebraska a little out of sorts after they lost possession. Casey Thompson got hit by Ben McNabo and fumbled the football.
See McNabo lined up on Prohaska. It's a good bull rush, arm over to come underneath, and then Casey Thompson, without the awareness in the pocket to see the pressure coming, loses the football again. Put your face on the ball and good things happen defensively.
So now the Hawks, good field position starting out here at the 45. Schuster escapes and has nowhere to go, just gets rid of it. Let's go down to Rick.
Brandon, the turnover that Nebraska just committed may be the least of the Huskers' worries. After Casey Thompson fumbled and left the field, he went directly into the red medical tent right behind the Nebraska sidelines. He is in there right now. Scott Frost adjusting and speaking with the offensive line. A lot of conversation this week about what North Dakota does. They switch between 3-4, 4-3. The word at the offensive line is they have to do a better job of picking up assignments when North Dakota stunts and brings a blitzer from an unconventional position.
Yeah, they gave up 2 sacks at offensive line last week against Northwestern. That's the first one surrendered here this afternoon. And now on 2nd and 10 underneath to Hoosman out of the backfield. And he stumbles forward for only a yard, so that'll bring up 3rd down and 9.
Big 3rd down here for Nebraska. You want to bring pressure, but you also have to make sure that you keep the quarterback contained. Schuster just showed us on this drive that he's a guy who has some legs if he needs to use them, but this is a big situation to shift the momentum for the Cornhuskers. Looks like they're going man-to-man coverage.
They need 9 yards. Pressure, trying to set up a screen, and that's going nowhere. Isaiah Smith caught it, but he was met by a slew of defenders, including who else but number 44, Garrett Nelson. Rick, what else do you have?
Quick update for you on Casey Thompson, and it's good news for the Huskers. Out of the tent as quickly as he went in, got a quick drink of water, and looks absolutely no worse for the wear.
That is good news indeed for the Texas transfer making his 2nd start in a Nebraska uniform. And a good response.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 3:11. 3:11.
Good response by that Nebraska defense after the sudden change.
Nebraska got into man-to-man so they could bring some pressure. Again, a great opportunity to capitalize on, to shift that momentum back in your direction.
Peterson ready to boot it away. This time no pressure. Short punt and coming up to take it, Garcia Castaneda. So Nebraska, the turnover, the offense so will return to the field in just a moment.
Auto Owners insures your car, because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Impact Players brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance.
Anthony Grant, you saw him at running back earlier on making an explosive play. How about Isaiah Garcia Castaneda, an explosive performance a week ago. Then you got Jalen Johnson from North Dakota, really good defensive lineman. C.J. Siegel, best cover guy on this North Dakota defense.
They're going to need him today because Thompson going to put it in the air, but here incomplete. There's a flag though, and this might be a late hit. So Thompson took the sack. Here he gets hit late.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Number 44, defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic, 1st down.
That's an easy call.
The rules today are to protect the quarterback, which I think is a good thing. So as a defender, you have to understand when to pull up. The ball is coming out of his hands. It's not worth getting that extra shot in.
That's Devin Gronowski, who is the leader of that Hawks defense. Led the team last year with 68 tackles, preseason all-conference, but a mental mistake there.
Be on high alert for this bunch at the bottom of the screen.
Now they shift Washington over to the other side. Flag after the handoff, short gain with a flag down on the field.
Illegal shift. More than 2 players moving at the snap. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
So that'll put Scott Frost's crew behind the sticks here.
Decline. It's 2nd down.
Well, later tonight, Maddie Kubik leads number 2 Nebraska primetime matchup with Ole Miss. Women's volleyball powered by and led at 88. That's tonight at 8 Eastern on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. You may have heard, but they declined the penalty, so 2nd down and 10 coming up. And you see in the backfield, along with Thompson, is A.J. Allen. That is a true freshman running back. One of 5 running backs listed on the depth chart that they're hoping to get touches for today. He had 3 carries last week.
Allen is a player that a lot of people around this Nebraska program are excited about. They're hoping that he can really grow into the position throughout the season.
Yeah, they have high expectations, native of Monroe, Louisiana. But this time, Thompson looks to pass, and he's sacked again. 2 sacks here in the opening quarter. And once again, Ben McNaboe getting to the quarterback for that North Dakota defense.
This was the game plan for North Dakota's defense, coming in, get as much pressure as you possibly can. You see a little overload, a couple guys over the edge there, and just a bust in the pass protection. You can't leave your quarterback out there like that. He's been hit already, went into the tent. Have to make sure offensively things are cleaned up on that offensive line.
And McNaboe had help from Ted Mullen. Both of them got in there for a 10-yard loss, so now 3rd and 20. And handing it off, there is A.J. Allen, but he's not going to get near enough. A gain of 11. So Nebraska's sort of conceding this possession, and they will punt it away.
And one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is the center for Nebraska, Trent Hickson. This is his first year playing that position. And the center is really the quarterback of that offensive line. So for him, this time on the sideline is imperative. He's got to make adjustments. He's got to listen to coaching. But ultimately, he's the one setting the protections and making sure his quarterback stays clean.
Brian Buschini, another transfer who was great against Northwestern, back to punt it away. And a fair catch called for around the 15-yard line. So North Dakota is from Grand Forks, North Dakota, and Grand Forks, North Dakota is a straight shot pretty much directly up I-29. 552 miles if you hop in the car from Lincoln.
You want to make the drive?
I'm good.
Okay.
And no disrespect to Grand Forks, but the action's right here today.
I got you.
And it's a school, though, as I mentioned, that they've had a football team for a long time. They joined the Missouri Valley a couple of years ago, but they've been FCS for a while. They bumped up from Division II some time ago. And Phil Jackson, of course, Hall of Fame coach among their notable alumni.
The Zen Master.
The Zen Master. A lot of rings on his hands. And a handoff and disrupted in the backfield right away. Tyler Hoosman was immediately hit by Ty Robinson and could never really work his way back for a gain. And they'll say 2nd and 10.
You know, it's a double edge right now for this Nebraska defense. I love the penetration they're getting up front. Very disruptive, but they're not finishing those tackles. Again, a point of emphasis for this team, but over the course of the game, I expect them to get better at those point of attack tackles.
Ty Robinson, 3rd-year starter from Gilbert, Arizona.
Got motion coming in. I'd be prepared for that tight end to come back across the formation.
And Tommy Schuster fakes a handoff and throws it complete, spinning forward. There's Belquist again. He has been the weapon offensively, and he's got another first down with a gain of 12.
And you see it's basically a split zone RPO. You get that void right there on the second level of the defense. That's what the quarterback is reading, and it's an easy pitch and catch.
4th reception for the junior, who stayed in his home state to play his college ball, and now flags here with 8 seconds left in the first quarter.
Offside, number 0, defense. 5-yard penalty. It's still first down.
So give them 5 free yards here with likely one final play remaining in the opening frame.
end of the first quarter.
Instead, the clock will wind down to zeros, and North Dakota showing pretty well, but it's Nebraska in their home opener, leading 7-0 after one quarter.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Football on the Big Ten Network is powered by Unleaded 88, the clean-burning fuel choice that's engine smart, earth kind. 100th season of football here at Memorial Stadium opened October 23rd, 1923. And it's listed as a capacity of 85,000, but when they're looking the other way, the fire code folks, they get 90,000 in here, and that's what we have today.
90,000 strong, a very infectious environment around here. You can feel the energy. Again, my first time in this building, and I was really looking forward to it, and so far it's been a treat.
North Dakota, though, through 15 minutes, certainly holding their own, and they've got a 1st and 5 here, only down 7-0. Off the play fake, here comes pressure. It's Nelson again, and Schuster is just going to have to get rid of it. Garrett Nelson has been all over the backfield.
North Dakota does not have an answer for him. He is a guy, again, that you want to take the lead on that defensive line, and it was actually a great thing that he disrupted that play. Schuster was looking for a shot downfield, didn't have a chance to read what the secondary was doing. This pass rush is really important for the success of the defense overall.
Keep in mind, this defense did not have a single sack last week against Northwestern. They said that's something they want to change today, but they do not have a sack yet. And North Dakota, because of that first long drive, really controlling the time of possession. And off Tyler Hoosman slipping through. Nice run. And staying on his feet all the way out to the 43 for a gain of 11.
Bubba Schweigert told us that Tyler Hoosman was more of the downhill running back when they want to get those tough yards up inside. He's the guy that they go to defensively for Nebraska. Again, the personnel is big in this game. When he's back there, I'm thinking, okay, downhill run, let's get set and let's fill those gaps.
Mentioned he's a 6-year guy, transfer from Northern Iowa. A lot of experience under his belt.
This two-back look, it's either run or they're going to take a shot out of this.
Schuster so far, 8 for 11. Now a 9th completion to Red Wilson. 3rd catch of the game for Red Wilson.
Brandon, Joshua, I have to tell you, I know there's 90,000 here, but it has gotten awfully quiet as North Dakota starts to mount a little bit of a drive here in the second quarter. I was just standing by the North Dakota sidelines, and they look calm. They look confident. This was Nebraska coach's fear. You don't let a team like this hang around. They pointed out how many of these FCS teams over the past 15 years, dating all the way back to Appalachian State, have gone to places that no one thought they would win and done exactly that. This is the time right now that Erik Chinander's defense needs to step up and make a play to turn the momentum back in the home team's favor.
Only one win against an FBS team in their program's history. That was 7 years ago against Wyoming. As a flag comes flying in here after a short game, but enough for a first down unless it is against the offense. Brian Banks just trying to make sure he has the right information here.
Personal foul, face mask, number 79, offense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's still second down.
That's against Peyton Loitis.
88 can stay in the game as his helmet came off to do the foul.
And that's the fourth penalty on North Dakota.
You can see right there just ripping a helmet off, a play that doesn't belong in the game of football. Backs up this North Dakota offense.
That's the helmet of Colton Feast that came flying off there. So now back him up, 2nd and 17. Schuster is going to flip it out wide, and that is Vaughn, the backup quarterback. Mentioned they like to use him in a number of ways, so he ran one earlier. Here he's on the receiving end, Joshua.
He's lining up everywhere as well. You see him in there tight like a tight end, comes across the formation, split out wide, sneak him out to the flat. A lot of difficult concepts to pick up if you're Nebraska's defense, but a lot of tells as well just based off of some of the formations and the personnel.
3rd and 11 here. Empty set. Nebraska only rushes 3. Incomplete. Schuster put it on the numbers. But Garrett Mogg, one of your impact players who does not have a catch in this game, could not bring that one in, and they'll have to punt.
A lot of times these defenses, you get an empty set, you have a check for it. Nebraska's check was to drop 8 guys, make sure that you can eat up those windows. You know you're probably not going to get to the quarterback. The ball's got to come out quick so you can at least make the picture cloudy for him.
Garcia Castaneda back deep, ready to receive the punt from Peterson. Almost getting home again. And that is going to hit and go into the end zone for a touchback. 59-yard punt, but only a net of 39 for North Dakota and Cade Peterson.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver. No, we over-deliver. And we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations. And at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Well, next Saturday, we're all Big Ten all morning. Dave, Jerry, Howard, and Nicole preview every matchup. Mike and Tyvis, they'll deliver all the fun from Columbus. Big Ten Tailgate presented by Buffalo Wild Wings next Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern on the Big Ten Network. And for the biggest Nebraska experience, there's no plus like home. The Big Ten Plus app powered by Big Ten Network. That's your home for your favorite Cornhuskers content. Download and subscribe now.
Looks like single coverage over here for North Dakota.
They're going to hand it off with Nebraska. Grant trying to get to the outside. And Grant lowering the shoulder. That's a running back who had 2 touchdown runs and over 100 yards a week ago. They've got high hopes for that JUCO transfer.
And if North Dakota's going to sit over there and try to play some of that single coverage, you could take advantage of it in the run game. One guy is out of a gap, and the next thing you know, it's a big play.
I mentioned Nebraska with 5 different running backs that they list on their depth chart, but they say so far Anthony Grant has separated himself as the #1 back, and he showed that last week. Gets another carry here out across the 30-yard line. But with all these transfers, and you throw in a new offensive coordinator in Mark Whipple, who was the OC for the Pitt Panthers the last 3 years, there's just a lot of new moving parts for Nebraska.
And Mark Whipple didn't have a natural tie to Nebraska. There wasn't a coaching history between him and Scott Frost, coming from 2 different systems. So there's been a collaboration that's also a work in progress for this team.
He talked about all the new verbiage that he had to learn. And as you're saying, with Scott Frost being an offensive guy, you merge those 2 systems. That's tough on a quarterback. That's tough on a play caller. Tough on a lot of different people.
Mark Whipple has had to learn new terminology. Casey Thompson comes in as a transfer. He's learning 2 offensive systems, kind of the Scott Frost system and then the Mark Whipple system. So certainly a lot of changes. And again, it's not going to be perfect up front, but what you want is to execute the things that you do have installed.
And last week got off to a great start. And it was the 4th quarter really where they had the offensive issues and some defensive issues. Right now the offense still trying to find its footing here in the home opener. But the first 3 possessions started off well, then the fumble on the sack and the punt. This is drive number 4 here. They're facing a 3rd and 4. Eight more plays for North Dakota. Thompson throws complete, first down. And there's Nate Borkercher getting the start for the injured Travis Vokalek. He dropped one earlier. That's his first catch of the day.
Borkercher is a big target, so that's what you like as a quarterback, and it was a great job out of Casey Thompson. You're getting a blitz, so you got to find where the void comes in the defense. Borkercher sitting down right there, and they get the connection.
Former walk-on, didn't really have any offers out of high school, Borkercher. And only a couple of receptions last year, and that's his first here in 2022. Handoff, and there is Grant again. Grant almost broke it, but it is good enough for 12 yards and a first down.
You talk about Grant being able to earn the lion's share of the carries. That run is the reason why, because it's not perfect, and you got to break a couple of tackles. You're a guy who's going to have to put your foot in the ground and make a few cuts. Get some extra yards on the run, and that's valuable to this offense.
Grant on this drive alone, 30 rushing yards, and right now an injury on the side of North Dakota, and we'll step aside as Casey Schultz is down.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Next Saturday, wall-to-wall action. 8 games here on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app, including Iowa, Iowa State. What a game that should be at 4 Eastern, 3 Central. Go to btn.com/gamefinder to find more info and for the game in your area. Going to be a fun weekend. And a great day here in Lincoln. Beautiful weather. And Nebraska got the opening drive touchdown. Then they kind of lost their footing a bit, but now here a sustained drive. 2nd and 9 coming up.
Getting into an offensive flow, and it's something the coaching staff talked about with us, but mixing in that run and that pass, it was something that wasn't done as well a week ago.
Brandon Gaud, Joshua Perry, Rick Pizzo, Mike Pereira, our rules analysts back in the studio. Casey Thompson has hit on 6 straight passes. This time he wants to use the legs. And it's a pretty good decision. Steps out of bounds after picking up the first.
With North Dakota, this aggressive defense, the whole line of scrimmage collapses over to the offense's right side. Thompson just pulls that ball down. A great decision for him. Get as many yards as you can. Don't try to force a throw. When it's wide open like that, take all the green grass.
He did have a rushing touchdown last week. There, a gain of 14 yards. And now flags fly here, a false start.
False start, number 69, offense. 5-yard penalty, but still first down.
That's on Turner Corcoran, starting left tackle last year. This year he's moved inside to guard.
It's a tough spot to be at for him, too. I mean, 6'6" playing guard. It's not a little man in there. And so there's some nuances that come along with moving from outside to inside. These guys are still trying to pick up on.
A lot of big bodies. The lightest guy up front is Brock Bando at 295. So back him up 1st and 15. And this is A.J. Allen pushing the pile forward, getting the 5 yards back. And the true freshman, they say he is all business. Same facial expression, but they really like what they have in him. Going to split him out wide here. Thompson swings it out. Omar Manning didn't play last week, was injured, recovering from a concussion, so that's his first catch of the season.
They're excited about the return of Omar Manning, just another playmaker to integrate into this offense. You want to give your quarterback, Casey Thompson, as many options to go to, so he's going to become a bigger and bigger part of this game plan as things go along.
Casey Thompson has now hit on 7 consecutive passes, but facing a 3rd and 7 here.
It's an odd formation. You got 4 guys into the boundary.
Thompson over the middle, and it's almost intercepted. Boy, Aaron Cooper, transfer from Cal Poly, stepped in front and almost picked it off.
You can see Cooper just read it the whole way as well. This great play out of him. You get in these crossers, you want to make sure that you're disciplined with your eyes. Almost stepped right in front of it, too. Nebraska caught a lucky break right there.
Intended again for Manning. So Casey Thompson, he steps off, and on comes Timmy Bleekrode. Transfer from Furman, who is at the FCS level like North Dakota is. But he's going to pull this to the left from 37 yards. No good. He did not have a field goal attempt last week. He hit all 4 of his extra points, but his first field goal try under the guidance of Scott Frost is no good.
We on a mission.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
With insurance from auto owners, you can relax knowing we got you covered. That's simple human sense.
Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
I should do this for a living.
Scott Frost's crew leading, but maybe a little closer than he was hoping for with 7:04 left in the second quarter. Joshua Perry, Brandon Gaudin. So, look, the coaches talked about the longer you let a team like North Dakota hang around and believe, the scarier it gets. Well, they're hanging around right now.
North Dakota could not have scripted this any better. The amount of plays that they've come up with both offensively and defensively stand out to you. But if I'm Nebraska right now, there's a player on that sideline who can take control of this game. Grab the guys, get them together, tell them, we are better than this, and go out and execute it.
Tommy Schuster at quarterback. He's going to flip it out to Isaiah Smith, and Smith stumbles backwards toward the line to gain for a pickup of 10. He's a running back who was their backup last year, but they want him to be the go-to guy this season, and he does pick up the first down.
You know, you talk about leadership going back to the last point. I mentioned Luke Reimer is a guy who's typically quiet. Like, this is the perfect time for him to emerge as a defender. Casey Thompson, even though he's new and he had to gain the trust of his teammates, he should be on everybody on the offensive side of the ball, making sure that they're all aligned in the same direction.
Tommy Schuster, the third-year starting quarterback, off the play fake, going to set up a screen and tackled forward as Stephon Wynn knocked down Garrett Mogg for a gain of 4.
These are the types of plays that North Dakota loves, and you get the defense going to one side of the field, turn back around, flip it to the other side. Guys are gassed. They're not understanding what they're seeing. It makes them hesitant. They're playing a little bit slower defensively. I've been in those situations as a player where you start to not trust what you're seeing and what happens in action, and that's the worst spot to be on the football field.
Second down and 6 with just inside of 6 minutes left here in the opening half. Inside run, there's Smith again, breaking loose across midfield. A solid run and a solid drive developing for the Hawks.
And you see defensively for Nebraska, Luke Reimer trying to read the play, jumps back outside, misses through an arm tackle. Also defensively for Nebraska, you had Buford back there coming on the blitz, and he wasn't able to get home. When you send an extra player, you have to make sure you capitalize on that opportunity. Nebraska didn't do it on that last one.
Reimer on the Butkus Award watch list. Top award given every year to a linebacker across the country. That last play, 19 yards, was the longest of the day for North Dakota. And now this time, Schuster's going to tuck it and run and reach the 40.
We've seen Schuster a couple of times now pull that football down when there was nothing going on, get the yards in front of him. As a defense, you have to change your pass rush plans when you have a quarterback that has that athletic ability. Maybe it's a twist inside, maybe it's telling those guys on the outside, don't get too high, but you have to guard against that.
Hoosman is going to fall forward and have the first down. You know, they told us about Tommy Schuster, Joshua, that he was a very quiet but calm and collected customer at quarterback. And I'll say, pretty impressed with him so far.
Calm and collected customer at quarterback. I like the alliteration there. You know, he's been very good so far, and his coaching staff talked about it too. It's probably not the perfect quarterback you would build. Doesn't have the ideal height, doesn't maybe have the ideal athletic skills, but a guy who's figured out the game from a mental aspect and has grown into a leadership role as well.
You saw where he ranks in North Dakota history, climbing the record books.
Looks like it might be a little man-to-man.
They're going to hand it off, and it's Red Wilson, the receiver, getting the carry at running back, and he'll pick up 3 yards. Well, this drive, North Dakota's done it on the ground. 45 yards rushing on this drive.
North Dakota, again, is a team that wants to get it started by spacing out the passing game, going horizontally more than vertically at times, but when they get in that run game, it attacks you downhill. The interior of the defense has to be prepared to handle it.
Bubba Schweigert's crew, even though they haven't scored, picking up a little confidence. You got backup quarterback Quincy Vaughn in there, so they split out the starter Schuster, but flags fly before the snap.
False start. Number 74, offense. 5-yard penalty. It's still second down.
But for Nebraska's D, some missed tackles have been an issue again.
And it was the same thing last week. Couldn't come down with the tackles. The first guy to get to the ball has to make sure he's getting them down. But if he doesn't, he has to make sure he has proper leverage to spill it to the other guys that are pursuing to the football. Eric Shenander talked about the challenges of being a defensive coach and making sure that you can have a great tackling team. You don't get a ton of reps at it anymore, but this Nebraska team has to capitalize on every play out here in game time.
Schuster, that pass is deflected. Caleb Tanner coming in and getting a hand on that thing and making it third down.
A huge play for Tanner right there. And you can see him right here on the screen. We're going to watch this pass rush. Gets up the field, a nice dip, and then he matches the hand. That's actually really good technique right there, to get your hand up to the quarterback's hand. He gets the full paw on the football, and now you force a 3rd and long situation where you can pin your ears back again. I might expect a little bit of pressure from Nebraska here.
They just bring 4, and the pass is complete. Close to the first down. Marcus Preston, his first catch. And it looks like they might give it to him. And they do say first down. 12 yards, just enough to move the chains. 12 yards for number 12, Marcus Preston. So a huge conversion. And now we're inside here 2.5 minutes. If North Dakota could get some points out of this, they got to be feeling really good.
And one thing I'm seeing from Nebraska's defense right now pre-snap is that guys aren't getting lined up quickly. You can see some hands raising as if they're trying to communicate their way through this. Eric Shenander talked about his secondary, how there are some players back there that are new to this system. And communication was going to be imperative, especially against an offense like this. So this is where it becomes critical, because North Dakota's been known to take shots right here in the high red zone. They want to go right for the end zone.
It's a drive that's now over 5 minutes. Remember their first drive of the game for North Dakota, it lasted over 6 minutes, but they didn't get any points out of it. Now they're going to take a timeout.
North Dakota. That's their first charge timeout of the half. This will be a full.
We'll step aside. 1:43 left in the half.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Well, coming up, stick around for the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups halftime report. Dave, Jerry, Howard, Brock, you see him there breaking down the first half as well as all the other games going on across the Big Ten. And Jake Butt in there. Excuse me, not Brock Vereen.
Jake Butt, Michigan Wolverine, but he's also a great Central Ohioan. I've known him for a long time, and I'm glad he's on the Big Ten Network team.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, as is my partner Joshua Perry. And look at that time of possession, more than 2-1 for the Hawks here in the first half. They've got 49 rushing yards on this drive, but here they're going to the air. A little pitch and catch, close to another first down to Garrett Mogg, the third-year captain at wide receiver. And they will give him the first. Been an impressive drive for Schuster in this offense.
I think it's been a pretty good mix of plays. The run has heavily been in there, but when they've taken the chances throwing the football, they've gotten some nice conversions. North Dakota has to be extremely satisfied with what they've been able to put out on the field today. In these games, you want to make it as sticky as possible, and they're achieving that right now.
We talked about Schuster, not a big guy, generously listed at 6 foot, maybe a little under that. Doesn't throw a lot of passes downfield. But they've been dinking and dunking with success. Here's the 11th play of the drive. That one not going anywhere. Isaiah Smith got met quickly by Caleb Tanner.
You see the difference in this defense from when they're aggressive and they're disruptive up front. When they make contact and they're able to sustain it and get the tackles, the outcomes are a lot better than when things are...
Timeout, Nebraska. That's their first charge timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So now you get to the cat and mouse game here at the end of the half, and Scott Frost is going to take a timeout. Back in 30.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with lead.
Tonight on Big Ten Network.
So Scott Frost taking that timeout. 54 seconds left. Each team with 2 timeouts remaining.
See Nebraska in this too-high shell. It's easier to play cover 2 in the red zone because the safeties are so close to the line of scrimmage.
Faking the give to Hoosman, and now rolling out. He's got an option. He'll keep it. Will Schuster. Boy, almost dropped that football as he was met by Ernest Hausman, the true freshman. And another timeout.
Nebraska. That is their second charge timeout of the half.
We'll step aside for another 30 seconds and be right back.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with lead.
Big Ten Network.
And now North Dakota facing a 3rd and 8, Joshua.
Nebraska defensively should come after this one. I'd apply pressure right here. I'm expecting pass. Quite frankly, I'm thinking North Dakota's in 4-down territory. I'm not settling for a field goal here. They have nothing to lose coming into this stadium.
They just converted a 3rd down and 12 a few moments ago. Got that bunch set to the top of your screen, but they're going the other direction. Belquist able to haul it in, but he is short, and now it's decision time. You got a 4th and 2.
Timeout, Nebraska. That is your 3rd and final timeout of the half.
We're going to dissect it when we get back. 30-second break yet again.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with lead.
Tuesday on Big Ten Network.
And it looks like North Dakota will have the offense out there, 4th and 2.
And I believe Vaughn is in the game at quarterback, so the game plan changes here. I might expect quarterback run.
It is Quincy Vaughn. Now, will they try to just draw him off, or will they actually snap it? And now, timeout.
North Dakota. And your second charge timeout in the half.
And tell me if you've heard this before, but we'll take the quick timeout with it.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with lead.
Only on Big Ten Network.
The offense staying out there. Remember, North Dakota still 1 timeout left if they want to try to bluff again.
It's difficult as a player. You see the new personnel grouping, although they're back to Schuster. They're barking at you. It's hard to hold your water. It's a good job out in Nebraska, but they have to be on high alert right here because North Dakota's going to run something.
13 plays on this drive and 4 total timeouts taken on this drive. Will they snap it? Yes, they're going for it. Underneath, caught. And Tommy Hill makes the tackle, but he got enough, it appears, for the first down. Tackled right near the line to gain. They signaled Nebraska ball, but I think it's 1st and goal. He got it by about a half a yard. Yes.
The ruling on the field is a 1st down.
Yeah, they signaled Nebraska ball, but they corrected it, and North Dakota picks it up.
Nebraska's defense has to reset right here. You were just celebrating. Got to reset and play ball.
Out of the gun, inside of 30 seconds. Handoff up the middle. No signal. They say he's short. Tyler Hoosman.
Clock is running.
Yep, and you got to be careful. They're going to take a timeout. They're also going to have to look at this. He may have gotten in.
Timeout, North Dakota. That is your 3rd and final timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Let's take a look here.
I think he's in.
I think he is, too.
No question.
I don't see any part of his body down there on the turf. He's able to stay up. Looks like his backside stays up.
And remember, if you are laying on a defender, you're not down. Let's welcome in Mike Breer. Do you agree, Mike, that this looks like a touchdown? We don't have the audio right now with studio for Mike, but again, as he's rolling over the defender, if his knee is not on the ground, it's on a body, he's still up.
You know, now you're looking for an elbow or a wrist. Does anything go down there? But to me, it seems that he's just on top of defenders right now. See if we get another angle. so we can see if that elbow maybe went down before the ball crossed the threshold. It looks like that wrist might have been down. It's hard to tell, though.
I still think he's in.
The ruling on the field that the run is short of the end zone is under further review.
See, that's something, though, I think they've got to get better at is if you're going to review that, great, but you could have been to it 30 seconds ago to start taking a look at it.
Get to it now, for sure.
That's easier said than done, and this is a good crew, and the crew up here in the booth, the replay official, also very good.
Now, from a player's perspective, this isn't the worst thing ever. You get to press pause, you get to reset, maybe draw something up in the dirt with all this time that you've had, but just for the pace of the game, of course, you'd like to see that happen a little bit quicker.
So if it's not a touchdown, you got 17 seconds and no timeouts, and you're going to be at the 1-inch line. And it would be 2nd and goal.
Get you one more look at this. Again, trying to see. Elbows down right about there. From this angle, it's impossible to tell for us if that ball crossed the threshold or not. I mean, it's one of those bang-bang plays. You know, whatever's called on the field is going to be really important in this ruling here.
Yeah. Certainly from that angle, you cannot overturn it. You need something more definitive down the line.
And generally, there are multiple angles that we don't have access to that the review team does, so they're able to get the best looks at it.
We are showing you everything we have. And again, from that angle, it's tough without a look directly down the chalk.
That's what you would like, is that down the line angle just to be able to tell.
Now, here's the down the line look. It's just hard to tell when the elbow hit. It's one of those where I think he got in, but will they say that they're 100% sure that he got in? Brian Banks has the verdict.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It's 2nd down.
Okay, so now if you're North Dakota, you have no timeouts. Can you run the ball here and get 2 plays out of it?
If you're efficient, yes, it's going to be difficult. What I would maybe do is bring them all in tight if I'm North Dakota and try to run a flipper play. If I see those linebackers are all in tight, there's nobody over the edge, maybe you can flip it to the outside and beat them to the pylon. It's dangerous with the athleticism of Nebraska. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to move all those bodies inside.
This has been a long drive. It has eaten up 20 minutes on a real clock. Let's see what they do. Faking the run, they're going to pass it, and it works to perfection. Over the top and into the hands of Adam Zavalny. And North Dakota scores with 13 seconds left in the half.
It's that old school football right there. You sneak the tight end back behind the linebackers. In the safeties, they get your mouth foaming. They give you the illusion of run. You know there's only a half an inch to go. They sneak a tight end right behind you. Very effective play call. Great design by North Dakota.
You think about that drive, 16 plays, almost 7 minutes. They converted a 3rd and 12, and they converted a 4th and 2.
Exactly the way they would want to have it. I'm not exactly sure they could have drawn that up better.
Extra point good, and they leave only 13 seconds on the clock. North Dakota coming into Memorial Stadium and making a first half statement. And Schuster finding his tight end Zavalny. We are all even.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
Scott Frost in a familiar position, a close game. Now, we're not even to halftime yet, but certainly Nebraska the heavy favorite against an FCS opponent. North Dakota with a score, and we are all tied at 7 apiece.
One of the things I talked about at the top of this broadcast is if you're Nebraska, you can't just win this game. You can't win it ugly. You have to win this game looking phenomenal in terms of your technique and your execution, and also by a pretty wide margin. And as it sits right now, there are going to have to be a lot of halftime adjustments in order for that to occur.
And they'll do a fair catch with 13 seconds left. So, look, I said it, Joshua, there's still 2 quarters left in this game. It's not over. But Scott Frost, after the loss last week, 5-21 in one-possession games. The folks here in Lincoln, they're starting to get a little frustrated with the product. We'll see. The second half's going to have to be better.
Second half will be imperative. Again, go and make adjustments. You have to get the guys sat down, show them what they did wrong, show them what they can do better. But I think this is a great situation for leaders in the locker room to take a hold of this thing. This is not just going to be coach up in the front of the locker room telling everybody they have to be better. The leaders have to show everybody it means something to them.
In just a moment, Rick will be talking with Scott Frost as he exits the field. But there are some boos raining down here at Memorial Stadium. Not the first 30 minutes that this sea of red was hoping to witness. North Dakota, a spectacular drive to end the half of 16 plays, almost 7 minutes to tie this game. And North Dakota had the football for 20 minutes and 38 seconds in that first half. Let's go down to Rick.
Scott, a quick 7 and then nothing else offensively. What happened?
It's bad. We have no rhythm. We don't have anything going. We get a couple of sacks that cost us drives, and we got to finish. Defense has played well enough. We got to get something going on offense. We're going to talk a lot about it at halftime.
You know very well that a team like this now believes more than ever that they can win in this stadium. How do you address that with your guys at halftime?
I think they thought that coming in, but our guys just need to execute better, and we're going to come out and get the ball first start of the second half, and we need to take care of business.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will get the football, but not the score that they were hoping for, not the score that this crowd was expecting at intermission. North Dakota coming in with no fear, and it is 7-7 at half.
We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver. No, we over-deliver. And we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations. And at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Get great seats, safer, simpler, and smarter with TicketSmarter. Choose great seats from over 125,000 live events, all backed with a TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Get your tickets smarter at ticketsmarter.com.
Old Trapper Beefs. Last bag.
You know there's plenty for both of you.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
For the biggest Big Ten experience, there's no plus like home. The Big Ten Plus app, your favorite Big Ten content streaming and on demand, plus the iconic games and exclusive events. Only on the Big Ten Plus app, powered by Big Ten Network. Download and subscribe now.
Sunday, it's a marquee matinee in Minneapolis as CeCe McGraw leads the 4th-ranked Gophers against number 13 Florida. Women's volleyball, powered by Unleaded 88. Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on Big Ten Network.
Anthony Grant been one of the bright spots in this young season for Nebraska. 2 touchdowns a week ago. Their lone touchdown today, but they are tied with North Dakota 7-7 at the half. As we welcome you in the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup halftime show, Dave Revson, Jake Butt, Jerry DiNardo, and Howard Griffith. The tough outing last week against Northwestern in Dublin. Now, Howard, they come home. This will not do a whole lot to placate the critics against a team that was 5-6 a year ago and is picked to finish 7th in the Missouri Valley. What'd you see?
I'll say this. It's really not about the critics right now. This is a team where a lot of things have gone wrong for them, so they have this in their mind of what's going to happen next. Here we go again. This is an opportunity for them now to go in at halftime and address some of those issues so that they can come out and really get this monkey off their back, because they just need to get a win. Good things need to happen for this team, and it needs to start in the second half.
They start the game, the first play from the scrimmage is an option play. The first touchdown, the only touchdown, was an option play. And then after that, they don't run the ball well enough. To think that North Dakota has rushed for more yards the first half of the game than Nebraska is hard to believe.
It's certainly hard to believe. I mean, we talked pregame the importance of this game for them to go out there and not just win, but put out a clean performance where they can sit on their couch tonight and feel good about the direction of this program. First half was certainly frustrating. One word that was brought up this week was finish. That's what they're going to have the opportunity to do, and they really must do it this second half. Clean up some of those mistakes and put on a strong performance in the second half.
I disagree about win big. You know, I think that's the last thing you wanted to go into this game with. I mean, they're not mature enough. They're not good enough to take that on. I would have said, well, 1 point win, we'll take a 1 point win. We just have to win. You think you're going to blow somebody out, and you rush for less than 100 yards.
Well, the way this thing is going right now, that's what you're going to get.
If that wasn't the goal at the outset, it certainly should be the goal now for Nebraska after, again, not just getting outrushed, but outgained. No tackles for loss. They have a turnover. North Dakota does it.
The importance of outrush is physical.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, yeah, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think we're all in agreement. We're in unanimity on this desk.
About this
wasn't particularly close at the Big House. Get you caught up on the early action, including Act 1 of the QB Shuffle in Ann Arbor as we continue on our halftime.
The Big Ten Network Halftime Report is presented by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
I'm your Uncle Cooper, and I care about 3 things. I care about you. I care about tires. I care about your tires. These Cooper car tires are dependable, well-made tires that come with a 130,000-kilometer warranty. That's a 130,000-kilometer promise. Gives a person something to believe in. In summation, I care about you, tires, and your tire choices. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! Tires are how I show my love.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you.
Some banks give you credit card rewards, but make you jump through hoops to use them. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, anytime.
On a patronizing Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-Hour Energy Live Sweepstakes. For rules on how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
4 games in the books in the Big Ten. Michigan hosting Colorado State. Pick it up in the first quarter. Cade McNamara did not have a huge game in his start at quarterback. Does hit Roman Wilson here for 61 yards and the TD. McNamara 9 of 18, 136 yards and that touchdown. Michigan didn't really need a big game from the quarterback, frankly. Blake Corum, Wolverines over 200 yards rushing and passing, up by 20. J.J. McCarthy will start next week against Hawaii. Got some playing time in this one as well, though, and got the 20-yard keeper for the touchdown. 51-7. They're 17-0 in non-conference home games under Jim Harbaugh. Iowa hosting South Dakota State. We pick it up in the third quarter, even at 3. Jack Campbell coming up with the safety, and Iowa goes on top 5-3. They scored 7 points on a field goal and 2 safeties. 166 yards of total offense and still won the game. 7-3. Hawkeyes get the victory. Maryland hosting Buffalo. Roman Hemby got the start at running back and looked good, Howard.
And there he goes. Really does a great job, stiff arm there, and then finishes with the big run.
114 rushing yards in his first career start. He got 70 of them in one big chunk right here, as Maryland cruises to the win 31-20. The Terps take it their 11th straight win in non-conference openers, second longest streak in the Big Ten. Rutgers going to BC. Boston College turning it over inside the 10, and Rutgers taking advantage. Kyle Monagai with the touchdown run. They went for 2, didn't get it. 14-12. They were down. Still third quarter. Phil Jakovic to Jaden Williams, 11-yard touchdown, his third TD pass of the day. BC up by 9, but Rutgers got a field goal, and then it's Al-Shadi Salam breaking free, and he is gone for the touchdown. Rutgers ends an 11-game skid against BC, their first win in Chestnut Hill since 1988, 22-21. Let's start our thoughts there, Howard.
And we need to start here because that was an outstanding game, going on the road, coming out with a victory. I thought the last series on the defense was really a big-time play because they came up with 2 huge sacks to slow that BC offense down.
Sharon Moore, offensive coordinator at Michigan, balances up the offense, 200 yards rushing, 200 yards passing. JJ was 4 for 4 passing, and he rushed for 50 yards on 3 carries. Next week can't come fast enough for JJ.
Iowa offense didn't exactly look explosive today, but even the Iowa teams I played back in the day, they weren't explosive either, but they had an identity, a strong offensive line, a downhill run game. They would wear on you throughout the game. That's what I think they need to get back to, is that classic Iowa Hawkeye football. I need to see it on film, though.
Yeah, we certainly didn't see it today. That is the fewest points for a Big Ten team in a win since the famed 6-4 win for Iowa over Penn State in 2004. Not a whole lot of offensive highlights for the Huskers either. Casey Thompson, 14-yard run here. His team even at 7.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver. No, we over-deliver. And we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations. And at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto owners, insures your car. Because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Wasn't me.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
On a patronizing Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
The Big Ten Network Halftime Report is presented by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Later tonight, the second-ranked Huskers, a primetime matchup with Ole Miss. It's women's volleyball powered by Unleaded 88, 8 Eastern on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Some business to finish off at Memorial Stadium first. Fighting Hawks and Huskers all even. Adam Zavalny, the late TD, to tie it up. Second half next.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
You remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
No one achieves a dream alone. These are the people that made it all possible. I guess you can call this my Hall of Fame. With the right support, any dream is possible. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Some banks give you credit card rewards, but make you jump through hoops to use them. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, anytime.
On a patronizing Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
It's bad. We have no rhythm. We don't have anything going. We have a couple of sacks that cost us drives, and we got to finish. Defense has played well enough. We got to get something going on offense. We're going to talk a lot about it at halftime.
Well, that was Scott Frost talking to Rick Pizzo as he went into the locker room about 15 minutes ago. Obviously not happy with the first half. 7-7 is your score. And you saw the numbers, but just 9 minutes and 22 seconds that the offense possessed the football. We talked about it, Joshua. New offensive coordinator, new quarterback, a lot of new wide receivers, and the offense did not look in sync.
Scott Frost talked about the rhythm of this offense. They're not in sync. I think a lot of that comes from this fact that there are two systems that are trying to be merged right now. I don't think anybody's comfortable with the play calling rhythm. And then you start to look at the sacks too, and Scott Frost mentioned that as well. Those two sacks were pivotal. So you got to draw it up in the locker room so your offensive line can handle the pressures that are going to come from this North Dakota team. They're aggressive, but they have to figure out exactly what they want this offense to look like so they can sustain drives.
Casey Thompson and that offense will get the football to start the third quarter. But for Nebraska's defense, keep this in mind as well. That defense, although they only gave up 7 points, no takeaways, no sacks, not even a single tackle for loss. And North Dakota had 40 snaps on offense to eat up that time of possession. And booting it away deep, and that'll go for a touchback as we toss it back downstairs to Rick Pizzo.
Brandon, Scott Frost said he would address a lot of issues with his team at the half. Well, if you expected that to come out after a fire and brimstone kind of speech, hooting and hollering, jumping up all around and pushing each other, that wasn't the case. They came out very businesslike, and that's interesting because Frost said all week long his team was angry. He used a more colorful term to describe their personality coming back from Northwestern. Didn't see that in the first half, needs to see that in the next 30 minutes.
Casey Thompson, who threw for 355 yards last week in that loss, just 84 yards passing in the first half. As he's going to set up and fire deep, and there's a good start to the third quarter. Trey Palmer down to the 40-yard line, so whatever the message was in the locker room carries over to the first play.
The message was, let's have a conversation about how we can scheme up some routes to take shots and get guys wide open down the field, and that's exactly what you saw was a schemed-up route, and they hit it perfectly.
34-yard play is the longest of the game for either side. And here again, Thompson off his back foot this time and throws it out of bounds, 2nd and 10.
This Nebraska offensive line, again, we talked about it at the top of this half, but you have to handle those pressures, not just to keep your quarterback upright, but to create that time to develop this downfield passing attack. Of course, it's easy to get it out on the edges, but right now it feels like you want to take some of those shots to swing the momentum.
And as Coach Frost talked about, both sacks in the first half went against Casey Thompson by this North Dakota defense.
You got an unbalanced formation. All 5 of the athletes are to the same side.
But they're going to hand it off. Fighting and escaping one, now 2 tackles. How about that run? Anthony Grant looked dead to rights in the backfield, and he picks up 8. Anthony Grant, who started his career at Florida State, transferred to New Mexico Military Academy, was a JUCO Offensive Player of the Year last year nationally, highly sought after transfer, and he's going to get another carry here, and he's going to pick up the first down.
He's got a smooth jump cut. I mean, part of that is vision. You know, it's part athleticism, but the other part is he sees that play developing, knows how to cut on a dime, and then he can go and get back vertical. Just watch this footwork. It's so smooth. You see that. And then getting vertical, running through arm tackles, that's a tough downhill run right there.
10 carries, over 60 yards. From just inside the 30, now they're going to run an option. It's a triple option play, and it's Casey Thompson keeping it and getting 10 yards and another first down.
You talk about melding these offenses together. You get this triple option. That is Scott Frost all the way. Quarterback becomes an element in the run game, becomes more difficult defensively to handle all of those guys. And Nebraska coming out in this half, they've gotten into unbalance a couple of times that I've seen. Looks like they might be getting back into it again. Something is speaking to them to want to go with this unbalanced formation. They might take a shot at the end zone right here.
Well, it's working on this drive as they move Washington in motion. Thompson fakes a give. Thompson down the middle and into the end zone to the tight end, Nate Borkercher.
There it is. formation I was talking about. Great play design, because at the beginning of the play, Borkercher was ineligible. He could not go downfield for a route. Now you see some of the offensive players moving. You get a shift to the other side. Guy backs up off the line of scrimmage. Now he's eligible, but he's hidden. That is great offensive design right there.
A 19-yard strike, and Nebraska scored in the opening drive of the first half, and now they score on their opening drive of the second half. Extra point is up and good, 14-7.
You got Borkercher. He was hidden in that route again, starting with that unbalanced look. It was something that they must have seen. And then you take a shot at the end zone. This is the momentum that you need if you're Nebraska. That's the way to come out of half.
We on a mission.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
With insurance from auto owners, you can relax knowing we got you covered. That's simple human sense.
Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
I should do this for a living.
Nebraska, good start to the third quarter as they march it down the field and score just like they did in the first half on their opening drive and just like they did last week against Northwestern. Opening drives of both halves have been good to this Nebraska team. And both of their touchdowns, 19 yards. They had a 19-yard run by Anthony Grant, the 19-yard reception by Nate Borkercher. And by the way, that was his first career touchdown reception for the former walk-on from Aurora, Nebraska. The ball falls off the tee. So Brendan Franke will have to reload. And now Franke boots it away. And boy, with a little wind behind him through the back of the end zone. Let's go back to that touchdown catch.
And Nebraska's just going to start in an unbalanced formation. So you see this wide receiver on the line. That means Borkercher is covered up. He's not eligible to go downfield, but you're going to see Washington come across the formation. Once he does that, the wide receiver at the bottom of the screen, he steps off. Now Borkercher is an eligible receiver to run a route. And the defense cannot adjust fast enough. He was covered up, he's forgotten. And now you see where he is. Disappeared in the middle of the defense for a touchdown.
And a good pass by Casey Thompson, who had 54 passing yards on that drive. And now North Dakota getting tackled in the backfield. First time today that Nebraska defense has a tackle for loss, and it's by Isaac Gifford.
And the difference right there was Gifford on initial contact was able to get him right down to the ground. We talked about it in the first half. Those initial contacts weren't actually able to finish it. Defense did a good job of swarming to the football, but right there you see Gifford just finish the play.
Gifford, the Lincoln native, went to Southeast High School less than 5 miles from where we sit right now at Memorial Stadium. Loss of 5, 2nd and 15. Tommy Schuster out of the gun. Dancing, escaping, firing, and at least getting something out of it into the hands of Nick Kupfer.
That's a mature play by Schuster right there, too, just keeping his eyes down the field as he was sifting his way back through that pocket, kind of rolling out. And now, again, we talked about these situations in the first half. You hear the bells ringing. You got a 3rd and long. I would get aggressive right here.
How aggressive will they be? Pressure off the edges. Schuster, nowhere to go. Still on his feet. Sets and fires and completes it. What poise by this offense and the veteran quarterback Tommy Schuster as he finds Mogg for 15 yards.
You know, it was one of the things that we talked about with Schuster and just his ability to create a little something out of nothing. You mentioned the pressure off the edges. He slides in the pocket, then he rolls back out, comes back down, keeps his eyes down the field the whole time, and delivers a strike. And one thing I noticed about this Nebraska defense, at the end of that play, there were guys with hands on their knees. Here we go again. They got to eliminate that mentality, line up and play another snap.
Tommy Schuster, his head coach Bubba Schweigert said he is quiet, but he is accurate, he is smart, he has great pocket awareness, and we saw it on that play. 7 straight completions for him, and he's going to hand it off this time. And a solid run. Good job by Isaiah Smith to stay on his feet out to the 45-yard line. So Nebraska comes out. They have a great offensive drive, but North Dakota is not phased, and now they're moving the football.
North Dakota seems like they just have nothing but fight in their system. First half, nothing fazed them. Second half, give up a score, that's okay. We'll reset and we'll keep on going.
It's a program that's been to the FCS playoffs 3 of the last 6 seasons.
It's more of a downhill run formation here.
And they will hand it off. And stretching out to the big Nebraska logo at midfield. 4-yard gain and enough for a first down.
Start getting to that logo area. You talk about a team that likes to take shots. This is where defensively you got to be on high alert. I used to tell the guys out there on the field, they're in that alumni zone. You got to make sure you're in tune with the formation, with the personnel. Don't let anybody get behind you. This is a shot area. Formationally, they were going unbalanced as well.
See that time of possession discrepancy. Schuster, they were going to take a shot, but he's hit by Nelson. And Nebraska has picked up the football. Their first takeaway of the game as Wynn was able to jump on it.
Garrett Nelson, we talked about him, a leader for this Nebraska defensive line. North Dakota was absolutely going to take a shot right there. They got into an unbalanced formation of their own, but Nelson, he's a veteran player. He understands what the moment is, and he was certainly on alert to make sure that he could get on Schuster right there. It counts 2 for 1 when you get a sack and a fumble. That's a great play right there. And again, a momentum shifter. If you are Nebraska, you need more of this right now.
And it's Nebraska's first sack of the season, and it came at a good time.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto owners, insures your car. Because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Garrett Nelson, who Scott Frost said is our clear-cut leader on defense, getting home for Nebraska's first sack of the season, forcing the fumble, and now the Cornhuskers have it. And boy, they nearly fumble it on the exchange, but Grant, look at this. Look at this. Talk about a possible disastrous play turning into a 17-yard gain. That's pretty impressive.
This is what they like so much about him. I mean, you know, you bobble the exchange. I'm going to get out of this. Look at me get downhill. Makes a couple of great cuts, like I mentioned. Just an athlete in the open field. A guy who can make things right when it's going wrong, you love to have on the football team.
11 carries, 77 yards. Remember, he was over 100 last week in the loss against Northwestern, but here, North Dakota stopping him. Let's go back to that fumble, though, Joshua.
Yeah, I mean, just a great edge rush right here. Now, the key coaching point, run, reach. Go for that football. Knock it out. Counts for 2 stats. Get the sack fumble. That's just a great play. And as I mentioned before, momentum changer. It felt dead for Nebraska, and now it feels like they're back alive.
First sack of the season, first tackle for loss of the game, first turnover of the game forced by that Nebraska D. And now a shot downfield, but incomplete. Marcus Washington got his hands on it, couldn't reel it in. 3rd and 8. We've seen some more aggressive play calling for Nebraska this third quarter.
We certainly have. It's important for them, I think, to set the tone. And we've talked about their first drives of a half are typically pretty good. I think they want to keep that up into their next drive. So stretching the field, having time to scheme up plays in the locker room has worked wonders.
See Scott Frost and offensive coordinator Mark Whipple on each other's hip over there. A continuous conversation. Scott Frost having called plays and now handing that play sheet over. On 3rd and 8, downfield again. Incomplete. Boy, a big hit. Chancellor Brewington went up to try to grab it. C.J. Siegel coming over and knocking it free.
Those hits are difficult to pull off in the game of football. Nowadays, separating the man from the ball looks like a little bit of a high hit, and that's what you worry about. Take another look at this one right here. Ooh, looked like he was launching. That's a defenseless receiver. Hit toward the head or neck area. I think they might want to take another look at this one.
And the crowd saw the replay and reacted.
Rule on the field of an incomplete pass and then a further review.
So for the moment, incomplete. They're going to take a look for potential targeting. Right now, it would either be 4th and 8 or a 46-yard field goal for Nebraska.
He's going up, he's trying to make a play in that ball.
Let's welcome
and they just
Mike Pereira back in. Mike, what do you see here?
Well, we're just looking to see, of course, you have a defenseless player there. He's actually, to me, trying to go and make a play in the ball, but remember, he is defenseless. So you get that forearm that goes up to the head or neck area, too. So that's the 2 elements they're going to look at is their contact with the helmet to helmet to contact, and also to the forearm. But it's kind of almost appears to me, if you look at it, there is some element of trying to make the play on the ball too. But you certainly can see why this was stopped.
So, Mike, it sounds like, though, this is one of those difficult in-between calls you're saying for this crew?
That's what I would say. If I was looking at this, it's one of those, remember, you have to confirm all aspects of it. So if you're going to have targeting on this play, you've got to confirm the attacking motion. You have to confirm the contact to the head or neck area since he is defenseless. So does it fall into that kind of in-between one? It's one of those where it doesn't seem like the real intent of the targeting rule to me, where you really blow somebody up, but we'll see what they say.
Yeah, here's Brian Banks.
We were reviewing whether or not there was targeting on the play. It was deemed that there was no targeting by number 3.
Okay, so as Mike said, they couldn't verify all of those elements. A break for North Dakota and C.J. Siegel, and it sets up a 4th and 8.
Probably kicking the field goal right here. You know, you put together a pretty good drive. You don't want to leave points out on the table in this situation. Seems like the safe call.
46-yard field goal. Remember, Bleak Road missed one in the first half from 37 yards the other direction. Grad transfer from Furman, where he was a starter at the FCS level the last 2 seasons. And in his career there, he was very good, 21 of 25 on field goal attempts. And this one is true. First field goal in a Nebraska uniform for Timmy Bleak Road, and it gives the Cornhuskers their first 2-possession lead of the afternoon.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
With insurance from auto owners, you can relax knowing we got you covered. That's simple human sense.
Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
I should do this for a living.
At Invesco.com.
Later tonight, Maddie Kubik leads number 2 Nebraska to a primetime matchup with Ole Miss women's volleyball, powered by Unleaded 88 tonight, 8 Eastern here, Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Let's get our QB comparison presented by Unleaded 88. And Tommy Schuster and Casey Thompson. Thompson great on that last drive to get up to 138 in the touchdown.
Thompson's hit some explosives. I think that's what this offense needs too. As many plays as you can scheme up to attack a defense at their weak points, create those explosives, is what Nebraska should continue to do.
Huskers with 10 unanswered points in the last 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Siegel with a touchback. Second half so far, certainly much better than the first for Scott Frost and company. Getting the touchdown on that 75-yard drive and then the field goal after the turnover last possession.
First drive, you go down, score a touchdown again. Talked about those schemed up plays. The second one comes from defense, putting the offense in a good situation. You hope to finish that with a touchdown, but you'll take points any way you can get them.
Not sure how big of a factor it is, but all 24 points have been scored going the other direction, opposite of where North Dakota is going into now. They're going into a wind of about 15 miles per hour. Quick swing to the outside. There's Red Wilson. Red Wilson, a player they mentioned to us, a JUCO transfer that they just want to get the ball to, and they've done it in a variety of ways. There he picks up 6 yards. I feel like this is a really big drive for the Hawks.
It's a big drive for the Hawks. It's a big drive for Nebraska as well. I mean, you get a stop right here in this game. Seems like it starts to shift a lot. If you're the Hawks, you go down and you get a score, and it feels like you're right in this thing.
North Dakota's lone touchdown came at the end of the second quarter. We were all tied at intermission. All Nebraska since. Schuster is going to hand it off, and a first down and more for Isaiah Smith. Look out. Another cut. Marquise Buford hanging on and eventually dragging him down near the 6-yard line. A 62-yard run for Isaiah Smith.
Boy, I mean, one of the things that happened with Nebraska last week is the run game for Northwestern just started to take over, and now you feel shades of that with this North Dakota offense. Again, a downhill run. The middle of the defense has to be much better.
They had 88 yards rushing before that 63-yard run. Now they're going to try with Smith again, who's got to be a little gassed. And Garrett Nelson, who's been so good for that Nebraska defense, stacks him up.
You know, Garrett Nelson, to me, has to take over this game. That means his play on the field, but also when you go off to the sideline, the way that you encourage and lift up your guys, he has to do that in this game.
Remember Eric Shenander saying about Nelson, if his heart was in all of our players' bodies, we'd be a really good football team. And you just see the tenacity that number 44 plays with out there. His dad, Chris, was a 2-time All-American wrestler at Nebraska.
Watch that potential one-on-one toward the top of the screen there.
Second and goal. Schuster dumps it off. Hoosman hit and dropped right around the original line of scrimmage. So now 3rd and goal.
Big third down here, and you're starting to feel the crowd get back into it with a couple of big stops on 1st and 2nd down. I keep going back to it. I want to see Nebraska get aggressive. I want to see them really pin their ears back. Let those guys off the edges rush. Maybe send a corner or a linebacker, but that's going to be a spark play, and it forces everybody else around them to have to focus in on their jobs.
Big play in this game. Here comes some pressure over the middle. Incomplete. No flag. Marquise Buford got a hand in there to knock it free.
Like I said, you saw Reimer as a B-gap pressure, I believe, gets up on the running back, doesn't quite get there, but the coverage on the back end, because you know you have guys going at the quarterback, you're focused on that tight coverage. That ended up being a really good play all around for Nebraska.
And Marquise Buford, who last year as a true freshman played in every game, but mainly on special teams, sat behind some veterans. Now it's his time to shine, and he shined right there. Brady Stevens, a 23-yard chip shot to try to get this back to a one-possession game, and he does that, knocking it right down the middle. 17-10 with 5:52 left in the third.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Football on the Big Ten Network is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. Simple human sense. By Currency. Need financing for heavy machinery, farm equipment, trucks, or trailers? Well, Currency is here to help. Visit GoCurrency.com for details. And by Discover, the official credit card of the Big Ten Conference. Those are Nebraska's 2 touchdowns. The run by Grant Borkersher with a reception. We had 14 points the entire first half of this game, and now we've had 13 points in the last 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So the offense is picking up a little bit, 17-10. Second meeting ever between these programs. In 1961, Nebraska won here 33-0. They're scheduled to play again here in Lincoln in 2026. Oh, bobbled. And that's unfortunate because that ball is going to be down right there. Grant could not hang on to it.
You know, special teams mistakes always seem to pop up for Nebraska. It's a part of their game that they need to continue to work on, continue to clean up.
Quick word with Grant. Interestingly, it was Grant Taggy that picked up the football. So they'll have to start down at their own 12-yard line here. The Texas transfer Casey Thompson, 10 starts last year for the Longhorns, and now in his second start for Nebraska, and they're starting at the 17, not the 12, as he dumps it off underneath to Gabe Ervin, and Ervin can't catch it. First time we've seen Ervin today. He didn't play last week, but another running back that they're high on. He just dropped it there.
It's the point where you got to take a breath, regroup as an offense, came out, backed up. First play, you drop a ball. It doesn't mean that the rest of the drive can't be salvaged. You just have to go out and execute.
Thompson now 9 of 15. And here is another touch for Gabe Ervin. It's tough, though. I mentioned you got 5 running backs. They want to try to get all of them touches, but that's a hard thing to do.
It is definitely a difficult balance, and I know some coaches that would sit there on Friday nights and they would go through their depth chart and write a number of ideal touches for each guy on offense that they want to see, and I'm sure that's what the offensive staff over here at Nebraska does.
Well, now, I mean, a 3-and-out here would just be the last thing you want to see if you're a Cornhusker fan. Thompson is going to try to avoid that, but he throws the interception. It is picked off and returned down inside the 10. Wyatt Pedigo right over the middle. The sophomore from Hoisington, Kansas, with a pick, and it is going to be 1st and goal for the Hawks.
Take another look at this play coming up here. Pedigo starts directly over the center. It looks like he's going to drop out of this one. Again, North Dakota sending a blitz. They got the corner coming, and he just pops out right there in the middle of the field. Thompson didn't see him, and it ends up being a big turnover for Nebraska.
Second turnover. Remember, Thompson had the fumble lost in the first half. This is his first interception today. He had 2 in the second half last week in the loss to Northwestern. And my, what a momentum shift in this ball game. Handoff to Hoosman. And the pile's going to push him down to the 5 for a gain of 3. Just when you thought Nebraska was taking control of this game, and everything is flipped.
Eric Janender told us yesterday that one thing that his defense has prided itself on in the past is putting out fires. And he didn't think that the defense did a very good job of putting out fires during the Northwestern game. So you look at this as an opportunity to stop the bleeding. If you can hold North Dakota to a field goal in this situation, you've effectively put out the fire and stopped some of this momentum.
On 2nd and goal, another inside run, and into the end zone goes Tyler Hoosman. Touchdown, North Dakota.
See, Hoosman, I told you earlier, he's a downhill back, straight down the middle of the defense. It seems like a lot of the big runs today from North Dakota have come toward the middle of that defense. Have to be some solutions from the defensive tackles and the linebackers to ensure that's done for the rest of the day.
At Northern Iowa, he had kind of fallen out of the rotation, only had 68 yards rushing last year. Ooh, the extra point just inside the upright by Stevens. But Hoosman with a strong run. North Dakota with 10 points in 90 seconds, and we're all tied. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Old Trapper Beefs. Fake protein.
Guys, can we take a quick protein break? Protein City. I got my beans, my bars, my goos, my glumps, my fizz. I don't know what that one is, but you want in? I'm good, man. I think Goop was a bad choice.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Sunday on Big Ten Network.
Nebraska was up 17-7. That was just 90 seconds ago. They got the field goal and the turnover, now the touchdown. Now don't forget about the Big Ten Plus app powered by Big Ten Network. For the biggest Big Ten experience, there's no plus like home. Download it and subscribe now. A short kick. Weidmaster steps up to take it, and he's brought down around the 25. T-Mobile studio update. Here's Dave Revson.
Brandon, thanks. Rutgers halting an 11-game skid against Boston College. Its first win since 1991. Al-Shadi Salam, the game winner in the fourth quarter. 22-21 Scarlet Knights.
A huge win for Rutgers. Thank you very much, Dave. And meanwhile, here in Lincoln, totally different feelings. A lot of angst right now around Memorial Stadium as this game is tied with 4:18 left in the third.
You can certainly feel the tension building in here.
And just when they thought that there was room to breathe, and now there's none. On the ground, Anthony Grant. And he's going to get out to the 30-yard line for a pickup of 5.
It's unique play design, too. Obviously, running the football has been a big point of emphasis. They brought Omar Manning over as a puller on a wham play. A wide receiver taking on a defensive end or a linebacker filling is atypical.
First down. Grant has gotten stronger here as the game has gone on, as he gets out to the 39-yard line.
And the development of this run game is a good thing for Nebraska right now. You want to get your defense as much of a break as possible. They played a lot of reps in the first half, chasing on a long run in the last drive. Want to make sure.
Anthony Grant, 93 yards rushing now. And here he's met at the line of scrimmage by Jason Coley. You know, as this game continues to eke on and it's close, how much does that naturally just settle into the minds of these Nebraska players who have lost 7 straight games all by single digits. First team in college football history to do that, Joshua.
It's human nature. It's hard to avoid. And everybody's on social media. Everybody reads the newspaper. They know what people are saying about them on the outside. And it's really hard to shut it out and come together as a team.
They're going to have to try to do that. 2nd and 8 here. Casey Thompson to the outside, and a first down as he finds Omar Manning. I guess the one thing is you got a quarterback who was not a part of that. You got several wide receivers, a lot of transfers who were not a part of that, but collectively that has to be seeping into the mindset.
It seeps in. I mean, the guys who weren't a part of it heard it all summer, too. That's the tough part.
Back to Grant. Grant, he's over 100 yards. He's well over 100 yards. He's gone. Touchdown, Nebraska. He had a 46-yard rushing touchdown last week, and he just had a 46-yard rushing touchdown right there. And Joshua, he now has 141 on the ground in the game as we get a flag here on the extra point.
Personal foul, leverage, number 15 of the defense. The 15-yard penalty will enforce in the subsequent kickoff.
Man, that Anthony Grant touchdown. I'm telling you, Grant, I dub thee the king of the jump cut. Look at him using that fancy footwork, the boost that this Nebraska team needed.
Old Trapper Beefs, last bag.
You know there's plenty for both of you.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
What a get Anthony Grant has been for Nebraska. 2 touchdowns, 141 yards rushing. That's a guy who went to Florida State, was part of Willie Taggart's first class there. He actually flipped from Tennessee on signing day to go to Florida State. Was a primary kick returner as a true freshman, but didn't get a lot of carries. 2019, he redshirted, had some personal issues, spent part of the season away from the program. And here, look at this. Remember last week, tried an onside kick, and here a short kick and some boos as North Dakota jumps on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if this was it looked like it might have been a called onside kick. Maybe try to bounce it off of one of the return men.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 2 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 minutes and 20, thank you.
You know, you end up not being able to recover it. Is the field position really that bad? No. So it's a chance that you take in this type of situation.
Yeah, it was not an onside kick. I think you're right, though. He was trying to hit it off of a defender.
Yes, he was.
And there was all the discussion after last week's game, that onside kick up 28-17. Was that the right call? And you wonder what went into that decision there. Scott Frost he took ownership of that onside kick call. He said, that was me. That was not from our special teams crew. And then they would never score again. Northwestern would score the final 14 points and win that game 31-28. As North Dakota hands it off to Wilson for a short game.
I didn't hate the onside call a week ago, and Scott Frost told us he checked it out the kick before, went back and watched the tape. He did. There was a huge void right there. I don't think the kick was well executed. That was probably the biggest part of it, but you're in a situation where you can close out a game, you can start to rewrite narratives overseas in your first game of the season. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate that decision either.
2nd down and 8. Well, this one, you did force him back into much better field position than last one.
100%. That was the chance that you take.
Yeah. Throw here deflected at the line. He was trying to get it back to Bo Belquist. 3rd down and 8.
You see these last couple of touchdowns here, sneaking out a tight end in a heavy run set, and then just getting downhill with Hoosman. See, North Dakota came to play today, and this is what we expected after the coach's calls. They were going to give their best shot all day long. Didn't matter coming into Nebraska. Doesn't matter it's their first game of the season. They were prepared for this moment.
A big 3rd and 8. Tommy Schuster gets rid of it. And Isaiah Smith is brought down. And now you got a 4th down. You're in your own territory. I think you got to punt the football here.
Timeout for an injured player.
As Isaiah Smith stays down, he's injured. Phelan Sanford was the one for Nebraska who was able to make the tackle to get him 3 yards shy of the marker. Well, next Saturday, a lot of action on the Big Ten Network. 8 games, including the rivalry of Iowa State and Iowa. To find the game in your area and to learn more, go to btn.com/gamefinder. All those also available on the Fox Sports app. A busy Saturday in Week 2 next weekend. Well, while Smith is down, it does give North Dakota a little time to contemplate possibly going for it here on 4th and 3. But I don't know, the way you've been playing, like I said, I think I'd punt the football.
I would punt the football. I think there's a lot of game left to be played. I know you want to be aggressive and you want to maybe steal possessions, but this might not be the time to do so.
And indeed, Cade Peterson comes on. Bubba Schweigert, 59-year-old head coach in his 9th season with North Dakota, has got to be proud of how his guys have come in here in this environment and battled here today. Peterson gets it away cleanly. Short punt. Boy. Martin almost hit his foot, but it did not. Quick 15-second break. We'll be right back.
Auto owners insures your car. Because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Upcoming schedule for Nebraska brought to you by Wendy's. They actually won't leave home until that October 7th game when they go to Piscataway.
Homestand is nice. You feel like the next game sets up. That Oklahoma game is one that I know a lot of people will be looking at, but the Big Ten schedule starts off. You get to ease into it.
Try to bounce off A.J. Allen, but the rest of the Hawks pursue and bring him down. Loss of 2. Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone's thinking about that Oklahoma game, but you got to take care of business here. A lot of work to be done, and then Georgia Southern next week.
There's no looking down the schedule with this team. They have to be focused and continue to build not only skill-wise but mentality-wise as a team so they can be prepared for the bigger games down the schedule, but it's one play at a time.
Inside of 40 seconds left here, and what's been an entertaining third quarter is Casey Thompson's going to take off. A flag enters play. Thompson does pick up the first down, at least for the moment. It's a gain of 13. This might be coming back.
Holding, number 49, offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's still 2nd down.
Yeah, that's on Borkerter, who had the touchdown earlier.
See, Borkerter is down here. He's the one laying on his back. You know, grab a guy as you're getting up. It's just not a very heads-up football play. Once you're in that position, you just got to let it go. Nothing good comes out of that.
So back him up to 2nd and 22. There's Allen again. And Allen gets some of that yardage back across the 30. That'll wind us down to the end of the third quarter. A third quarter that was much more active than the first half. We saw 27 total points and 2 turnovers in the third frame of this football game. Scott Frost, his team in another one-possession contest, up 7.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
With insurance from auto owners, you can relax knowing we got you covered. That's simple human sense.
Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
I should do this for a living.
Football on the Big Ten Network is brought to you by Taco Bell. And by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Well, the fans have certainly come for the season opener, the home opener, after the loss last week over in Ireland, and Nebraska has been tested. Up 7 with the football here to start the fourth quarter, a 3rd and 15.
Nebraska's in unbalanced right now. Let's see if they shift out of it.
No, they stay right there. Thompson. And he's just going to throw this down. Also getting knocked down on the ground was A.J. Allen. Were they trying to set up that screen?
It looked like they were trying to set up a screen. Again, with the unbalanced formations, you don't know who's eligible. You don't know who's not. You don't know if somebody's covered up. And in the back end, you tend to lose players. I think Nebraska was trying to take advantage of being able to confuse the defense there.
And then the flag comes flying here at the end of all of this.
Intentional grounding. Offense. The ball he placed in the spot of the foul. The penalty includes a loss of down. It's 4th down.
Now, you saw Casey Thompson pointing to A.J. Allen like he was in the area, but clearly the officials disagreed.
I mean, watch this right here. You see Allen, he gets swallowed up by the,
but boy, he threw that almost straight into the ground.
Looking almost like a spike.
Yeah. So now 4th down, and they will punt the football here. Buschini, the transfer from Montana, gets it away, and a fair catch by Belquist just inside the 40. And now you got pretty good field position. North Dakota with a chance to march down the field and try to tie this game.
Tell you what, first guy on the field for Nebraska's defense. Garrett Nelson running out there trying to get people pumped up. Again, it's that leadership that I talk about. This is a player that people need to embody on this Nebraska defense. You said it earlier, Coach said it. If they all had his heart, take a big step forward.
22nd consecutive start today for Nelson. It was the longest streak on the team. Nebraska kid from Scottsbluff, Nebraska. How will he and the defense respond here? Carry for Gavin Zebarth. And he's going to get 2 as we go down to Rick.
Brandon, hearing some discussion on the Nebraska sidelines, both players and coaches reminding each other about eye discipline and your assignment only. They're feeling like right now would be one of those perfect opportunities for North Dakota to use one of those gadget or trick plays. We talked so much about it before the game. They prepared so much for it. We have not seen one into the fourth quarter. The Huskers believe this could be a time that North Dakota pulls it out of the bag of tricks.
I think if North Dakota crosses this 50-yard line, we're immediately going to see one of those shots or gadgets.
The coaches talked about how they saw several of those gadget plays when they watched the film of North Dakota versus Utah State last year, a game where North Dakota got up early but lost the lead late. Out to the outside to Red Wilson. He's going to be brought down right around the first down marker, maybe a little short.
Short of the first down, you figure that they're going to be more conventional on third down. But the next play, if they're able to convert this one, would be the one I would be on high alert for Nebraska's defense.
They've also brought in backup quarterback Quincy Vaughn again. It's Vaughn under center, sending Belquist in motion. He'll sneak it. And the bigger quarterback looks like he got it. 245-pounder. First down.
245 pounds, very difficult to handle on a quarterback sneak. I have been in that situation before. You don't necessarily like it. As I mentioned earlier, you cross the 50-yard line, things start to change offensively for a team like North Dakota. This is the time where historically they have taken their shots down the field. So high alert formation, high alert who's in the game personnel-wise, and then if you're Nebraska, you got to tell yourself, if you're in coverage, don't let anybody get behind you. That eye discipline is going to be imperative.
Play clock dwindling. Tommy Schuster back at quarterback. There's the play fake. And Schuster tries to sling it. Here comes a flag. Incomplete to Nick Kupfer.
Holding. Number 1, defense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic. First down.
Yeah, that's on Buford.
It's one of those plays that you just can't have again. Want to be on alert, want to make sure you can execute, but you can't give up penalties. It works in a similar way to some of these explosive plays, and quite frankly, they had bailed themselves out. They wanted Bo Belquist, who was at the bottom of your screen, streaking down the field, and he was covered up pretty well.
See, 5 penalties, just 1 last week for Nebraska. Nebraska didn't have any on offense a week ago. So a fresh set of downs. Schuster rolls. Another safe pass. Belquist escaped the tackle at Hill, but then he's wrangled down by Caleb Tanner. Short gain of 2. But it's been consistent. We talked about no trick plays. They have not taken a lot of shots downfield, a lot of stuff just underneath.
That's been the case, and some of these shots have been covered up pretty well by Nebraska. I think that the players do understand the moment that they're in, but you're absolutely right. It's toss it out underneath, toss it out to the edge, see if we can hit for a run downhill.
You got a guy in Tommy Schuster making his 19th career start. He's climbing the leaderboards in program history. 2nd and 8. Under pressure, and he goes down. O'Shawn Mathis, the TCU transfer who came over with 30.5 career tackles for loss, gets a big one here.
I'll tell you what, the coverage did a great job of being on top of the passing options. You see Schuster trying to go through his progression and then Mathis is able to get the play, which he certainly needs to step up. But look at these guys. I mean, everywhere you look in all the different windows, you see nothing but red jerseys out there. It's really good rushing cover. They work together.
3rd and 13. Big play. Schuster. Mathis almost got there again. And the pass incomplete. Along the sideline looking for Mogg. And now 4th down. You know, this is one of those spots where if it was 4th and 5 with where you're at on the field, you probably go for it, but they're going to punt on 4th and 13.
It's a good decision, too. You play the field position on this one. You're going to see Nebraska out there, and they're punt safe. They're on high alert for a fake, but go ahead and kick this and see if you can't pin Nebraska back and make them earn their way down the field.
Mathis, though, showing up on those last 2 plays. We hadn't called his name much in this game. Fair catch just outside of the 10. 33-yard punt, 11 minutes left.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver. No, we over-deliver. And we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records and ceilings and expectations. And at the end of all that,
we still end up with lead.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
With insurance from auto owners, you can relax knowing we got you covered. That's simple human sense.
Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
I should do this for a living.
Today's Mayhem Moment brought to you by Allstate. It's that interesting run by Anthony Grant.
Could have been mayhem for Nebraska. It ends up being mayhem for North Dakota. We talk about Anthony Grant and what he brings to this offense. The biggest thing I believe he brings to this offense is the ability to get out of bad situations. Some of his runs have been on looks that have not been perfect, and he's made the most of them. More guys you can have around like that, the better off you're going to be.
Second consecutive game over 100 yards, 141, 2 touchdowns today. 2 last week. And now pressure. Thompson in some trouble, but he finds Grant. And Grant taken down around the 10. Right around the original line of scrimmage, they'll say no gain. There is a flag down. Could be a late hit.
It's like a late hit here, certainly late. And from this view, it's a high hit, too. I mean,
personal foul, targeting, defense. That penalty is on the further review.
So it's on Craig Orlando. Just when it looked like they may have had Thompson back around the goal line, he gets rid of it, and then to boot, the late hit. Mike Pereira, what are you seeing on this?
Well, see a play where you have a quarterback that is defenseless, and you know what it is defenseless here. You can't have contact at the head or neck area. You can see with the top of the helmet, does he get the helmet of the quarterback? That's the call that was made by the umpire that had the look. Kind of one of those, not the most flagrant, but when you talk about the rule, and if there is contact in the head or neck area, that could be targeting.
Okay, Mike. It could be a huge bailout. I mean, it would have been 2nd and 10 on their own 11. If you give them this 15-yard penalty, that is just going to be gigantic.
It would be, and we talked about this earlier in the game for North Dakota with these late hits and how, as a defender, you have to have the discipline to be able to pull off when you see the quarterback release the football. And I know how hard that is. I know it is difficult, especially in real time. We slow these things down and they look a lot worse, but as a defender, you just have to know the game is different now. You cannot take those shots at the quarterback, put your team in a bad position.
Brian Banks reviewing it with 10 minutes and 50 seconds left in what has been a very interesting game. It's tied at 7 at intermission. Things started heating up in the third quarter, and here we are separated by 7. Nebraska deep in their own territory. A Nebraska team that lost a close one to Northwestern last week. You're coming in, it's the home opener, it's the 100th season in this historic building, and they've been given a handful today by North Dakota out of the FCS ranks.
If I'm Nebraska coming out of this,
after review, there's no targeting by number 90. The result of the play is 2nd down.
So a second time that North Dakota's had a targeting review, and they said that it was not targeting, Joshua.
I'm more on the side of targeting for that one. The defenseless player felt like a high hit to the head or neck area. Obviously, the people upstairs know what they're doing. Didn't look flagrant, certainly, but by the letter of the law, looked to me like there was a little targeting situation there. Now, changes what I was getting ready to say. If it was targeting, I would have thrown a shot. Nebraska's just got to make sure they can get back on schedule in a manageable 3rd down here.
Casey Thompson, 11 of 18 today. Inside handoff, Grant, and he's hit right near the line of scrimmage, tackled forward for a yard, but 3rd down and 9.
One of the things we have not talked about yet, we talked about the multiple looks for North Dakota. Got a little bit bigger on the interior of their D-line, but those are athletic guys, and you can see based off the penetration and movement.
3 of 8 on 3rd downs, and wait, there is movement up front.
False start, number 54, offense. 5-yard penalty. It's still 3rd down.
And an offense that did not have a penalty all of last week. That's movement by Benhart on the right side.
You can see that movement very early before the snap. Offensive line still early on in the year. Didn't have a penalty last week, but these are the types of things that you see in the beginning of the season.
So 3rd down and 14. Now from the shadow of your own end zone. Thompson from the end zone. Little wobbly duck, but it works. Palmer climbs the ladder and hauls it in for a huge 3rd down conversion.
Not exactly sure that's where you draw up the ball placement on that. Seems like it was a little bit too far inside, maybe hung in the air for a while, but Thompson again working the sideline, something we saw last week, we saw early on in this game. And how about Palmer just going up to high point the football, coming down with strong hands, fighting through contact.
31-yard reception, his 4th catch of the afternoon, and now back to the bell cow. Look at Grant. He has been elusive and evading tacklers all afternoon. There, a gain of 17.
King of the cutback right there. The jump cut. I mean, you see this guy, not necessarily always a jump cut, but it's the footwork that really surprises you. See the stutter step right there, and this is not necessarily a small back, but certainly fleet of foot.
His 5th rush in this ball game of 10 or more yards. He's now at 159 yards on the ground total. Thompson escapes and completes. Speaking of little jump cuts, how about Alante Brown? Another 1st down for Nebraska.
Now you start to hear this crowd getting back into it. Now you start to feel this momentum growing. for the Nebraska offense. Guys are flying around, looking confident. This is a situation you want to be late in an ugly game.
And correction, just a 6-yard gain there, 2nd and 4. Less than 9 to play here. Again, it's Grant, and he has 5, and that's enough to move the chains. I mentioned his time at Florida State and how he was having a great campaign as a freshman. Then he kind of fell out of the shuffle in 2019, and then Mike Norvell got hired. Willie Taggart, who brought him in, left. And then he transferred out, went to junior college last season, and was so spectacular. And now getting another opportunity at the FBS level and certainly making the most of it. And they'll call his number once more. He's just a really good back. You talked about his jump cuts, but there's never seems to be a negative run with him. He just finds holes and gaps.
He does. And Nebraska right now offensively, as long as he's running the football the way that he is, I'm taking my time in between snaps. I am riding him, just handing him the ball, letting him go to work, trying to bleed this clock out a little bit more, and hopefully end this drive off with a touchdown.
But even if you don't, a field goal right now makes it a 2-score game and would make it a tough comeback for North Dakota. So Grant sits this play out. Instead, it's the true freshman A.J. Allen. And he takes it to the 25-yard line. Allen, who originally committed to TCU and then flipped to Nebraska following the now running back coach here at Nebraska, Brian Applewhite. And another carry for him and a first down on the edge of the red zone.
If I'm North Dakota right now, I'm probably looking through my call sheet. What are my run blitzes? How can we clog some of these gaps? I'm just going to try to run through as a linebacker.
Handoff again, and another good chunk of yardage. Oh, look out, little extracurricular activity. You had Caden Coppinen, the defender for North Dakota there, and the tight end Chris Hickman of Nebraska.
See, just trying to finish a play here. Both guys trying to finish what their coaches taught them. No harm, no foul.
Coppinen, WWE takedown there. 2nd down and 5. Finding a hole, and there he goes. Touchdown, A.J. Allen. First touchdown of the career for the true freshman from Monroe, Louisiana. Extra point, good. Well, A.J. Allen taking it in from 14 yards out.
We're up here talking Anthony Grant. A.J. Allen said, hey, what about me? I can score touchdowns too. The young guy is looking good.
All that melty cheese you crave with double the steak is back at Taco Bell. The double steak grilled cheese burrito.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
Old Trapper Beefs. Tough snacks. Out here, nothing comes easy. That's why you gotta be tough. The truck, it's tough. My crew, definitely tough. But Old Trapper taught me the value of tenderness. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Oh, it's a puppy. What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
For the biggest Big Ten experience, there's no plus like home. The Big Ten Plus app, your favorite Big Ten content streaming and on demand. Plus the iconic games and exclusive events. Only on the Big Ten Plus app, powered by Big Ten Network. Download and subscribe now.
But don't forget about the final drive, brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. That's tonight, 11 Eastern on the Big Ten Network. And for the biggest Nebraska experience, there's no plus like home. The Big Ten Plus app, powered by Big Ten Network. Download it, subscribe today. So the Cornhuskers now with their biggest lead at 31-17 with 6:35 remaining. Nebraska's done it on the ground, 216 rushing yards as that one is bobbled and picked up by Marcus Preston. And Preston cannot get back to the 20. Ashton Hausman making the tackle on special teams. All right, so you're North Dakota. You're not a big play team. You're down 2 scores right now. What do you do here offensively?
Got to see if you have answers that can stretch the football field. I think you can, in ways, be patient. I don't think you have to go too far into your bag of tricks, but you need to get yardage. And if you're Nebraska, don't get too conservative right here. Don't just try to play prevent. See if you can go ahead and challenge some of the concepts you might see from North Dakota.
Nebraska is 13-0 against FCS teams. Trying to get to 14-0. Red Wilson on the reception out across the 20. And for North Dakota, first time that they've faced a Big Ten opponent since 1976. And they have hung around in this game, but now their backs are against the wall. Six minutes to play. Schuster. Too much. Oh, flag comes in. Tommy Hill thought his coverage was clean, and the flag came in a little late.
See the look right here. You can see Hill has got the hand on the nameplate. See it grabbing, and he releases the hand at the end, but once that arm starts to extend, that's typically when the officials throw the flag.
Infraction against the Arizona State transfer. He was a former 4-star big-time recruit.
Holding. Number 0, defense. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Automatic.
Got you a better look at the backside here. You can see him tugging on that jersey there, and you see Coach Frost exasperated over there on the sidelines.
I think for Scott Frost, he's just saying, can we just have a comfortable finish to this ball game without drama? He has not had many of those. Every game seemingly under his watch, especially over the last year or so, has gone down to the wire. Schuster, too far. It's a very accurate quarterback, but he missed that one.
Nebraska was playing off a little bit in the secondary. For Schuster, that is a throw you have to complete. I want to see him make that pass in this situation because you don't have the luxury of playing from 2nd and 10, especially with the lead now at 2 scores.
That penalty by Hill, by the way, was the 7th for Nebraska. Remember, one thing they were pleased with last week, they only had 1 penalty in that entire game against Northwestern. Second and 10, pressure off the edge. Schuster just got rid of it before he got hit by Quentin Newsom. The cornerback bringing the pressure off the edge.
And you're going to see him coming off of the edge right here at the top of your screen. Corner blitz is one of the hardest to pick up. Now it's a long way to go. See him just unable to get there. But this is what I was saying at the start of the drive. I love the aggression right here from Nebraska. Don't just play it soft. Don't just give them a bunch of cushion. Stay in their face. Really make North Dakota have to make decisions about where they want to go with the football.
Third down and 10. Schuster, no. They say the coverage was clean. Chris Kolarbic, the linebacker, was over there. And now fourth down and 10, and they're going to keep the offense out there.
Good decision. Too far back right now. Got to maintain possession of the football.
And Bubba Schweigert knows if his team is going to pull off the stunner, they need this conversion.
Empty formation. Hard to hold the football and bring the running back in.
Schuster escapes, fires, and it's incomplete. He had Nick Kupfer for a second. Tommy Hill was there in coverage. Ball drops free, incomplete. Nebraska takes over.
And from this angle up here, it really looked like Hill had to fight to get that ball out of there. That's the fight that you like to see to finish these plays. We get you a replay right here. You see him swiping at that ball. Didn't quit on the play. Get you another look at it. This is really good defense right here. I mean, just continuing to fight through the end of the play for Hill, a guy who's got a lot of momentum going right now in his career. It's great to see that out there.
And just after the penalty, a couple plays earlier, the Arizona State transfer makes up for it and gets Nebraska's offense the ball back. And now up 2 scores, 5:38 to go in plus territory. They're going to hand it to Grant, and why not? 11 more yards, and his big afternoon continues.
And this is where you want to be. The ability to use the run game has been huge on these last couple of drives. You can eat up some of the clock, but it's also effective in gaining yards for Nebraska right now. And so if you can manage to score by doing it, makes it that much better.
3 rushing touchdowns last week and this week. First time Nebraska's done that in the first 2 games of the season since 2011. ...227 yards on the ground for the home team. Grant again. And somehow just navigates through. Picks up 5 more. Well, the second-ranked Huskers clash with Ole Miss coming up, powered by Unleaded 88. That's tonight at 8 Eastern on the Big Ten Network. Grant, 183 yards, 133 of them here in this half.
The king of the jump cut, and we saw it again on that last one. Footwork is really good. All jokes aside, it really has stood out to me the way that he can move his feet and change directions. The agility is outstanding.
So now you've got a 2nd and 5. Give it to him again. He lowers his shoulder. He got 6 more yards and another first down. Well, when they said to us yesterday, yeah, we've got 5 backs, but right now Anthony Grant is the clear-cut #1 guy. I think we're seeing evidence as to why.
Certainly seeing that play out. It's the explosion, the physicality, like I said, his agility stands out. And it felt like from the conversations yesterday that the run game wanted to be a bigger focal point. And I think especially in the second half that we've seen that.
So Grant off for this play. A.J. Allen, who had the touchdown run last drive, he's going to get another opportunity. And a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8, as we are down to 3:30 left in this ball game. Well, what have you thought? Scott Frost was very angry at intermission, 7-7 game. Second half much better?
Much better in terms of scheme. I think that execution-wise, there's still some things to clean up, but you look at what happened on that first drive. They were able to draw up a couple of passes to get down the field, a touchdown pass where they hid their tight end a little bit, and then you go back to that unbalanced touchdown, the same thing. You integrate the run game a little bit more smoothly. I think scheme-wise it's been good. Now it's about coaching and execution.
Another handoff, Allen to the 5. That's 11 straight runs now for Nebraska. Well, coming up after the game, the Big Ten Live Football postgame presented by State Farm, breaking down all of the action from our Chicago studio. So stay with us after the action here for the action there from Chicago.
These games are tough as a player because you feel like you should come in here and beat a lesser opponent. And these are kind of the best ones to teach off of because you're going to win ugly. So your coach can be hard on you because it was a win. It's hard to be, it's hard to grind players as a coach when you're coming off of a loss.
Well, this is looking more and more like a win. Another touchdown. This time it's Chancellor Brewington, the 6-year senior tight end, finding his way into the end zone.
We see Thompson rolling out, delivers a nice pass. And you're going to have to fight through contact. If you really want to hit pay dirt, make sure you get that ball across the threshold there. Really good play, and I think this right here is emblematic of what Nebraska's second half of this game has looked like. Not always perfect. It's nitty-gritty. It's tough, but you finish it off on the right foot.
38-17. And all of a sudden, Nebraska has opened it up to 3 scores with 2:07 remaining. Nebraska with 31 second-half points.
Hustle harder, they said. Achievement takes sacrifice.
The real secret to success? Better sleep.
But they won't put that on a poster. So purple? Put it in a mattress.
Purple is different. Soft and firm in all your right places. The Gel Flex Grid keeps you cool, while sleep does its scientifically proven thing.
Your eyes sharper.
An overnight success. On Purple, the mattress made for successful sleeping.
Denver Mattress, the easiest way to get the right purple.
Old Trapper Beefs. Fake protein.
Can we take a protein break? Check it. I got my beans, my bars, my goos, my glums. I think Goop was a bad choice.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Auto Owners insures your car because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
For the biggest Big Ten experience, there's no plus like home. The Big Ten Plus app, your favorite Big Ten content streaming and on demand, plus the iconic games and exclusive events. Only on the Big Ten Plus app, powered by Big Ten Network. Download and subscribe now.
Sunday, it's a marquee matinee in Minneapolis as CeCe McGraw leads the 4th-ranked Gophers against number 13 Florida. Women's volleyball, powered by Unleaded 88. Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on Big Ten Network.
If you saw it this Saturday was fun, wait till next Saturday on the Big Ten Network. An 8-game triple header. All these teams, all these games. Go to btn.com/gamefinder for more info and to see the game that will be in your area. Meanwhile, Nebraska this half, 290 yards, 31 points, 21 unanswered points after the touchdown grab by Chancellor Brewington. Just 2:07 remaining here in Lincoln. Again, Brewington and Borkercher, the tight ends, getting more exposure today with Travis Vokalek out with the ankle injury, and they have taken advantage. Back to Lincoln for the final 2:07 in a moment.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto owners, insures your car. Because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Well, Anthony Grant, he's done it all on offense. Now he's shaking hands with the defensive guys saying good game. But this is just his second game in a Cornhusker uniform since transferring in. And if you add up the yards from today and last week, 290, he's been really good.
I mean, the footwork to me, I've said it 100 times, stands out. The vision of the field as well, to know when a gap is getting ready to close before it actually does, is a very difficult trait for a running back to develop. It's something that's innate, and Grant has that innate in his running back repertoire.
So those 290 rush yards from Northwestern and now today against North Dakota, that's actually the most yards by a Nebraska back in his first two games in a Cornhusker uniform. Pretty impressive. Yeah, he's all smiles over there.
I'd be all smiles if I were him too.
And you factor in 4 touchdowns as well through the first 2 ball games. And now Quincy Vaughn, the backup quarterback, in there, and he will lower his shoulder out near the 30. Now, I do think if you're North Dakota, you got to feel pretty good coming away from this ball game today.
So many good things to take away. I mean, you flip on the tape and you never want to lose a football game, but not many people expected them to be able to put up this type of fight in Memorial Stadium here in Lincoln, Nebraska. So I'm sure they're going to be able to build off the things they saw today.
And they're in a really good conference. And Missouri Valley has 4 of the top 10 teams at the FCS level, including North Dakota State and South Dakota State. But they look like contenders. They were tied with this Nebraska team at 17 all. Bubba Schweigert's crew held in there, and Nebraska taking over this game late. So 3rd down and 2 as we approach 1 minute on the clock. Nebraska will improve to 14-0 against FCS opponents. As we haven't seen many trick plays, but here's one. And hit hard at the end of that. Simon Rumfo, redshirt freshman quarterback, getting his first snap of the game.
Put your little fake reverse action in there late in the game. They don't want to put too many guys at risk. But, you know, if you can break one open, maybe take the opportunity to do so.
Stay tuned after the game. State Farm postgame coming up. The guys in the studio will recap this as well as all the other action across the conference. And I think they're going to let this clock wind down. And Scott Frost's crew is going to score the final 21 points in this game and get a victory. It wasn't comfortable early, but they got the job done late, Joshua.
And the lack of comfort, I think, is alarming. I think it's also a building point as well, because that locker room could have broken at halftime. It could have been tenuous coming back out of there, but they decided to respond. They decided to play some of their best football in the second half of this game. So, like I said, ugly wins are great for teaching because you don't have to worry about how you talk to the guys. They're feeling good because they got a win, but it was ugly, so there's a lot to teach off of.
244 rushing yards for Nebraska and 3 rushing touchdowns. Casey Thompson in his second game under center was able to turn around and hand it off a lot to Anthony Grant and A.J. Allen. They did the hard work, including Grant. What a ball game. 189 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns to help lift Nebraska to their first win of the season. And down we go to Rick.
Scott, I know you'll have more thoughts after you watch the film, but what's your initial assessment, both good and bad?
There's a lot of good and a lot of bad. When we stunk on offense in the first half, we found a lot better rhythm in the second half, put our kids in position to make plays. 2 games in a row, we preached turnover margin all the time. We were negative in turnover margin both games. Made some dumb plays on special teams that I know our kids have gotten coached on because I've been in the meetings. Better to learn in a win than in a loss, so we have a lot of things that we can fix and become a better football team.
Relied a lot on Anthony Grant in that second half. What did he show you today?
We got a lot of good backs. We needed Anthony today, and he made a couple special plays for us. Some of the other guys deserved to play too, but he had a special day.
Lastly, I know you needed a spark in that second half. Not a huge surprise. It came from Garrett Nelson with that forced fumble. How much momentum did that give you guys at that point?
A lot of momentum. We needed it. You know, we didn't expect to be in that kind of game, but I give those guys a lot of credit. And when we need plays, we got to step up. We're playing well on defense and just giving up little things here or there, and we got to tighten it up.
Thanks, Scott. Good luck next week.
We got it.
But they tightened up down the stretch, scored the final 21 points in the game, and they win it going away 38-17. Thanks to our entire crew and all their hard work, led by producer Bart Fox, director Andrew Blaustein. For our sideline reporter Rick Pizzo and Joshua Perry up here in the booth with me, I'm Brandon Gaudin signing off. Nebraska wins the home opener in the 100th season at Memorial Stadium. So long, everybody.
Welcome in. It's the State Farm postgame. Great to have you with us as the Huskers even their record at 1-1. Dave Revson, Jake Butt, Jerry DiNardo, and Howard Griffith. Much improved second half effort there, Jake, particularly down the stretch, final 21 points. How did Nebraska finally put it away, in your opinion?
I mean, listen, I've dated some girls. They may not have been the prettiest in the world, Dave, but they loved me. They loved me. Not every game has to be perfect, but at the end of the day, you got to find a way to win. And at the end of the day, that's what Nebraska did. It wasn't pretty. There were some mistakes, but they found a way to win. And at the end of the day, when you sit on the couch, it's better to correct mistakes after a win.
You should hear what they say about you.
I think Joshua said it best, right? They responded. They went in the locker room, they responded. Scott Frost told Rick Pizzo on the way into the locker room at halftime that they were going to come out and score in the first drive, and they did. They took over the line of scrimmage, which they should have taken it over in the first half. Right. They rushed for 63 yards in the first half, 181 in the second half. That was the difference.
Yeah, faced some adversity in the second half early, but they were able to respond. And I think that was the biggest part for them, was to be able to come out, struggle a little bit, and come away with the win. I know about the opponent, but it was not about the opponent today. It was about what they needed to do to break through that mental wall that they had been struggling with.
I'm with you 100%. I mean, I know, look, you should not be tied well into the second half with North Dakota at 17-all, and I think Scott Frost knows that, and their team knows it. But to be able to then, as you say, rally and play the best football you have played all year down the stretch, you'll be in close games against better teams. And can you use that later in the season to build on and to say we can win when everything seems to kind of be conspiring against us?
So they can point to it now, right?
Yes.
They can say we've done it, we've been here, we've been able to overcome, so we should be able to put it together again.
And they don't have to listen to the same narrative for another week. I mean, really, that's behind. No one's going to talk about a close game. Even though it's North Dakota, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Win a game.
Listen, at the end of the day, you got to find a way to win. I think going forward for this offense, just continuing to push Anthony Grant. I thought he made some big plays down the stretch. And, man, it's so much easier to run the ball to stabilize your offense. He showed up big down the stretch for him.
Yeah, it did seem to be far more of a commitment to the run game than there was a week ago, even when the game was still in doubt. Obviously, when you're looking to salt the game away, you're going to run it. But even when the game was in doubt, it felt like the Huskers were running it more than a week ago, Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, a bigger commitment than the first half.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
Seriously, I mean, you look at the numbers, it's not only the yardage, it's the attempts. They weren't running the ball the first half.
Yeah, made a concerted effort to do it in the second, came away with a W. Let's show you how it went down in Lincoln as Scott Frost and company tried to bounce back from that loss to Northwestern in week 0, and a pretty good formula for doing that is handing it to this guy. Anthony Grant has had 2 really good games, breaking tackles, 19 yards for the touchdown, just like last week. Nebraska scoring on its first possession, up 7-0. But back comes North Dakota. This is just before the half. Adam Zavalny The 2-yard touchdown kept off a 16-play, 80-yard drive, tied at 7 at the half. To the second half we go, right out of the gate. Casey Thompson, Trey Palmer. The big play guy a week ago, 35-yard catch there. And that set up Thompson on play action to Nate Borkesher. And the Huskers go back on top 14-7. Thompson threw for 193 yards, but had some mistakes here as well. Wyatt Pettigo coming up with the interception there, Jake.
Just read his eyes. You know, Casey Thompson was trying to hit that dig route, but he kind of stared it down, and the linebacker there saw it all the way and made the play.
So the Fighting Hawks in business and able to take advantage. Tyler Huseman going in for the touchdown. We're tied at 17, but this is when Nebraska started really putting it together. And there goes Grant. Second straight week over 100 yards, 189. He's got 290 through 2 weeks, most ever for a Husker in his first 2 games in the Nebraska uniform. Now here, not an onside kick. They tried a squib kick. They had really favorable field position after a penalty. It was not necessarily executed all that well, and would it cost them like it did against Northwestern? It would not. Isaiah Smith here stuffed short of the first down, and the Hawks would punt it away. So Nebraska able to dodge a bullet there. Still 24-17. And then it's Thompson to Palmer. Able to haul it in, a huge third down conversion. Keeps the drive alive for the Huskers. That was on a 3rd and 14 from deep in their territory. And later in the drive, it is A.J. Allen. They were really high on this guy when we were camping. You can see why. 38-17, Nebraska scoring the final 21 points to get its first win of the year. Defense, a huge story. Rick Pizzo with one of the stars, Garrett Nelson.
Came up with a huge play in that second half. Defense needed a spark, forced fumble, recovery. How much of that kind of stuff do you put on yourself as a leader of this team to provide when the squad needs it?
You know, you watch every movie and every critical situation in real life football. You know, those captains, those leaders step out in those situations. With that experience that I have, and you know, guys that have made countless plays like that, that's their experience coming through. And I know I got to do that for my team, being an older guy and being that leader on the defensive line.
I know you guys weren't happy heading into the locker room at the half. What was the conversation like before you came out for the third quarter?
You just can't panic. You got to do your job. It's you know, every football game's different. Okay, every weekend's different. You got to go in the locker room. Hey boys, we're doing a great job. Keep doing your job. Every series, every play. Don't try to do anything else. You know, you catch yourself trying to make the extra play or to make an extraordinary play. You're losing opportunities to just do your job and do your play, and that's where the plays come to you. And at the end of the game, people look at you like, man, you made a ton of plays. No, I just did my job.
So what is your job now as one of the leaders on this team moving forward, now back to 1-1 on the year?
Just tell these guys, you know, understand the success and why we got there. Go back to the film room, fix what we need to fix. We know what we can do. It's only up from here.
Perfect. Garrett, appreciate the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Love the shades, by the way.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Ending a 7-game skid back to last season, their first win since October 2nd of last year. So it has been more than 11 months since the Huskers tasted victory. What can this do for them, Jerry? Again, irrespective of kind of how they did it, what can it do from a psychological point of view?
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where it doesn't matter what the score was or who you were playing. It's a win, and a win is a win. I think the players probably got more comfortable with the offense the second half, and maybe the coaches got more comfortable with it. You know, we've talked about the Scott Frost, Mark Whipple, both calling the plays. That may have worked even better today. So I think all around the players feel really good about themselves and about winning the game.
Certainly. I mean, they feel good, but you go back to that locker room and you can exhale a little bit, still understanding there's a lot of room for improvement. And there was just some mistakes in the game where they shot themselves in the foot, discipline things. The punt return where they blocked the punt, never try to pick up the ball. The offensive line being able to pick up blitz protections, tackling on defense, things that they need to do on a week-to-week basis if they want to make a serious run in the Big Ten West.
I think you saw Grant have a huge game. But Palmer stepped up and made a huge catch. And what I mean by that, he went up and high-pointed the ball, a ball that the DB was in good position for, but he kept it. He had the strength in his hands. Guys making plays. Nelson, toward the end or early in the coming out of the half, comes up with a huge sack. When your big players make plays for you, the momentum starts to change and people start to get excited and everyone else wants to know, what do I need to do next? And I think this can trickle and create some positive momentum, which we all know they need.
And think about the film sessions, right? The team film sessions and the group film sessions. You probably could have cut the tension with a knife coming back from Dublin,
Certainly.
right? Yeah. And now they're going to be going in there. They're going to be yucking it up. I mean, they're not going to. I mean, they're going to celebrate this thing. It's going to be the first fun they've had in a while since the early October going to watch a game.
Yeah, I think this is where it's so tantalizing, kind of to your point, Howard, is there is talent on this team. Like Trey Palmer is a really good player. Grant's a good player. Thompson has shown flashes. Certainly Nelson and some of those defenders are extremely talented. And the question now is, can he put it together on a consistent basis and beat good teams? They got Georgia Southern next week, then they got Oklahoma. It would go a long way toward curing what ails Nebraska as a team and what ails the fanhood to figure out a way to win that game against Oklahoma. More coverage coming up from Lincoln, but also want to remind you there's more action on the Big Ten Network from Lincoln tonight. How about the number 2 team in the nation? The Huskers taking on Ole Miss, an Ole Miss team that was the most improved team in the country a year ago, so could be a formidable foe for the second-ranked team. It's Big Ten Volleyball next, presented by Unleaded 88 right here on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Plenty to talk about before we get to that, including Michigan, the quarterback rotation day 1. Show you how they fared, both of them. And we will have some final thoughts before they kick off from the shoe, including one last report for the showdown between the Buckeyes and the Fighting Irish. It's a Big Ten Live football postgame.
All that melty cheese you crave with double the steak is back at Taco Bell. The double steak grilled cheese burrito.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules on how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What? When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door! Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Earlier today, number 8 Michigan hosting Colorado State. The Wolverines, of course, testing out that quarterback rotation. Cade McNamara getting the start this week. It'll be J.J. McCarthy next week against Hawaii. McNamara swinging it out to Roman Wilson, who does the rest. 61 yards for the touchdown. McNamara was not great in this game. 9 of 18, $136 and a TD. Had what appeared to be an interception later overruled by the officials on replay. Here's Clay Millen picked off by Rod Moore. Would lead to a Michigan field goal, and the Wolverines were rolling up 13-0 in the second. Goes Blake Corum, Howard.
Yes, very nice job. Didn't need him as much today, but they'll need him down the stretch.
76 rushing yards for him as Michigan went for 440 total yards. Defense was fabulous. DJ Turner with the scoop and score here, Jake.
Huge momentum shift. It's always good to score on defense, get their confidence going. They had a big day. 7 sacks, 11 tackles for loss. They were constantly disrupting Colorado State.
Wolverines up by 30. We were wondering if we would see J.J. McCarthy in a backup role, and we did. He went 4 of 4 for 30 yards and also ran for a touchdown. Wolverines up by 37, and then it's Donovan Edwards on a 1st and goal as Michigan rolls. 51-7 the final. Got everyone involved, including Alex Orgiu came into the game and made his way into the end zone. The Wolverines improved to 17-0 in non-conference home games under Jim Harbaugh. Reaction starting with the coach.
I thought things were operating really smooth in the first half, and just finally said, let's get JJ in there, and he was electric when he got in. I don't feel like I have to manage it. It's just they're both tremendous competitors, and both are warriors. I don't feel like I got to manage anything. I just got to let them go out there and compete.
It's just not my decision. So whatever it is, however, whatever my role is, I'm honored, that my teammates recognize me for the role that I have currently. This is sort of something that I've been dealing with, whatever part it was in my career, whether it was before I played, with Joe, whether it was, finally going in, whether it was last season and now it's this season. I think, at this point, I have a callus made on how to deal with these things.
That does not sound all that much like a quarterback after a 44-point win, Howard. I mean, this is clearly causing a little bit of stress.
And it should. I mean, he's a competitor. Both are competitors, and nobody wants to be in this situation. If you're the presumptive starter coming off a season that you had last year, but this is the situation that they're in, and they're going to have to deal with it, and it's not going to get any easier as we move forward over the next couple of weeks.
And isn't it all about J.J. McCarthy? I mean, what's changed about these two quarterbacks, right? It appears one has gotten better since one wasn't a starter last year, and now one is a starter next week. So whether it has anything to do with the portal or just the fact that they think J.J. may be the better quarterback, why else would you do this?
I can tell you from a player's perspective, it's a different ball game when you go in there and you know for sure you're the starter. You play so much more at ease, so much more comfortable. At times today, it felt like Cade was just pressing. Last year where he was so efficient, so calm in the pocket, there was periods and throws today where it felt like he knew that there was JJ on his heels. So it's something to follow forward as we enter this, out of conference schedule, and they both get their opportunity to prove their chance to be the Michigan starter this season.
This is the first time I've seen the body language like that.
Yeah.
This is the first time.
And it was evident not just in the postgame, it was evident during the game, too, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they've got to work on that and get that corrected.
This is going to be the narrative for sure, but man, they're really good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good team there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then, on the defensive side of the ball, we haven't talked about them. They showed up today after losing a lot of talent.
Yep.
Jesse Minter did a great job of generating pressure without exposing his back end of the defense. A lot to be happy about there on that side of the ball.
Yeah, understandably. Yep.
Yeah, one thing that's different than a year ago, when they opened up at non-conference, if you guys remember, it was all run. Remember?
Yep.
I was critical of it. Why don't they throw it more? And because they're going to have to throw it against certain opponents. Sharon Moore, who called his first game as Michigan's offensive coordinator, it was 200 yards passing and 200 yards rushing. Not exactly, but a little bit over both. He was balanced. And I think that's really good. I think that's better strategy than what they did last year. And they were really good, obviously, last year.
Unfortunately, it's not enough to take the spotlight off of what's going on the offense.
No, it's going to be the story. That is going to be the story for sure. Going into the Hawaii game, a Hawaii team, by the way, the Vanderbilt beat by 53 on the road. So that's not going to be a particularly competitive game next week. It is going to be all about the quarterbacks. While we're on the topic of quarterbacks, Ohio State has a pretty good one in C.J. Stroud, getting warmed up and ready to go. The Heisman finalist getting set to lead the Buckeyes against Notre Dame. Let's get one last report from the Shoe and Jillian Sekovitz.
This morning, head coach Ryan Day said to Buckeye Nation, let's make sure that the Shoe is the loudest that it's ever been, and that shouldn't be too difficult here in what is arguably going to be the largest non-conference matchup of the season. Number 2, Ohio State. Number 5, Notre Dame. And it's not just the fans that are watching. There are 43 representatives from the NFL in the press box today. That includes head coaches, general managers, and scouts representing 27 NFL teams. As for the matchup, well, everybody is looking forward to seeing the explosive Ohio State offense return. And the question mark is, can the defense back them up and be a top 5 defense like their new defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles, is calling on them to be? As for game time decisions, Julian Fleming will be a game time decision, their wide receiver. Now, as for Notre Dame, there is no doubt that this is a full circle moment for their head coach, Marcus Freeman, who came to Ohio State, played at Ohio State, and now embarks on his first season as a head coach for the Fighting Irish. Well, these two teams, Ohio State and Notre Dame, two of the biggest powerhouses in college football, have met just 6 times, going all the way back to 1935, so there is no doubt that meeting number 7 here today will be an instant classic. We will have so much more for you on the final drive here tonight after the game.
Jillian, looking forward to that. This should be a phenomenal game. Biggest thing you're watching, Howard?
Offensive line for Ohio State. How physical can they be at the point of attack? Can they run the football today when they need to?
I'm with you on the run game. The 2 physical problems they had last year was run game. Are they going to be physical, and can they stop the run on defense?
Certainly stopping the run. Notre Dame is a little thin at receiver. The strength of their offense is really the offensive line, so they're going to test Jim Knowles and that Buckeye front 7. We'll see how they respond, and there's been improvement this offseason.
Remember, we're talking about a Buckeyes defense. Last 2 games last year gave up more than 40 points in each one of them. That included the Rose Bowl win over Utah. First time that had ever happened in school history, consecutive games allowing 40 or more points. So that is the task ahead tonight, to try to slow down the Irish. Scott Frost and company got their first win of the season. We will hear from the Nebraska coach coming up next as we continue here on our postgame.
Taco Bell's breakfast quesadilla might make you reconsider this whole morning thing. With fluffy eggs, crispy bacon, and melted cheese all folded into a warm tortilla. Wake up to the breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
You remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners makes sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules on how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Sunday, it's a marquee matinee in Minneapolis as CeCe McGraw leads the 4th-ranked Gophers against number 13, Florida. Women's volleyball, powered by Unleaded 88. Sunday at 1:30 Eastern on Big Ten Network.
Nebraska topping North Dakota earlier here on the Big Ten Network, 38-17, as they improve to 16-30 now under Scott Frost and follow up that loss to Northwestern in Dublin with a win. The Nebraska coach addressing the media right now in Lincoln. Let's listen in.
Hey, I'm proud of the team coming away with a win. It certainly didn't look like I thought it would look like, or I think the team planned for it to look like. But I told the team we got a bunch of winners in the locker room. They found a way to win. A lot of good and a lot of bad, frankly, in that game. Always better to learn those lessons in a win than a loss. There was a ton of good. I thought at times we looked really explosive on offense. At times we looked completely out of joint. Little mistakes here and there on offense cost us a couple drives. They did a good job keeping the ball away from us. Defensively, kind of the same thing. And I told the team after the game they play really well, and give up a chunk play, and really well and give up a chunk play. And overall, I thought the defense hung in there, but we can be better. Some dumb plays on special teams that I know are getting coached because I'm in the meetings and listening to them, and those things need to get better. My message to the team, I don't mind sharing with you. It's been an interesting camp in that we got a lot of new guys on the team, on the staff. Those guys see our team and the talent on our team, and they're really, really confident in who we are. Got some old guys that have battled through a lot of adversity and been a good team before and haven't won. As a head coach, you got to balance, telling them they're a great team to keep the confidence up with being honest with them and making sure we're continuing to get better. This team can be a great team. It's not right now, and that was my message to them. So that puts us in a perfect position to have the potential to be good, but know that we got a lot of work to do and a lot of things to fix. Questions?
What was the tone and tenor in the halftime locker room? Like, because you came off the field and I think you were pretty fired up. Did that continue in the locker room?
Yeah, part of that was deserved and part wasn't. We only got 4 possessions on offense in the first half. I didn't realize that until after the game. And we had the ball down there again, took a strip sack. Can't do it. When we get to league play, when you get the ball past the other team's 40, you got to be aggressive but careful to not ever give up points. And those type of plays that give up points can be backbreakers in close games. Glad it wasn't today. We're still finding our way a little bit. I love the guys I have on my office and staff. They're bright. They're doing a great job coaching. I think you can see the improvement by position. We're still figuring it out together, and the team's still figuring it out together, and the players are still figuring it out together. And in some ways, I thought we made some big strides from last week, but there's still a lot to fix.
Scott, who called the plays in the first half, and who called the plays?
I'm not ever going to get into that, but all I'll say is we got a lot of smart people on the staff, and the more we can cooperate, the better we're going to be.
The catch Trey made there, that moment, how big was that? Did you feel like it allowed your team to breathe a little bit on that and get that drive going?
Yeah, the team did a great job of keeping its composure, but it was way closer than we wanted to at a couple points. And, in those moments, you got to have players step up sometimes, and we haven't always gotten that. And Trey stepped up, Garrett stepped up and made a big play for us. Tommy stepped up and made a big play for us. Obviously, the running backs did. Thought the O-line blocked really well down the stretch. So, hey, we've been in that situation a lot where we've been in a close game that can go either way, and sometimes you just need the guys to do what they've been trained to do.
Well, is Anthony better than you originally thought?
We'll see. I don't want to crown him yet. I know how Nebraska is. There's no need to clear space to retire his number or anything right now, but he had a good day.
You like that combination, though, of him and AJ, and what did they do for you out there today?
Yeah, honestly, I thought both those two ran great. Gabe Irvin's a fine football player. He deserves to play, too. Ramir Johnson was one of our workhorses last year, and he's still getting caught a little in between, and we got to make sure there's packages for him, because I love that kid and what he's poured into this program, and he's a really good football player. we're running at skill position. We're running into a little bit of a problem. We got a lot of guys that deserve to play, but I'm really proud of AG and AJ today. Both those guys are going to be good players around here. We got to make sure we're using all of them.
What was the squib kick supposed to be look like?
Thanks for calling it a squib kick. I meant to open with a joke about that. We have the smartest football fans in America, and I want them all to know that was not an onside. We practice that all the time, that if we get a 15-yard penalty on the PAT, rather than kick it out of the end zone and give them the ball, we try to squib it and bury them inside the 20. And our aim has been off on a couple of those, and we hit somebody. So I'm glad that wasn't a penalty kick in a soccer game to win a game, or to hit the goalie in the face.
Scott, it's been a while since you guys have won a game. How nice is it to have a good feeling being in this place, and what can this do to the team to kind of give them some positive results?
Yeah, you know, I hadn't even ever really thought of that, and I know that's the reality. But this is a different team, and we got to make this team a team. It doesn't have a lot to do with losing close games down the stretch last year. It doesn't really have much to do with that, other in the scope of my career. I love Ted Lasso. Everybody that's around football loves Ted Lasso. We need to be goldfish, and I think they did a good job of that this week and just coming ready to go. We have a lot we can get better at, and I think the team's in a great place because I think they're confident and they see the talent, but they know, hey, we can be a lot better than we were today.
A couple more, Coach.
We can ask Casey, but what did he tell you he saw on that interception?
You know, in the second half, we moved the pocket a little bit, and I think that helps him sometimes. We got some tall linemen, and I would guess that maybe he just didn't see the guy. They dropped 8 on that play, so they dropped into coverage, and he had time, and I was watching the route develop, and that's where the ball was supposed to go. He could have put it in a window, and I don't know if he was trying to throw over him or didn't see the guy, but, yeah, that's a big play. Coach Osborne told us every single week we got to be a more physical team. We got to play better than the other team on special teams. We got to win the turnover battle. We're 0-2 in trying to win the turnover battle, and that's one of the major things that needs to get fixed.
I know on Thursday you liked where your team was at, but were you, now that it's over, were you worried about this week and just how it was going to play out, and are you glad to kind of move into a more normal format now?
Yeah, the kids still came and gave effort at practice, but you could see that I think the right word is they're just a little off. And I think that's natural. We had a couple of our leaders down this week. I think we'll get them back real soon. We had some sickness going through the team, so it was just a weird week. Please don't take that as an excuse. It was just a weird week. I think you guys have all flown overseas and been kind of run down, and that's just what it felt like. But the effort at practice was great, and I don't know if that had to do with why it took us a little while to get started on offense, but yeah, we got more of a normal week now, so we'll be back on schedule.
What did you see from them at halftime? I mean, it had to be kind of a frustrating game for the offense, only 23 snaps or whatever. What was like the reaction of the players? How did you see them?
I give them a lot of credit. I had a great talk with their coach, with Coach Schweigert after the game and before the game. Bubba, what a great guy. And I think he does an unbelievable job with what they have. They're going to have a chance in every game like we do. I think they're really well coached. Our kids did a great job. You probably didn't notice a lot of the gadgets and things because our kids did a great job keeping their eyes and being disciplined and not giving up one of those. We knew we needed to get ahead so they couldn't milk the clock, and we didn't. So we kind of played right into their hands. I don't think they could have asked for a better situation than tie it at halftime. And luckily we came out and did what we were supposed to do in the third quarter. Otherwise we wouldn't have had very many snaps at all.
You said the game didn't look the way you thought.
So that is Nebraska coach Scott Frost. Going to catch you up on the rest of the day in the Big Ten, including a defensive tussle in Iowa City as we continue on the postgame.
Taco Bell's breakfast quesadilla might make you reconsider this whole morning thing. With fluffy eggs, crispy bacon, and melted cheese all folded into a warm tortilla. Wake up to the breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules on how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Las millas que recorres dejan huella, redibujan mapas y construyen sueños. Siente orgullo de las millas recorridas y las que están por venir. RAM es lo que hacemos.
Iowa hosting the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State. Pick it up in the second quarter. Hawks up 3-0. Spencer Petras, who had a rough day, was picked off. He was 11 of 25, 109 yards in that pick. Game was tied at 3 at the half. The third quarter was still tied at 3. The story of this game may very well have been Iowa's punter, Tori Taylor, who was just phenomenal. He pins the Jackrabbits there on their own 1. He had 5 punts inside the 10. That was a 49-yarder. And on the ensuing drive, Jack Campbell knifing through, and they get the safety, and Iowa goes on top 5-3. To the fourth quarter, it is Taylor again. Had 10 punts in the game, averaged 48 yards per kick, 7 inside the 20. I'd cheer for the punter. Well, that guy came prepared, that's for sure. On the ensuing drive, Joe Evans coming up with the play in the end zone, and Iowa gets a second safety and wins the game 7-3. They win despite 166 yards of total offense. That is the fewest in a win in the Kirk Ferentz era. They averaged less than 3 yards of play. Howard, they had 2 turnovers. They did get a W, but it was not pretty.
Well, I mean, the fact that we showed the highlights is a good thing because people will see it and say, oh, they only got 1 touchdown. So
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
they need to figure it out, but they've got to get this offense figured out. They've got to get on, start to be more consistent offensively, and I just don't know how it's going to happen, but the defense, as usual, steps up.
I'm glad you covered the offense. I think the punt game and the defense were great. But what can you do? There's nothing you can change.
In fairness, their starting running back was out,
Yes.
and they were down to 2 scholarship wide receivers.
And we've seen Penn State and Purdue struggle with the run game. I mean, they've worked on it. I mean, all they're going to do is keep running the same plays. As crazy as that sounds, what else are they going to do?
You're right. I don't know how they do it. I don't know where they go to find this answer, but they have to find a way to get back to that Kirk Ferentz identity where they have a strong offensive line and a downhill running back that just imposes their will on teams throughout to the game. Just haven't seen it yet, but I know it's there. It's the Iowa Hawkeyes. You know,
But
that's who
Jake,
they have been.
They're calling the same plays they called with.
And you got to find something in the
It's
playbook. You know, you
recurring.
got to do something some other way to get that run game going.
Yeah, it's not there. We'll see whether or not they can get it there next week. They got a big game, Iowa State, a game you can see here on the Big Ten Network. Maryland got the run game going today, got the passing game going as well. Defense was pretty good. All around good effort from the Terps. We'll show you how they took down Buffalo as we continue here on the postgame.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
We on a mission.
Mike Loxley and Maryland hosting Buffalo. Pick it up in the first quarter. First possession, in fact, for the Terps. And Roman Hemby's gone, Howard.
Really nice job of getting the ball upfield. Really showed his speed later. I'm sure we'll be showing that highlight.
We will be. A good foreshadowing. 7-0 Terps. Antoine Littleton. They're up 17-7 at the half. And this is the highlight that Howard Griffith was alluding to.
Yeah, I'm talking about a great job. The offensive line getting to the second level. You see the wide receivers out there blocking downfield. And then he just outruns everybody for a touchdown.
Former Terp Sean Merriman is impressed by the running back crew. How about 114 yards on just 7 carries for Hemby? He was named the starter earlier in the week. Talia Tungabaloa to Rakim Jarrett. Went over 100 yards receiving for the 5th time in his career, spinning inside the 10. And then it is Littleton over the top as Maryland wins its 11th straight non-conference opener, the second longest streak in the Big Ten. 31-10 is the final. One more game to get to. It was an impressive one. Rutgers going on the road and beating a power conference opponent. How Greg Schiano's team got it done as we continue. Also ahead, we are getting ready for volleyball here on the Big Ten Network. Nebraska, the number 2 team in the nation, taking on Ole Miss. We will have a preview of this match on the other side from Lincoln.
Taco Bell's breakfast quesadilla might make you reconsider this whole morning thing. With fluffy eggs, crispy bacon, and melted cheese all folded into a warm tortilla. Wake up to the breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
You remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners makes sense for you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules on how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
The excitement is big.
Sit down. Let's finish it.
The 2022 volleyball season, only on Big Ten Network. This is big.
We are just minutes away from volleyball here on the Big Ten Network. Number 2 Nebraska getting set to host Ole Miss. Let's get a preview from Larry Putney.
Thank you, Dave. From the Cornhusker State, we are minutes away from Ole Miss and number 2 Nebraska volleyball at the Bob Devaney Sports Center here in Lincoln. Along with Liz Tortorella-Nelson, I'm Larry Putney. A good one tonight here. And Liz, we've got a couple of outstanding middle blockers. Let's start with Caitlin Horn.
Well, she's amazing. Grad transfer from Penn State. She's got all the stats. She knows how to block. She's one of the leaders in the big for blocking, but also nationally. She can also swing away, in front, behind, everything. Right now, look for her to really do some really strong things for the Huskers.
And for Ole Miss, how about Sasha Ratliff?
Well, Sasha Ratliff, I mean, she is an all-SEC player. She was picked preseason as well, all-region, and she loves to go up 1 foot behind. But she's got the numbers so far this year. Despite the losses, she's bringing a heat in the front row.
It is the return tonight of Caleb Banworth to Bob Devaney Sports Center. We've got volleyball coming up. Ole Miss, number 2 Nebraska.
Looking forward to that. Again, just a few minutes away, but let's get you up to date on the rest of the Big Ten football today, including Greg Schiano and Rutgers going to Boston College. Late first quarter, BC up 7-0. Phil Dracovic, the former Notre Dame QB, is picked off by Christian Braswell. And that sets up Aaron Cruikshank, nifty reverse, and there he goes, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big play. Back and forth all day. Rutgers fought their butts off, and this is a big momentum swing in their favor.
Did miss the PAT there, still 7-6. Came up with a huge break here off the botched snap. They recover it. Wesley Bailey sets him up inside the 10, and Kyle Monagai punches it in from a yard out. Rutgers went for 2 and didn't get it. So it's 14-12. Still in the third quarter now. BC on the move. Dracovic to Jaden Williams, his third touchdown pass of the day. BC up by 9, but Rutgers got a field goal, and then 1st and 10, it's Al-Shadi Salam breaking free, 22 yards, as Rutgers ends an 11-game skid against BC, their first win against the Eagles since 1991. 22-21 the final for Greg Schiano's team.
You know, we're a young team that started the game with some young team mistakes and made some nervous errors, I guess. It was a great lesson that if you can stay in the moment, that was the whole thing, trying to keep them in the moment. And eventually we got there. You love to win any game, right? But I love the way that we won this game. That 12-play drive, 96 yards. I don't know if we threw it one time, maybe we threw it once, but I don't think we did, right? Did we? Incomplete pass. One pass, yeah. That's Rutgers football.
Ran the ball, played great defense, 4 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, gave up fewer than 30 rushing yards, Jerry. It was a really good performance. That is a big win on the road.
It's a huge win. Physical team, ran the ball over 200 yards. Wagner and Temple, the next 2. So when you're at Rutgers and you went to a bowl last year under unusual circumstances, you want to go again this year. Could you put Rutgers 2 bowl games in a row? This is big for them.
It's big. You know, you go on the road, pull up a victory, just what you said. But I thought defensively stepping up toward the end, 2 sacks critical on that last drive because it looks like, you know, they were starting to gain some momentum and the defense shut them down.
One guy to look out for is Wimsatt. You know, on that go-ahead touchdown, he was in the game, and he adds that element of the defense has to respect the fact that he can tuck it and run, and he showed up big on a couple runs today.
That was interesting. The former Husker quarterback Noah Vedral did not start due to injury. Evan Simon was the starter, but to your point, Wimsatt played a lot and showed off some of that multi-dimensional talent that made him so highly recruited. The dramatic conclusion of our show next. Some final thoughts on the day in the Big Ten to this point before we take you out to volleyball here on the Big Ten Network.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed.
We need to be able to see our kids.
Oh, you'll be able to see them.
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Here we go! Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
The excitement is big.
Puts it down.
Let us finish it. The 2022 volleyball season, only on Big Ten Network. This is big.
The Big Ten Live postgame show is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Great angles.
Wild start in Madison, taking on Illinois State. The Badgers were, the Redbirds were on the move, but John Torchio stepping in front of that Zach Annexted pass and bringing it back 100 yards for the touchdown, the longest interception return in school history. Then Braylon Allen just went 96 yards for a touchdown on a run. Wisconsin has run 4 offensive plays in this game, and they're on top 14-0. So an unusual one, to say the least. What do you make of this day? Biggest takeaway so far?
For me, it's Maryland, and it's a team that, as you look at the game, they have enough talent to make a serious run in the Big Ten East. Just cleaning up them. They were great. Can they move to excellent? That's what I'm going to challenge them to do down the stretch.
For me, Michigan most impressive, and the coaches know Cade McNamara is struggling. Young people give you body language, so you come see him. I bet they probably already have met with him.
Yeah, Nebraska finding a way to pull out a victory and doing a good job running the ball, particularly in the second half of that game. Maybe that's what their offense needs to look like.
We are going to wrap up the entire day plenty of highlights and analysis, post-game reaction on the final drive later today. But for now, we send you to volleyball. Should be a good one. Ole Miss and Nebraska. Here's Larry Putney.
From the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln, Nebraska, volleyball on the Big Ten Network is powered by Unleaded 88. Engine smart, earth kind. And tonight, it's Nebraska, the second-ranked team in the country, hosting Ole Miss. And hello again, everyone. I'm Larry Putney, along with former Wisconsin standout Liz Tortorella-Nelson. It's great to have you with us here inside the Devaney Center tonight for Big Ten volleyball. And as you might expect from one of the top conferences in the country, the Big Ten well represented in the top 10. Nebraska has slipped to number 2 in the latest AVCA poll. You see also represented is Minnesota at number 4. Wisconsin is 6. And, of course, the Buckeyes check in at number 8. Tonight, Nebraska taking on Ole Miss. Ole Miss with an outstanding middle inside.
Well, she is amazing. I mean, all roads lead through their offense, and she's going to run it hard, especially going off 1 foot behind. She loves to hit them strong, and she's a great blocker as well, which earned her all SEC preseason honors. But last year was a great breakout season for her. She was a career block leader for Ole Miss, but she also put up those big numbers for all those accolades.
And Liz, here's the question.
I know, right?
Who are we going to see at center?
Exactly. Setting position. This is what we've been talking about all night. Who is going to start tonight? Well, what a big problem for the Huskers to have 3 incredible, talented setters. Nicklin Haynes, you all know, All-American for Nebraska. She's been transitioning to a back row, but we might see her tonight. Ani Evans and Kennedy Orr. So it's going to be an awesome mystery to everyone tonight.
Nebraska will be in the 6-2, but who will it be? We'll find out. Number 2 Nebraska and Ole Miss from the Devaney Center is coming up on the Big Ten Network.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the drawer?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
It is an ongoing NCAA women's sports record. Another sellout crowd here at the Bob Devaney Sports Center for Nebraska and Ole Miss in a very special homecoming return for the head coach of Ole Miss.
Douglas Florentino. The assistant coaches are Brad Creamer and Bree Henry. And ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of the Rebels, Kayla Banward. Please turn on your Husker Lights app now.
You could see the emotions in the eyes of Kayla Vanderwerf. We talked to her about it earlier this week and said, have you thought about what that moment's going to be like? And she said, yeah, I've already thought about it.
It is an incredible feeling, I'm sure, for her. And of course, she wants the focus to be on her team, but she's, you know, this homecoming is special for her.
Here's a look at the starting lineups. We talked about the outstanding Ratliff off the top, but how about this libero that they've got in Neeson? She's playing some DS, some libero. Kayla's really high on her.
Well, she is. I mean, she's one of their outstanding freshmen. She, you know, can not only serve receive really well, her numbers are really good, but she goes for everything. You know, you're going to have fun watching her tonight.
And these starting lineups powered by Unleaded 88. A look at Nebraska's starting lineup, very similar, although they're going with a 6-2 for the second consecutive match. And in the 6-2, it's going to be split by Nicklin Hames, and also in there will be Kennedy Orr. Those two will be running that 6-2 for Nebraska. Provides some advantage up front. It's sometimes the negative is the inconsistency or a different set from different setters.
Right. I mean, you've got 3 different types of setters, but they're all outstanding. I think it just comes down to placement.
Yep.
And how do you make your hitters look better? And you know, the points don't lie, the score doesn't lie, the stats don't lie. So that's what Coach Cook is basing everything on. He wants those hitters to have those fantastic evenings. And guess what? The pressure falls on the setter. No doubt, huh, Larry?
That's right. As it always does, right, Liz?
It does. You know, all those setters out there that are listening and watching, you guys all know you're shaking your head. Yep.
Well,
it's all about the setters.
That's right. Well, if you look at the records here coming in and you see Nebraska at 4-0, you look at the Rebels at 0-3, you might think, all right, could be a quick one tonight, but Kayla Vanderwerf has shaken up that lineup. She's going with 3 new starters tonight, including 2 freshmen. She says they are remarkably talented, and she's excited to see what they have here tonight. First one goes outside to Kubik. Slid off the hands and a kill by Vivian Miller.
That's a fun first point for that freshman, Vivian Miller. She did some nice things the other night against Loyola Marymount, and I think that's why she got this this nod to start. She came in late a couple times for that match and scored, geez, like 4 points right away for her team. So no doubt Kayla's putting her in there.
In the first 3 matches, Vivian Miller had only played in 4 sets. We're going to see Katie Corelli playing in just the 2nd set that she's played in all season. She's a sophomore who will get the starting nod tonight at opposite. Here is Lexi Rodriguez now back to serve for Nebraska. Talked about this before, but it seems like service errors, something going on this year with service errors. There's been quite a few. We talked earlier. Stanford had 21 service errors.
I knew you were going to bring that up, Larry.
They won, right? They won 3-2.
It's crazy the amount of errors. It's nuts, and I think we can discuss it later.
Yeah. Larry's Whitney Lonstein. Hey, she's been a bright spot this year early on for Nebraska.
Oh, she does a nice job, and she's such a leaper. And, her track, she's got such finesse out there. She takes almost like a big broad jump, but she gets up so high, and I love the fact that her arm finishes her swing before she lands. Wow. And that's a huge thing for hitters, pin hitters.
She's hitting 356 on the year, and there is another service error on Nebraska. Head coach John Cook in his 23rd. Yeah, he's like, what's going on? I'm not sure those were the words he used, but it was something like that.
Right.
So here is Orr in there to help run that 6-2. She goes behind her to Maddie Kubik, hitting behind the center, and a kill.
Yeah, that was nice. It was good flow. First, Maddie taking that pass outside her body line, which is so impressive, but getting her feet to the ball. And that's something that Maddie does on the left side and the right side. It's if you're an outside hitter out there, a young outside hitter, please watch Maddie Kubik get her feet to the ball when she swings.
Kubik, first team All Big Ten from last year, preseason All Big Ten captain on this squad. She's been a leader here for 3 years now in her senior year.
Yeah, and that was Anna Baird over there on the Ole Miss side, somebody that has contributed a lot of kills to this Rebel team, especially last year.
Allie Bareilles now to serve. And another service error, 2 apiece.
Nothing like starting your career at Nebraska, right, Larry?
Yeah, no kidding. Bareilles only playing in 2 sets prior tonight, and here she is, the freshman out of Rochester, Michigan, Notre Dame prep, getting a start for the Rebels. That's just off the top of the tape by Becca Alec. Swing long there, no touch, point for the Huskers.
Yeah, if you notice the serving for Nebraska, you know, whether they're nervous or not, they're trying to take something off of their serve. They're forcing Ole Miss to come forward to the ball, so maybe some of those short serves are trying to see if that ball's going to drop right over the net. And that's why you'll see some of those balls hit the net.
Tough serve by Alec. Moore steps in, pushes it out to Batenhorst. Batenhorst found that back line. Nice touch there by Allie.
Yeah, it's good vision, too. She's trusting her teammates, telling her what's open. It's a nice job by her really pushing. It's not easy to do. That's a nice set for Kennedy to get it all the way out there, but good eye-hand coordination for Batenhorst.
You see the dilemma, right, for John Cook with these 4 outstanding outside hitters in Kubik, Launstein, Batenhorst, Krause. This is the opportunity running the 6-2 to get every one of them swings.
Yeah, I mean, setters, the balanced offense, that's what it comes down to, Larry, right?
Overpass, and that's Krause with the kill.
It's nice to get the fans involved right away with this overpass. Shows a nice job, just fast snap. Nice opportunity for her to get things going for the Huskers.
3-0 run here with Becca Alec at the service line. Alec has a tough serve, just a freshman. Out of Lincoln, 6th overall recruit in the country. And on the slide, Allie Batenhorst is there for the block.
Yeah, she didn't have to move at all. That's a nice thing, you know, for a slide setter. For Bareilles, she's going to really do a nice job of pushing that ball all the way back.
Timeout here in Lincoln. We'll take one as well. 8-4, Nebraska early on.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
Volleyball on the Big Ten Network is powered by Unleaded 88. Engine smart, earth kind. Great to have you with us here at the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln. Huskers fell behind Ole Miss early, but on a 4-0, making a 5-0 run right now to be up 8-4. And they've done the damage with Becca Alec from the service line. Punched across over the top of the block. Goes behind to Krause, who's one-on-one, and Krause tools the block for another kill.
Yeah, and the block transition game for Nebraska is really sharp, and that's something that all teams, work on all season long, but it's great to get a block touch up there to turn and transition, execute, and that's exactly what happened.
It's not all the time you see a middle blocker serving consistently, but that's what it's been for Alec this year. She has that high touch point at 6'3". Done a nice job here early. Powerful swing from the left side and aggressive by Anna Bear, who gets the kill.
Yeah, one of the things for Ole Miss is they want to run a fast offense. So if you notice, they're really shooting that ball out to the pin as fast as they can, even on out-of-system plays. So a lot of times they will catch your opponents off guard if they're not transitioning off the block fast enough.
Service error for Bear, who was honorable mention all SEC last year. So into the serve in the back row, and also to set out of the back is Nicklin Hames, and that means Whitney Launstein checks in the front as well. So your front row now is Bate-Porst, Launstein, and Horde.
Yeah, the nice thing about those two, they can intermingle, right? They can mix and match. Left side or right side pin.
That's right. Tough serve. Bump set, nice job. Well, that's a good swing there by Corelli, who found the outside hand.
Yeah, and Corelli, I mean, she hits them hard, and she does a nice job. I was able to watch a little bit of the practice today, and she's going hard every second, and she's getting the most out of her time right now.
Serve is just long. That's starting to be an issue here for Ole Miss. That now is their fourth service error, and we're only at 11-6.
Well, one of the things that Coach Kayla talked to us about is, every team's got to serve tough against Nebraska, and the goal is to make them move. And that's why you do see a lot of errors, Larry. I mean, they're not just going to pat the ball over the net. Their objective is to make those passers move.
Well, they're making a move. They're moving right out of the way.
That's right.
Watching it sail along. Good pass, right on point, run the quick. Horde not down. The Horde gets credit for the kill.
Yeah. It's one of the longest rallies we've seen yet, right?
That's right. What an addition she has been to this Nebraska team. The transfer graduate student from Penn State, 3-time All-American. She's been first team, second team, third team, and honorable mention over her 4-year career. All-American. Just inside the back line. That's an aggressive swing by Corelli, her second kill.
Yeah, and that's a fast set going back to the back pin right there. Nice job by Bareilles. She holds the middle with her, with Horde. She pauses, and she's able to get that one-on-one opportunity. So textbook play right there for the Rebels.
One of the staples of this Caleb Banworth offense as well is quick tempo. She wants to get in rhythm, pass, get the middles involved, and nice pace, right? Good block there by Launstein.
That's good patience, too, and that's why I think Horde does a nice job. She's got a lot of patience on the pin. She knew she had to wait. She hangs up there nice and high. But the key is, Larry, you can't just come down on the ball as fast as you can. You got to really hold your core muscles and hold your hands over the net for a long period of time.
So you have to hang.
You have to hang, but you have to hang with strength.
Missed time there. And another point for the Huskers.
And that's what you'll see with young setters in their middles, trying to work it out. I mean, Sasha is that player that you want to get the ball to, and I'm sure even on out-of-system plays, she's trying to pump the middle. I say more power to her. She's got to do stuff like that in order to beat a Nebraska team.
And the ace by Rodriguez. First ace of the match, and it comes from Lexi.
Yeah, and Bria Hamilton's in there for a reason. She's got to pass and dig, and one of those things is, when that serve comes up high on you, on your chest, you got to make a decision. Are you going to use your hands, or are you going to take a step back or let that go?
She plays back row for Schnitta. Better pass there, forces the bump set, and then off the net, not much that Miller could do there, trapped into that block by Nebraska.
Yeah.
And another timeout taken here on the floor. Nebraska in command here in set number 1. Second-ranked Huskers up 16-7 in the first.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door. What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Ole Miss in here playing the Huskers for the first time ever. They're only, before tonight, 6 Power 5 teams Nebraska has not played. One of those was Ole Miss, but Kayla Banworth is on the bench now for Ole Miss, and she wanted to bring this team back to the place that she called home for so long. And boy, did Kayla Banworth have a career here, as well as a long pro career. She was a former walk-on, became a starter, became the all-time digs leader at Nebraska. She went on, of course, to become an Olympian, had a long pro career, won an Olympic bronze medal. And then, don't forget, after her playing days, a long pro career, she came back and was on the bench with Coach John Cook and part of that 2017 National Championship team. You see her on the left side of the screen, second row with the trophy, and part of that national title in 17.
Pretty hard to beat, huh? That career, their playing career, and now she's taken off on her own journey as a head coach. I wish her the best.
Yeah, she's already had tremendous success at Ole Miss. If you look at the turnaround, one of the best in Division I. They had one win. I think a 1-19 was the record 2 years ago. Last year, the school's first ever 20-win season. They made the NCAA tournament. Of course, lost to Creighton in the first round, but it's the best turnaround last year in NCAA, and it was orchestrated by Kayla Banworth.
Yeah, and a lot of that had to do with this offensive strategy she's trying to put together. She had a great transfer last year, and Kylie McLaughlin came in and was able to execute all the things that she wanted to put in place. Now the goal is just to keep it going. And she brought in a setter from Utah, transferred from setter, and then now we've got Allie Bareilles. Here's a stellar freshman, high school All-American, tons of awards that she won in high school, so the future's bright for this team. But right now, you know, Nebraska's taking care of business, aren't they?
Yeah. On top here, 18-7. I thought it was interesting that, you know, when Kayla mentioned Julia Dice, the first ever player from the state of Mississippi to be on the Ole Miss roster. It's that culture that she's talking about, trying to create the importance of Ole Miss volleyball within the state of Mississippi, and she's having success. Kubik brushes it off the block. 19-7 Nebraska. That is the third kill for Kubik in just 5 swings. He's hitting a smooth 600 here early on. Nebraska as a team, 538. Just long, crowd disagreed.
Well, the players are trying to get coach to pull the green card on that one. You gotta love the banter back and forth from the bench to the players on what they think is a misread by the officials.
Right on the back line, that one was an ace. Vivian Miller, the freshman out of Jupiter, Florida, listed as one of the top prep volleyball players in the country out of high school. There it is.
Oh, she's got like a Southside spinner going there.
Yeah. south side. Is that Chicago?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Over pass and put down. Big swing by Ratliff, and Ratliff showing up now.
Oh, yeah, the presence right there. And this is what she does so well. She has a great physical presence at the net. But what started that was the serve. You've got to give credit to the server. And it's a fast point opportunity, but that is what should happen every time overpass comes.
Right off the tape, Nebraska handles it. There is a touch, and Lonstein gets another kill. Whitney Lonstein with her second in 3 swings.
Yeah, just a really nice, easy swing. She recognized she had 2 blockers in front of her and was able to tool the block. Again, same thing, really aiming for the hands. Nice vision. You got to be able to see the block in front of you, and she took advantage of it.
Kennedy Orr now back to serve. She will set out of the back row for the Huskers, the sophomore out of Eagan, Minnesota. Did not see time in Nebraska's last match in which they ran the 6-2 with Audie Evans and Nicklin Hames. I think much of the conversation around Kennedy Orr is, you know, the expectation, the future of Nebraska setter. She's going to lead this team. It's Coach Cook at one point said this is her team now. I think she's still struggling coming back off that knee injury and trying to put it all together. Off the net, did not clear. And Nebraska is 3 away from taking set 1.
Yeah, and really, Ole Miss is really stuck in this rotation over here. They've got a tough time with Anna Baird, who's their go-to, and she's struggling to put the ball over the net right now, just trying anything she can. What they need is a good pass here so they can get their middle going.
Another tough serve. Good pass, though, on the slide. Not down. Try to go right back to Ratliff, just missed time for the middle. It was Krause high-handing it. A good try on the second touch. Oh, what a tip. Kubik closes it out, kill number 4.
Yeah, this all started because Kennedy Orr's nice get in the middle of the court, and Maddie was able to take advantage of that open spot right over the block. It depends what defense you're running, but a lot of times that ball is open for somebody like Maddie Kubik.
Almost made it under the net. 4 service errors each. Here's Ratliff now back to serve. Junior out of Atlanta, Georgia. Run in the middle. Good timing there.
Perfect 3-point pass. Great first ball contact by Maddie Kubik, and that's why they're able to score in the middle like that. Great connection by Orr and Alec.
Set point here in the first for the Huskers. Block sent back over. Good chicken wing to keep it alive. Batenhorst. Nice hustle to keep it alive. Nice defense by the Rebels. Block on the left side. That's Anna Baird. Set point number 2.
Well, the Rebels are competing, and that's what Caleb Amworth wants, and that's something she said was lacking a little bit in their match last night against Loyola Marymount, so it's good to see them compete at this point.
3rd set point. And it ends on a service error. That was the 5th service error on Ole Miss in set number 1. Huskers were impressive in the first, hitting .455 as they cruise in set 1, 25-13.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What? When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock that door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck?
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
We pick up the phone because it's ringing. I should get this. Hello, this is Sam. How can I help you? That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
No one achieves a dream alone. These are the people that made it all possible. I guess you can call this my Hall of Fame. With the right support, any dream is possible. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
What's your favorite live event? A rockin' concert? An action-packed game? Whatever it is, enter for a chance to win tickets in the 5-hour Energy Live sweepstakes. For rules and how to enter, visit 5helive.com.
The excitement is big.
Sit down.
Let us finish it. The 2022 volleyball season, only on Big Ten Network. This is big.
Huskers take set one, 25-13. There's Caleb Banworth, the head coach of Ole Miss, former Nebraska outstanding player, former all-time dig shooter. She still holds the record of Nebraska for digs per set in a career. But how about her career after Nebraska? She went on to play for Team USA. You see Jordan Larson, Karch Karai in the background there was her coach. She credits Karch as well as John Cook for a lot of her coaching philosophy now, but was just an outstanding bro at so many levels. And to think she came out of Dubuque Waller as a walk-on.
Oh, it is amazing. I love hearing about how she credits John Cook for spending so much time with, developing her culture base, but then also Karch and his kindness. And I love hearing that, especially in today's world.
We heard Caleb Banworth say she really likes her libero, Cammie Neeson. And I think her comment to us was, and I know liberos because I helped recruit that young lady.
Right, exactly. you want to take credit for that, right, Larry? I would take credit for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was able to watch Lexi, through her prep career because of Illinois and where I am, and my daughter played club against her. Oh my gosh, like every weekend. And you kind of wonder, you're like, okay, is she ever going to go away? I mean, she was that good in high school and in club, but here she is on the college stage, and what she did last year as a freshman, I mean, her future is so bright, and we talked about maybe Olympian dreams for her.
Big Ten Freshman of the Year. How many times, first of all, is libero the Defensive Player of the Year, right? But a freshman libero being the Big Ten Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. We go back and take a look at some of the bros that Nebraska's had, and you think about even next level on Team USA is that swing by Knuckles is long point for Ole Miss. But after Caleb Banworth, it was Justine Wong-Orantes. We may have a challenge here, and John Cook is going to challenge, which will give us a chance to set up the story.
I think the team just muscled him into that, too.
Is that right?
You think about doing a challenge on the first point of the second set, and I think they really wanted that. You know what? They wanted it for their teammate.
So our first challenge here of the night Point went to Ole Miss. So there is, again, back to the Caleb Antworth story, that you take a look and see if there was a touch. Really difficult to tell there. Maybe net camera angle, which is right in front, will take a look and tell something. But Justine Wong-Orontes, my point, she was a former Husker libero who broke the records of Caleb Antworth and then later became the libero on the gold medal team. What do you think there? Is it a touch?
It looks like it. When her fingers go back.
Yep.
No, it all depends what the official sees, but that's what I think you and I would guess. But yeah. JWO, right?
Yes.
Fun to talk about her, and you're right, the cycle here in Nebraska, you know, how they're able to develop these great back row players that have a long career ahead of them past college.
Both Justine Wong-Orontes and Caleb Antworth, yes. And the next great, who's already proven to be great, in Lexi Rodriguez, still reviewing that down on the floor. That is our down official, R2. Marty Prochka, who is reviewing it. Really difficult to tell there, but it looks like maybe that middle finger does kick back a little bit, and we have a call. They're going to say inconclusive. So the point will remain with Ole Miss. John Cook loses the challenge, has one remaining. Let's take a look at the numbers from set number one. And look at the Huskers' hitting percentage against Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's not something they want. They definitely want to be in the positive column. But I attribute that a lot to great serving by Nebraska and just some pure errors by the Rebels.
And the middle, Horde is blocked. Much more confident Ole Miss team here early on in set two.
Yeah, Knuckles came up big with that coverage ball, doing a nice job of just, you know, getting low and expecting her teammate to get blocked. That's one of the hardest things about covering. You want to sit there and watch them hit, but you really have to expect your teammates to get blocked so you're low and you're ready to play that ball up and high.
Good swing right inside the block and the kill by Bear.
Oh, I'm watching the assist by the freshman.
Right on, right?
Yeah, she just took a chance right there, risk taker. I love it.
Ah, there you go, right at the pin.
Nice back pass, and you know what? Bear didn't slow down. She kept that ball in front of her, and that's a hard ball to swing at. Just clipped the outside blocker's hands.
A good combo run to kill. Maddie Kubik, no doubter there.
That's a nice low flat ball out to Maddie Kubik, and she takes that first step automatically, nice and fast. A lot of trust you got to work out between your setter and those fast balls out to the pin. And I guess that's another reason why, you know, they might be struggling a little bit with Kennedy and their setter situation. You just got to have a lot of reps.
Toodles the block of Laurenstein.
Barrett starting off, starting off a little bit better than she ended in the last set.
Morellis with the serve, and it's long. So getting a look now at Laurenstein from the service line. Throw attack. Nice job, good hang there by Bear to get a hand on that off the swing of Alec.
Yeah, it was a nice heads-up play by Bear too to really recognize she dropped her elbow. She tried to disguise it nice and high, but Baird was able to hang on. That's a nice experience there as a blocker to be able to do something like that.
And now Bear will serve for the Rebels, and the ace. Second ace for Ole Miss.
And that's what Coach Banworth was talking to us about, you know, trying to serve the space in between the passers. And, you know, it might look easy to a lot of people watching. It isn't, because you want to put some pace on that ball.
Bainhorst in now for Nebraska. Good pass. And good swing. Great kill by Corelli.
That was nice. And Maggie Miller's not normally in there. It's a good start for her.
Yeah.
In this match, she's doing a nice job. Defensive specialist back there. Got a three-point pass. Was able to get something going offensively. You see the split right there in the block. And Corelli took advantage of it. Just when you think, right? Just when you think you want to get something going, and that's you know, we talk about the youth, maybe the experience factor of Ole Miss team versus Nebraska. Nebraska, we haven't talked about the 4 seniors,
right?
And their average age out there, but we can discuss that later. Or maybe we should discuss it now.
I think a lot of folks think this is a very young Nebraska team when you look at a couple of sophomores and freshmen getting playing time, but the average age here is 21. And then you have a Kubik who's out there and has a lot of experience, and Horde and Nicklin Hames obviously is a super senior for Nebraska. Yeah, every time it seems like Ole Miss maybe has a little bit of momentum, and it seems like they have more confidence at the net right now, but they're not executing from the serving line.
Yeah, and you just have to have that mindset when you go back to that serving line. You cannot think negative. You have to think positive. You have to get in your routine, and you got to believe that you can make a difference and given a tough serve back there. But definitely you want to serve. If you're going to miss, you're going to miss deep. You don't want to miss in the net.
Boy, good pace out to the pin, a nice swing. Miller with the kill.
Yeah, the block's up a little bit early on that. It was a great swing. Nice set out there. She's a high flyer too. She's got up there. She's got a nice jump on her, that Vivian Miller.
Vivian's mom, Kristen, played volleyball at Washington State. So, you know, she grew up around the sport. Lonstein right into the block, and a big block it was by Ratliff.
Yeah, and this is why this Vivian Miller's got a bright future. Not only does she get that kill, she goes back to the service line, and she takes Nebraska out of their offense. So they're able to get it out of system play, which leads to a block. So that's the whole game right there, Larry.
Pulled him out again. Todd Lonstein got through the block. Bumps it out to Bear off the top of the block. Nope, did not through the net. Point for Nebraska. Nebraska here in this set, Liz, they're hitting negative 111. Ole Miss this set, hitting 429. That's
good. Well, they like to flip, so
that's right.
That's what they're doing.
You mean flipping sides?
Yeah, that's right.
You're a big fan of that, aren't you?
Well, I'm not a fan of flipping. I'm switching the sides. I wish that was the only thing I liked out of the pandemic.
Right. Stay on your side of the bench. Didn't have to go back and forth.
Yes. I don't know why they went back to that, but not a fan.
We'll lodge a complaint for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
I don't know if he's going to listen to me, Larry.
Good decision there to send it over on 2 by Bareilles. And then a bit out of system, but again, Kubik can do good things out of system.
Yeah, there's a workhorse there.
Yeah.
She's a workhorse, transition game. She gets off, she keeps the ball in front of her, and she swings all the way through, taking advantage of that block. Just really going after it, too.
Speaking about a system, we were chatting with Caleb Banworth earlier this week, and were you surprised that a team that had a record of 21-9 made the NCAA tournament? And Kayla told us that they hit 0 out of system.
Yeah, that was kind of shocking, right?
Right.
Because you kind of figure the most successful teams are able to do something with with a bad ball, right?
Right.
So that was shocking, and that's why we give a lot of credit to their middles last year.
Right.
The middles kept them in it. So when there was a good pass, they hit it such a high percentage, they were able to win more matches and didn't rely on those bad passes and out-of-system balls.
John Cook is going to challenge that swing, and he looked back at the bench, and Lindsey Krause was saying that was in, as she looked right down the line. It doesn't